Hi everyone, welcome to the CX Day celebrations hosted by Pisano Academy. At Pisano, we believe that every great decision starts with a question and evolves with continuous feedback. When I woke up today, I felt that we have made the right decision to design this whole day experience for you. A few weeks back, we decided to look for a celebration event for the CX Day. We had one question in mind. Why? What makes CX so special that there are thousands of professionals waking up every single day to create and deliver unforgettable experiences? We went back a lot, and we found ourselves in Before Christ. The first known feedback in the history was a complaint about delivery of the wrong grade of copper. Experience and the feedback existed when the first service was provided to the humankind. However, the essence of the service is not the complaint itself, but the experience that the customer feels after receiving the service. The experience received itself is the core. That's why hundreds of thousands of professionals wake up every day to create and deliver experiences that are unforgettable, that are told and shared all around the world. A satisfied customer is the best business strategy of all. We are in 2020. We are in an era where humankind is looking for a life on Mars, where humankind is communicating faster, where humankind is consuming everything faster than ever. It isn't easy. It is even very difficult to deliver those remarkable experiences in such an environment. It needs proper staff, technology, know-how, and dedication. And that's what Pisano Academy is. That's why Pisano Academy is created and delivered for you. That's what our customers, you, requested from Pisano, more than just a cool technology. Pisano Academy is the space, is the club, is the home of experience management professionals like you, like-minded experience management professionals. Pisano Academy dedicates itself to bring world-class experience management strategies, tactics, and more at your fingertips. Congratulations to all us. We're happy to have you here today. We're happy to celebrate this amazing day with you all. We're on a mission to transform the whole industry into a world where we all treat our customers and employees as we wish our kids to be treated by others. Follow us, contact us, work with us at Pisano Academy. We are working very hard for you, and we are looking forward to having you by our side at Pisano Academy. Happy CX Day. Now we will be kicking off the day with the far east part of the world, but the fastest growing market in CX investments, APAC. Mike will take over now and moderate the first webinar, an executive view into digital customer experience.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's my huge pleasure to be kicking off this awesome event here in the APAC in Singapore. I'm joined by amazing people from this region. We have Andrew, we have Nicholas, we have Abida, very high level, very influential people for the CX area in this region. So I'm super excited, really looking forward to our conversation. We're going to have about a 45-minute panel session. And then after that, we're going to open up the floor for questions. So please use the links on the screen to submit your questions. And we'll be doing the Q&A session at the very end. So just to kick things off, I'd like to give a moment for our panelists to introduce themselves, to talk about what they're doing. And yeah, well, let's start with Andrew.
Sure. Thanks, Mike. My name is Andrew Rickard. I've originally from New Zealand, but I've been working in Asia Pacific since about 2003, so quite a long time. Work in the insurance industry, and I'm currently leading a transformation program for Chubb, one of the leading global insurance companies.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrew. Nicholas, take a moment to talk about yourself.
Sure. Thanks, Mike. So basically, I'm Nicholas Chi. I head internet and mobile development for businesses in UOB Group. So covering across 19 countries altogether. I think some of you may be familiar. If you are in Asia part, we've just launched Infinity in Singapore. So pretty soon you'll see it across all 19 other countries in the UOB Group itself. I've been in UOB for about 5 years. And before that, I was actually with Temasek. But I've been working on internet and digital for the last 20 over years. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Nicholas. Abida, how about you?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Great to be here. I'm Abida. I'm heading the customer experience function at Foodpanda Pakistan. I have 11 years of experience ranging from customer services, then HR, and then most recently to customer experience. My role involves creating seamless customer journeys across all channels. It's very closely linked with my passion for solving problems and creating impactful experiences for our customers. A key aspect of the work that I do is driving thought leadership across the organization, a mindset change that puts customer really in the center stage of everything that we do. My previous HR experiences of head of learning and development and manager workplace innovation and HR business partnering have contributed significantly in developing this empathy-driven mindset that I feel is very, very important for CX professionals.
Yes, I mean, the employees are everything when it comes to CX. So that's, I'm sure that has been very insightful for you and in your career to both your past career and your career to come. Awesome. So we're going to kick things off with the questions or the topics. The first topic is kind of a an icebreaker. I really wanted to talk about some of the interesting success stories, some of the things that our valuable panelists have done in the past or are currently working on, and kind of get some inspiration for all the attendees and for us all. So let's kick it off with Andrew. What would you like to share with us in terms of some of the digital experience success stories you've been involved with?
Sure. Look, we have to start by understanding that insurance is not as exciting or as forward-thinking as organizations like Foodpanda and even banking, where it's much more advanced in the way you do things with customers. So some of the experiences that I've had with digitizing the customer experience and just improving how as an insurer we service customers probably isn't that doesn't compare. But I think the one that I thought I'd mention is from a previous role where working with the bank and the insurer, we tried to take the sort of historical, the usual way of selling insurance or servicing customers, which is largely either face-to-face, you're sitting in front of a relationship manager in the branch, or it's over the telephone. And that's not where customers are today. Customers are on their mobile, they're on chat, they're on video, they're on everything we know about. And so the process, the initiative that we did there was to start introducing that omni-channel approach that so often we talk about. But in my experience, most of the insurers and maybe to a lesser extent the banks, it hasn't really worked in the insurance world with customers so far. So we just did some obvious things. Simplify the actual digital experience. What does it look like on your mobile or on the iPad or on the PC? Changing the user interface, changing how it works, adding things like chat, adding the omni-channel approach or even co-browsing technology, some things like that. But so there was an element of the user experience, but then also other pieces in behind the scenes that weren't particularly exciting, but enable the process. Things like simplifying the product design. Insurance is an intangible product. It's hard to sell. It's hard to understand. So we have to simplify it. And then the last element to it was really using the data. When you're dealing with a bank and an insurer, you have this wealth of data. But so far, there's not many organizations that have actually managed to take that data and interpret it and translate that into both the product and the customer experience. And so that was one particular digital experience that I thought I'd mention to start.
Yeah, but I think the obvious ones and like the not so flashy ones are, I think, the most important. It's really hard to nail those down and really make them work, especially in the back end where simplifying the processes for all those customer journeys is quite challenging. Not so fancy, but quite challenging. So I think there's a lot to learn from your experiences there. Yeah. Nicholas, what would you like to share with us?
Sure. So I'll basically share in terms of businesses doing online banking, or if you will, how do you sign up a product for businesses on the online channel, right? Typically, people would think that if it's a consumer, it's very straightforward because it's one person making the decision. But for business, you typically need to talk about account signing mandates, documentations for businesses, things like that, tons of evidence and paperwork that needs to be submitted before you can open up an account. So this is something that I think if you look at the digital world, on the retail scene, everyone's talking about online. But on the business scene, that's quite a very different matter altogether because of the perceived complexity documentation. So this was something that was quite interesting, where internally we had to be able to actually prove case to our business counterparts about why this could make a big difference. And eventually we did. So we first had to actually design a journey for them to actually allow them to understand how that typical journey could be seamless for a business owner to be able to sign up for either loans, which is typically the easiest, because we always say, as a bank, it's easy to give money. But when you actually want to actually look at getting deposits, now that's quite a different thing altogether. So deposits was quite something that we were trying to look at. How do we, what Abhida mentioned, bring in the different channels so that some customers, when they go online, they fill up all the forms. How do we make sure it's easy for them? Example, fill up the form, and through the form itself, be able to segregate whether they belong to a small business or whether they belong to a large corporate. Because you have different journeys designed for each different segment. So we need to be very smart about how we design that journey, right, as customers are going through the form itself, rather than let the customer decide what segment they belong to. So we have to actually look into that journey for each of the segment, ask certain key questions, example, the size of your company, your turnover, how many staff you have. So this was some of the leads that when we get, it helps us determine if you're a small business versus a large corporate. And if you're a small business, what forms do we need to pass to you to fill up online or guide you through it? Or if you're a large corporate, how do we guide you in another track, right? And then also to make sure that we are able to allow you to sign online, to be able to upload by taking a picture of your documents through your camera, upload it online, and we will attach it together with your online form. So it's all seamless, right? So those are things that we actually design in the whole journey for the business to understand, as well as working with some of the customers through, I guess, if you will, some POCs and some test cases with the customers, so that we are able to fine-tune that journey. But the results were amazing, because what we were able to see now was the customers that went online to actually apply for a deposit operating account were actually bringing in deposits 2.5 times more versus those who went to a typical branch in the physical outlet. So these were things that over time, as we showed the evidence, right, and we continue to track that customer journey and the customer behavior, it allowed us to refine and approach it in a very different manner and increase the total ROI or return back to the business. So it became a win-win situation, both for the business to look at investing in such an experience, as well as from a customer standpoint, right, where it became a seamless journey and more convenient channel versus having to step into a physical branch. So those are some interesting things that we actually saw, but it's all about understanding the customer behavior and actually using that data to be able to refine and improve that even further.
That's a very interesting subject. I mean, when we talk about customers, actually, generally people tend to talk about B2C customers, but the B2B aspect is also very, very rich in ways that, there's a lot of ways that you can improve on, the journeys, even personalize it based on, segment it based on the sectors, as you mentioned, the size of the businesses. So it's a really interesting and really rich space and to explore further. I think it's very inspiring. Thank you very much, Nicholas. And Abida, how about you?
Yeah, the hallmark of my customer experience career, I would say, would be setting up the customer experience department from scratch for a telecom company in Pakistan. They had more than 40 plus digital products in the gaming, content, mobile agriculture, insurance, and education startup space. And in a matter of 10 months, we managed to improve CSAT by 11% while reducing customer complaints by 35%, alongside doubling the revenues. So the number bit is where I feel that we were, by showcasing these results, we were able to really make the business commit to customer experience related interventions. Now, on the strategy side that was adopted to achieve these numbers, I would divide it into two parts: the how and the what. The how, which involves around the way of work part, involved a lot of scrappiness, experimentation, creating an ecosystem which kind of really puts customer in the center. And very importantly, bringing customer voice in the boardrooms. And on the what part, we focused on customer journeys to make them friction-free, being very data-driven, that Andrew also earlier referred to as well, knitting together different data sets to see a holistic view of customer pain points, breaking the problem into smaller chunks to really understand the levers so we can solve the root cause and not the symptoms. I'm a huge fan of using examples. So let me share one to elaborate our strategy while solving a classic problem of how do you increase revenue. We're all familiar with purchasing apps via Google Play Store through our credit cards. Now, Pakistan, being a country with low financial inclusion, roughly 2% of the population has credit cards. On the contrary, 67% of the population has a mobile connection. So we partnered with the Google Play Store team on enabling purchases via your mobile number. So coming back to the problem statement, we wanted to increase our revenue coming in from the Google Play Store purchases. As in the case of big partners, your revenue margins are very low. So the only way that you make money is through massive scale. So how do you achieve that scale? The traditional approach would be to increase the marketing spend. But however, in this case, as it was a low margin partner, so we really weren't in the position to incur those kind of marketing costs. So we decided to work surgically towards improving the conversion funnel through low cost experimentation. We picked different customer segments and personas of active and passive players of popular games in Pakistan, like Clash of Clans, PUBG, 8-Ball Pool, etc. Divided them into test groups, identified hypotheses, did A/B testing for each test group to see where the customer journey was breaking for each segment. Now, being a telecom, sending promotional SMS was free of cost for us. So that was a tool that was a medium that was readily available for us in order to communicate with the customer. So we started with that. Like what kind of SMS leads to a better conversion, the one that is in a local language or the one that is speaking in a game language? What should be the timing of the message, early, evening, or morning? What works better, a bit.ly link that directs user to a landing page or a chatbot that answers the queries? What's more attractive for our customers, free data MB so they can download that particular game for free, or instant cashback on a purchase and that mobile balance can be used wherever they want. So as part of all these experiments, it was very important for us to know why of what worked and what did not. So we were continuously connected with the customers on why they did what they did. In conclusion, one of the biggest myths, and this is where I'm a huge fan of kind of stepping out of the boardroom, is because your myths gets busted when you really talk to the customers. So our biggest myth that got busted was that we thought the customers weren't aware, and that's why the purchases weren't happening. Actually, customers were very aware and they wanted to purchase, but they were not clear on whether we would charge them any additional transaction fee or there would be any additional taxes. And a lot of times we saw that the failure transactions were failing because of some limits that we had set, and basic troubleshooting was missing. So there was no place or no community that we had set up for those gamers where they could get to talk to each other and getting their issues resolved, or getting answers to some very basic queries. So basically, the learnings helped us in making the purchase journey more localized and seamless for the organic traffic that was coming in. Another key question that this experimentation helped us in answering was that for every rupee that we spend, the user spends additional 2.5 rupees. So this business case made a lot more sense for a core telecom business, where the recharge is one of the significant KPIs. But in the digital space, then we decided that we want to explore more partners with better margins, and that's what we did. And we eventually did. We're collaborating with another partner as well. So to sum up, lots of experimentation to understand customer behavior, consequently fixing customer journey based on those insights, creating a shared understanding of what success looks like across the organization, being very data driven. I think I can't really emphasize that enough. And this is something that we replicated across for all the products that we solved for, which resulted in the complaint reduction, CSAT improvement, and revenue growth numbers that I initially quoted. So to sum up, if you ask me in one line, I would say that from a customer experience professional perspective, the bigger you get or you want to get, the smaller you must act if you really want to kind of crack the problem.
Yeah, I love that you shared those numbers with us. I mean, it just is so astonishing how a good strategy and a good approach to a good incremental approach to customer experience and actually solving people's problems and making instead of trying to force a specific journey onto a customer, try to figure out what type of things they're already doing, like the phone number, paying through the phone number example is just really, really wonderful. So yeah, thank you very much. This actually really ties in nicely to our next topic on return on investment. So we'd like to kind of discuss a little bit about what are the nice ways, or one of the things that you've tried in your journey in this space that has helped you get some organizational buy-in and really onboard the whole board, the whole organization with your projects. So kind of going into that sort of real world nitty-gritty challenges, I think will be really helpful for our audience. So yeah, let's start with Andrew. What are your thoughts on establishing your approach to improving ROI and getting the organizational buy-in?
Sure. I think the first thing is who you're talking to. If I compare two different situations, one was all about sales. It was all about demonstrating, and it's similar to how Abida just said it. For every dollar you spend, what are we going to get in terms of additional sales? And that was, I think, fairly straightforward. It was getting to that point of being able to say, this is how we are changing the cost of sale, just basic metrics, using digital technologies, using the different sales approach. How do we reduce the cost per sale, increase the revenue? There's nothing particularly complicated about it. I think it's just knowing who your audience is. I'm going to those people saying, I think this will work. I think we need to spend this much money, and I think here's how much we'll be able to deliver. And in that particular situation, we were able to demonstrate about a double 100% growth on the traditional sales process. I've got another more recent situation where changing the customer experience more around servicing rather than sales. And in that context, I'm having quite a different conversation with my senior leadership around the region. It's much more about the nuts in terms of metrics and ROI. It's much more about how do I reduce the cost to serve. And that's, within an insurance organization, we live and die by a couple of metrics. And one of them is what we call the administration expense, the administration cost. It's just the cost of running the business for everything that happens after the sale takes place. And so if I can take the hypothesis, take the customer experience that I want to deliver, the better customer experience, and show how that's going to reduce our cost to serve, everybody's on board from the finance side. At the same time, everybody's really happy because they look at what we're trying to do and they say, yeah, I see that's how that's better for the customer as well. It's more convenient. It's whenever they want it, wherever they want it. So I think for me, ROI really starts with who your audience is. You've got to be able to take your CX project, program, initiative, whatever you want to call it, and communicate that in a finance sense around some particularly relevant metrics.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really makes sense to kind of figure out what the core metrics are, and as you said, what sort of metrics the organization lives by, and really finding a way to tackle those and either bring them down or skyrocket them to build solutions around that. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Nicholas, what would you like to talk about?
So basically, I'll cover on two areas. One's on the small business and one's on the larger business side. So on the small business, earlier on I mentioned about the online form and all that we actually created. So I still remember when I first started with the small business head, it was really a challenge because to then it was businesses typically don't go online because it's too complex. So we had to actually start to actually create a very basic page to be able to generate leads first. And this was still a paper drop at that point of time. And this was probably a few years back already, right? So to be able to at least let the business head get a glimpse or taste of some of the potential leads that could come in, right? And over time, when we started to actually show month on month, year on year, right, we were able to show not only a bigger ticket size in terms of the deposits coming in, but we were able to also, like what Andrew shared, how do we actually reduce the cost of getting that lead or that sale? So typically, if you look at it, we all know for a credit card, most banks pay about $100 just to get an approved sale. And here, when you talk about business, we could be generating at probably, I would say, 110, right, to probably 1/5 of the cost, which was huge, because then this was something that blew the business head totally. Because now you have a whole wide volume of customers or prospects that you can get through the online, filtered, right, qualified, right, to come to you, and bigger ticket size. So as we start to do this actually built over a short period of 3 years, where now they're convinced every year there's an ample budget put aside, because now if you look at it from a revenue standpoint, there's no going down, it's only going up. So it's just a matter of how much can you bring in, which then dictates how much budget you are able to then get to continue to invest in that channel. So that was something that we were able to prove. And then once we were able to do that, then the next thing is how do we automate it so that we reduce our costs further, so that we are able to scale it not just in one country, but in multiple countries thereafter. So how do we do that? For example, in Singapore, we are lucky that we have things like COPPass, SingPass, where you have a central national ID, right? So we were able to tie in all this very neatly so that the business owners can now, through the national registry, provide that verification, and all the company information will be populated onto our field. And that's how we were able to not only get the information, we know that the information is accurate and that information is authenticated. So that actually even streamlined the whole process even further to make it STP, right? The only thing we now need to cater for was basically exceptional flows where some customers may still want to talk to someone instead of having everything straight through, being businesses. So we then catered for that where now if you choose to want to talk to someone, you could. You could arrange to have an appointment fixed at the branch, right? Where we have collected all your documents and all your information. When you go down to the branch, all you're getting is your account card and all those details because everything would have been processed in advance. So even the moment you step into the branch manager or the relationship manager would already know you're coming down at this appointed time and your entire welcome pack is all ready for you. So you don't spend more than, example, 10 minutes to 15 minutes at the branch. But we still ended up with that human touch because the challenge when we talk about digitization sometimes is it loses that human touch. And in banking, that human touch, just like insurance for Andrew, becomes still very key. We still need to maintain that part. So we still have that so-called option, if you will, to end up the last part of the journey with a human touch, right? So that people will still feel that connection with people, right? And that's all about building relationship, building trust. So that's on the small business side. Now, on the large corporate side, what we wanted to make sure was when we actually start to actually create things like the mobile and internet platform, we made sure that we engage them in the design of the journey. So we had a small select group or community of customers where we would actually look at co-creating some of the journeys, some of the designs itself, so that their inputs are actually taken into consideration, right? So after we design all those things, we test it out with them, they feel a sense of engagement with it, right? And then when we roll it out, that was actually the true test of the pudding. So recently, when we actually put it out there, we had quite a fair bit of so-called recommendations on social media, not paid by us whatsoever, but customers actually mentioned that they welcome the whole change because this was actually co-created with some other customers, right? So they could see it coming from a customer's perspective instead of a typical bank perspective. Now, for large corporates, right, it's very easy to always say, because you have a maker, you have a checker. The people who make the decision are normally the checkers or the decision makers. So those people would be attracted by product offering. So even if you design a fantastic user journey for, say, a maker, would that maker be able to influence that change? Now, typically in the old corporate world, the answer is no. The product would sell. The channel would just to facilitate. But now we're starting to see that turn around where we're able to join up the dots to say which maker has got influence over which checker or which authorizer. So once you join up the dots, you're able to now know how to influence from a channel perspective. So those were things that we have done quite well to be able to engage customer into that journey instead of us thinking what would be the best design and coming up with it. So it's more of a co-creation now going forward.
Yes, this actually reminded me about the human experience that we sometimes talk about. You know, people don't buy from businesses. You know, people buy from people, right? And you know, involving people into that whole process and getting their input and being proactive about all those journeys, I think, is a really great way to ensure success and get everyone on board.
Thanks.
So congratulations. Yeah. And Abida, would you like to talk about how you approach, you know, ensuring return on investments and you know, making sure everyone's on board with the new projects and new initiatives?
Yeah, sure. So I come from an HR background. So the dilemma that I commonly see in HR as well as in customer experience is that we have a tendency of living in a utopia of our own KPIs. Again, being a fan of examples, I will share another one here. So we had a content platform that offered around 25 live TV channels on a weekly subscription fee. So Pakistanis and all of those of you who are from the neighboring South Asian countries will know that how huge fans we are of cricket. So every time there was a cricket season, the platform saw an organic growth which tapered down in non-cricket season. The platform had other news and entertainment channels as well, and we wondered that why there was a limited uptake on those. So we decided to do a deep dive. Extensive user research was carried out, and the outcome was a complete UI revamp, which we then took it up with the product folks for deployment. The product team was like, it's the cricket season going on, and we have weekly revenue targets to deliver on. So for the next 3 months, this UI revamp isn't a priority at all for us. Our sprints are locked. Our tech resources are working on more pressing areas at this point in time. So basically, what the 2 months of hard work that my team had put in was practically shelved for the time being. And then in reflection, when I asked myself that what did we do wrong here, where we went wrong was that we went ahead in solving a problem that wasn't important enough for business at that point in time, because it wasn't in sync with their KPIs. Fast forwarding it to my current role, some of you might be familiar with the lightning decision jam technique commonly used in design sprints. We did that with our regional business teams as we wanted to drive actionability around NPS improvement. Now, I knew that if I asked them to solve for NPS, we would end up with hairy ideas on flip charts and all that. But once they all exit the room, they will go back to the things which are important to them, like order growth. So what we did was we went with numbers. In the food delivery business, what we saw was that delivery time and food related issues were among the biggest detractors in my NPS. So we didn't just say that, let's reduce delivery time or fix food quality to improve NPS. We went into the data, and the data that we gave them was that orders that had a delivery time of less than 25 minutes, their customer reorder rate was between 45 to 50% versus 30 to 35% for greater than 25 minutes. So, if you're able to kind of work on delivery time and ensure that it stays within 25 minutes, there's like a 15% greater reorder volume that you will get. Similarly, talking about the food quality, what we saw was that restaurants with a rating lower than 3.5 had a reorder range between 6 to 7% versus restaurants which had a higher rating had a reorder rate between 11 to 13%. So that's also a couple of around 5% jump that we're talking about. So when you establish that linkage with the core KPIs of business, which was order growth in our case, that's when we got their buy-in, the budgets and the budgets as well. And you can measure the tangible ROI on your efforts. We could do that in the form of order growth. So to sum it up, if you want to have the buy-in, then work on solving those problems which directly impact the core business KPIs and establish that link with your KPIs. So eventually, when the collective efforts are put in, it's a collective win for the organization and the customers as a whole.
Oh, really interesting examples, Abida. I mean, I especially love how you focused on so many different segments and aspects of the businesses that you're looking into and the customers that you're looking into to improve those metrics. Is quite inspiring, especially how you can tie all that data together to get meaningful insight is quite cool. So thank you for sharing that. And actually, again, this kind of brings us over to our next topic, which is kind of prioritizing, maybe metrics or products, maybe journeys. We're always faced with prioritization challenges within our work, obviously, both in the digital side, transformation side, on the CX side. So I think it would be quite insightful for us to kind of explore your approaches to prioritizing projects, and what you, if you have any tricks or tips you can give to our audience, that would be wonderful. So Andrew, would you like to start with this one?
Sure. Yeah, I guess for us, because it's part of a larger transformation program that we're running, it's a 5-year program. It's not a small thing. We have we have some very clear objectives for the program as a whole, which gives us a guideline of, you know, that's where we're aiming for. We're looking forward sort of 5 years into the future and saying, what would we like as an organization to be like? How do we want to work for our partner company customers, if you like? How should it work for our consumer customers? How should it work internally? So we did a lot of work right at the start of the 5 years, figuring out that initial view. And it's loose and it changes, and it's the strategy. It's not, it must go in this order. But we know what we're aiming for. We know what our vision for the organization looks like. And so from there, we moved into a discovery process. And we do this for the region, but also for each individual country business. We're spread across 11 different markets around Asia Pacific. And so in each country, we're then going through this discovery process that in some cases, it's a 2-3 month piece of work that we'll do. And that will then lead us to, so here's the biggest problems that we're facing today. Here's the things that we should fix first, the things that will give the best result, or where we need to do something before we can then move on to the next. And what that's meant, at least for what we're doing, there's a whole mixture of things that we're doing. If I look across the region, there's some digitization of existing processes. There's some changing of product, where we've looked at the market and the product just doesn't really meet what the market need is. There's some where we're looking at robotics to automate some internal stuff. There's some operating model process changes. There's a whole bunch of things. But I think because we started with that long-term vision in mind, we started knowing that, yeah, we're here today, but we want to be over here in 5 years' time. That we can always, any time a new project comes up, anytime somebody's got a great idea, why don't we do this? We can always look back to that and say, well, that's the direction we're heading. That's what we're aiming to be. How that relates to the customer, and that helps us manage those priorities as they change, and they do change. You know, everything changes all the time, and with COVID coming in, and that's accelerated some things a lot faster than we expected, which is great. But it's also meant other things we'll follow along behind. So I don't know if that answers the question, Mike, but it's really, I think, the importance of having your long-term picture defined first.
Yeah, having that North Star,
yeah.
that shows you the way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that resonates with a lot of us. Thank you very much.
We talk a lot about North Stars at the moment, and making sure those are clear and understood. Yeah,
great. Nicholas, what are your approaches on prioritization?
Sure. Definitely aligned with what Andrew mentioned as well. So it's always important to have that North Star up there so that everyone is clear what is the end vision of what you want to achieve, right? So for us, it's always important to set that out, especially when we are rolling out a new channel for the country itself, establishing that so you don't end up deviating from your original intention, right? Then the next interesting comes when you roll out the channel already. And that's when a lot of incoming requests starts flooding in, right? Across all the different parties coming through. And that's the part where it gets a little bit challenging, where you now need to start to prioritize, like what Andrew said, which is the one that brings the biggest impact, right? Should it be to the bottom line, to the business itself? Should it be against the competition, right? Should it be in terms of to the customer? So these are the things that needs to be weighed out in terms of what is more important, and that gets prioritized. Now, the interesting layer then comes in is when you start to notice that some of these country builds could actually be relevant for the rest of the countries or the region. Then how do you make sure that this gets prioritized for the rest of the countries to be able to get that, right? Because you're leveraging off a good idea from another country, right? So these are the things that we try to balance across. So it's important to have that right structure to be able to support that also. So when I say right structure, I mean having, example, a core team that actually builds across the region, then having, I guess, maintenance squads in an agile format to be able to support local country yards, right? So you're able to be nimble, to be able to balance all this, to see now which one could I take and implement for the region, or which one do I need to localize more so that it's more meaningful for the countries itself. So there needs to be both sides, not just from the local country, but also from a group standpoint to be able to give that flexibility and the agility to make it ultimately right effective for the country to compete in their markets itself. So that actually is a very delicate balance that we have to manage from a group standpoint across all the different countries. So for us, it's always whichever gives the biggest impact and is aligned with the country strategy as well as aligned with the group strategy.
Yeah, really interesting. I think there are lots of angles to this, really, and it really comes down to the company DNA too. I think the famous quote from Jeff Bezos, where he talks about you're either a customer company or a product company or a competition company, and that kind of is always a challenge to what to prioritize and where to focus on which areas and so yeah, thank you very much for the insight, Nicholas.
Thanks.
Abida, what are your approaches?
Yeah, I think I've talked about it at length earlier as well. Basically, like you said, the North Star while prioritizing is picking the customer problem that is important for business as well. Identifying the pain points in that journey and consequently making it seamless for the customers. Additionally, when it comes to where to double down versus where to kind of pull out of, that's where you establish where the problem is big enough to be solved even. An example in the delivery space, customer cancellation is a problem. Obviously, you don't want a customer to cancel an order. But then going one step deeper into the data that, if the customer cancellation is happening before the restaurant started to prepare the food, then there isn't any cash loss associated with for us. So if there isn't any cash loss, then yes, while not denying that the number still needs to be improved, but is that really a problem big enough to solve? That's something that is debatable. Versus a problem that, when a customer cancels after the food has been prepared. Now, that's a big pain area for us, as that's a cash loss for us. So what is scaled versus what is not depends on looking at the data to analyze the scope and impact of that particular problem. And also, fixing the pain points, building on the same example, fixing the pain points for a post-food food preparation cancellation are very different from pre-food preparation cancellation. Pre-food prep cancellation is definitely a long-term project that we are working on, as it involves studying customer behavior, restaurant order acceptance thresholds, UI revamp of cancellation interface, etc. While post-food preparation cancellation would involve aspects like introducing a cancellation fee or customer education or ease versus difficulty of cancellation. So, the problem, you need to kind of narrow it down to really understand what is happening and why that is happening. And in all this process, I would say that be prepared that you might start off with a problem. And as you go deeper into understanding the levers, you might realize that it's not something significant enough to solve for in the first place from a customer perspective. So that's when you need to have the courage to really cut the cord. And it may be difficult in some cases, but then investing more time or energy on it is unfair to your customers, as you would rather be spending that time on solving something that is more important for them. So I think for CX professionals, while it's important to have a to-do list, but I also maintain a not to-do list with me, so that you ensure that your energies are directed towards opportunities that drive more value for the customers and consequently the business.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, it's a really nice way that you put it, not to do this, the anti-to-do list. No, and I think we all see a lot of people get caught up with the sunk cost fallacy, where you're too deep in to pull the plug. But it's always great to have a clear approach to what you're doing, and if things aren't working at and are not needed, just move on to the next problem, next to-do item. So thank you very much, Bida. I think that really resonates with a lot of people. Yeah, and actually, Andrew kind of talked about the nice things about the current climate and how it, the positive approaches and as well as the negative ones, of course. But now our next topic is around, what are some of the positive aspects of our current work from home environment, lockdown in some countries still, and this time of quite of a uncertainty going on right now. So I think it would be nice to kind of get some positive vibes going on with some of the good things that are happening with the current climate. So Andrew.
Sure. Look, yeah, it's hard to find positives sometimes, but there are some good things that come out, and I think the one that stood out for me is that it's accelerated some things that we've been talking about. So in my job, I spend a lot of time talking to people at all different levels of the organization in each country, painting the picture of where we need to be and what we need to do, what we need to change to get there. And so much of it is about digitization, better customer experience, all those sorts of things. Insurers are notoriously risk averse and conservative as a culture and in culture in the industry, and so often the biggest hurdle is our own internal culture in making those as a hurdle to making those changes. So what I've found is with COVID coming along and suddenly everybody's working from home, we can no longer print documents and send them to customers. And the only reason really that we've still been printing and posting policy documents to customers is because we've never really taken that last step of saying, look, we know customers want everything to be on their mobile phone. We want them on email, we want on chat, but we're really uncomfortable about stopping printing because we've always done it that way. And so I think the COVID and so many of our teams suddenly having to be working from home, not being physically unable to do some of those things, that's really forced people out of their comfort zone, and it's accelerated some of the digitization. And I think my challenge now, my focus is to keep trying to push that, keep as much of that momentum going as we possibly can, because I think we know we've got to get there. Now we're making those first steps. We've got to keep moving that way.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew. Nicholas,
Sure.
what have you seen that's a positive for you in this climate?
So likewise, in terms of the speed of digitization, we've seen a lot more people sign up for all these digital payments and all that. Like if you look at, say, in Singapore, pay now, QR codes and all that. Now people are starting to use this a lot more, right? Even wherever we travel into new buildings and all that, you need to scan a QR code, right, on your mobile. So it's actually brought up all this so-called, I guess, if you will, applications and experiences to increase that routine where people are a lot more comfortable these days. So we have seen an uplift in all these things. But of course, with that comes expectations also, because customers would also expect to have that wonderful experience and all that. So we need to actually keep up with all this. Now, it was also interesting that in my own development team itself, we had struggles because when COVID hit and we had to work from home, suddenly when you're used to co-working in an agile format, it changes the ball game completely, right? Now, all our developers had to work from home. You have to track them to see whether they were able to deliver on time. How do they engage, interact? How do you co-work together when you can't really be there? So it was very interesting where we had to readjust to all these things. And it took us a good, probably I would say, 1.5 months to get the whole entire development team to be able to work back to the same productivity or levels that we saw before COVID. But given that, now that we've achieved that, then the next question comes: do we even need to go back now? Right? Do we even need to go back to going back to the office where we need to have paid that expensive rental, things like that? So it now gives us new opportunities to look at new ways of working, to still be able to deliver what we need to the customers, right? And the interesting thing also is even the customer engagements have changed. Now we actually organize things like webinars with customers to give them the training, things like that. So the whole engagement model has changed significantly, and it's just keeping up with the times with all this. But essentially to us, it's a good thing because we've seen that whole acceleration come up a lot faster versus in the past, you have to try to engage customer, encourage them through incentive, education program and all that to go digital. Now suddenly you have a huge push for them to move towards this out of their own accord, and they are now seeing the value of doing that, right? So that's, I think, the beauty of it.
Yeah, and I'm sure there are lots of cost benefits to that too when you have lots of things going digital. So and also your point about managing the teams remotely and making sure because with Agile we're really used to having our post-it notes on the walls and working together, and yeah, it's really challenging to do, especially creative and engineering and design work together. So yeah, thank you very much for those points.
So now we do the post-it pads virtually now.
Great. Abida, what would you like to talk about with your with some of the positive things that are going on with you?
I think from a way of work perspective, for the employees, it was relatively easy for us as compared to from Nicholas and Andrew, because of the nature of the industries that they work in. Food Panda being in the e-commerce startup kind of a space, so it's a tech company. So by default, the tech tools are preferred for collaboration. So the challenge was relatively less for us. And so in the e-commerce space at this point, there's immense growth. And the new normal that in a way COVID brought in, it ushered with it so much ease for our users that they're actually not willing to go back to the old ways. The other day I was doing some deliveries with our riders, and it was amazing to see that our customers are so comfortable that even for less than a $1 ice cream, they would rather place it on our platform versus not just walk out of their houses a few steps down the road. So that's the kind of ease that we have brought in the lives of our customers. And in e-commerce and more recently Q-commerce, speed is and will continue to be of paramount importance. And obviously it needs to be backed with building a consistent, reliable brand that lives up to its promise every single time. This has huge implications for us on how the organization is designed. Like Nicholas mentioned earlier, that it's also important to have the right structures. Similarly, if we are not structured internally in an agile fashion, then we will never be able to live up to our customers' expectations of speed. So for us, more or less, yes, it has been a blessing. But having said that, I think because of the customer behavior and digitization happening as a whole, our industry wasn't kind of completely blown out of proportion in this case, and being unprepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a special thanks from all of us to e-commerce companies like yours to that were enabled us to get food from home and all our needs like that. So thank you very much for your hard work.
but yes, just adding on to that, it has kind of the other business plans like going into other product lines like having cloud kitchens and dark stores. I think COVID has definitely fastened the momentum and the need for those from our customers. So earlier, let's say if it was like that we're going to go live in 3 months, now it's like we're going to go live in 1 month because the demand is so much out there. Let's capitalize on that opportunity right here and now, instead that coming to the market in 3 months time when the competition has already eaten up your share. So yes, there's that.
Yeah, actually this really ties in great with a question that we got from from Chris. He's a CX practitioner in an e-commerce company, so that's quite relevant with you, Abida. And he's wondering, he's facing some challenges around getting upper management to really invest in the CX projects, and also as tied to that, he's having challenges around organizing all the different departments that are involved in making CX projects happen, like development, IT, marketing, and whatnot. So, what would be your recommendations for a person that is having challenges like this?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. I mentioned them as well earlier. That firstly, it's very important for you that you establish some small, quick wins, so that they see that CX is an important enough stakeholder to have in the boardroom in the first place. It's not that CX is there to do before you go live. It's just a sign off that you do that. Yes, the testing is done and the flow is working as designed. It needs to be a lot more than that. And in terms of talking about what are the quick wins that you can establish, again, I'll build it down to develop the work that you are doing with the core business KPIs, because only then you will make them interested enough for you to even want to listen. And the product folks or the commercial folks, they're very, very strong on data, way more stronger than us. So but where our strength lies in is kind of developing that story. That what are the different, for instance, in your case example, in e-commerce, a very basic data point that you could start off with is giving them the visibility of what are the what's your for your highest, most revenue generating partners, what is their order to complaint ratio. Start looking at these numbers, because tomorrow if you say that yes, while this partner is bringing in a lot of orders, but this is coming at an additional cost of these many customer complaints, so it's like from one side you're taking the money, and the other side on CS the money is going out of the organization. So net off, is it really working for the organization or not? So that's the starting point of the conversations that you can start off from. Then just to give earlier, just in the morning, every time you kind of go with them with the argument or with the change that this is not something that the customer values, make sure that yes, firstly it needs to be backed by data. So B, it needs to be validated by customer voice and customer sentiment. So if you're proposing a change, it's not because you feel that it needs to be a certain way, but because the customers feel. To kind of give you an example, I think I'm a huge fan of those because it helps in understanding the situation better. Earlier today in the morning, I was talking to my team and we were looking at the NPS numbers. Now the NPS survey that we have is the questions are standard across the whole of APAC. And based on what I saw in the data was that we have the standard question is that, would you refer it to your friends and family? And then the follow-up question has a few drop downs that, give us the reason of why you gave us that score. Now, what I saw that the customers who picked in example, let's say who picked in delivery as their biggest pain point. Now, if I look at only that data, my approach to that will be, let's solve delivery time problems. However, when I looked into the customer responses, I studied them more. And the last question, it said that, is there any other things that you would want to share with us? They were talking about food quality. So it was very clear by looking at the data that either the customers aren't really understanding, the fields that I'm giving, because in the last question, then the problem that they're selecting in the first one versus the problem that they're stating at the end are two very different things. So had I just jumped into that data and started to solve for delivery time, I think we wouldn't be anywhere. And so now my next ask to the product team or to the regional customer experience team is that this language that is used in the survey is too complex for Pakistan, because the literacy rate for Singapore and Malaysia and other digitally or more literate markets is very different as compared to Pakistan. But before I take it up with them, I'm going to get that validated from the customers first. So I have the data validation. Next, I'm going to reach out to those customers who filled in the survey yesterday, and I'm going to ask them that, you gave us this score. Could you elaborate on the reason for that score? And if that reason matches with the reason that they have entered, that means that that means it's good. And if it does not, then that means that they had a difficulty in comprehending what to select. So these are the small wins, I would say, that you can start off with, and being very much in control of the data points that on which the CX team is sitting, and drawing those correlations with the rest of the data that is available in the organization.
Thank you very much for your insight there, Abida. I'm sure that was really helpful for Chris. And we have another question from the audience around a new person that is looking into getting into the industry as a CX professional. This question is to the whole of the panel. Are there any tips or recommendations that you would give for up and coming, junior people in their early in their careers? Let's start with you, Andrew.
Not so much tips, but more just welcome. Yes, come. There's so many examples of bad customer experiences in my own organization, in companies that I buy from or receive services from. We need to do better. We need to do so much better in so many ways. And I think as a customer, my expectations keep evolving as new technologies come out, as things change in life. My expectations keep changing. I want to do more on WhatsApp. I don't want to deal so much on email. Whatever the next thing is that'll come along in the future, I don't know. But I think that in a role where you are thinking about the customer, where you are, going right back to the start with something Abida said, was the empathy mindset. And to me, the whole thing about customer experience is putting yourself in the shoes of the customer and understanding what's important for them. And so much of the rest of our companies is all focused on product or sales or doing the numbers or running the finance side. But customer experience is about understanding what's important for me as a customer, and then finding a way to deliver that in the way I want. So not so much a tip or anything else, but I'd go for it. Yeah, definitely.
Nicholas, do you have any tips?
Sure. I think most important, two things. One, to be curious. Always keep asking why, right? So that you understand, why is the customer asking this question? Why is the customer feeling this way? Why are they thinking this way, right? So it's important to ask all these why questions so that you deep dive enough. And like what Andrew said, so that you're able to put yourself in a position where you truly understand the customer's behavior. Now, the second thing is then on data, really looking at data. So like what Abida actually mentioned, sometimes what the customer says may not be truly what the customer feels, or they may not be truly behaving that way. So the data, in terms of behavioral data, sometimes is important to give you a clue as to what is the natural behavior of the customer. So it's important to be able to understand from customer's perspective, match that with the data to be able to truly understand the natural behavior of the customer, right? Once you're able to piece these two together, you have a better understanding of the customer's natural behavior. You'll be able to actually empathize that a lot better and be able to design a journey that is intuitive and seamless with what the customer would like it to be.
Yeah, so lots of analytical and design thinking aspects to all those, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Nicholas. Abida, any recommendations or tips or pointers?
I think Andrew and Nicholas both have voiced them already. Most important, be curious. Don't settle for mediocrity. Looking at averages, average numbers, or being average will produce average results. So, take those bets on yourself. Set ambitious goals to know your potential. Question status quo. I started my career from CS and then moved to HR, spent 8 years there, and then decided to come back to the customer space because I feel that this is the space I feel most connected with. Gain diversified experiences to see where your inner calling lies, what excites you. And above all, I can't emphasize it enough, be kind. You need to have that empathy in you for customer experience roles, because that empathy will make you look beyond the surface. And that's where the inner gratification will also come in for you. That the work that you're doing, the kind of impact that it has towards making people's lives easier, the people who are the masses, the people to whom the impact matters the most. I think those are the things that that will drive you towards that will drive you every day. Because yes, being in this kind of space, you kind of become the most hated in the organization also. So be comfortable with that, because you're going to be the one who's going to say that no, anything that compromises on the customer is not going to be kind of passed on, or we're not going to be forward. So you'll have to be comfortable with being in a state of conflict also with people at all times. But then I would say that the inner gratification part, once that comes in, that kind of makes your whole job worth it.
Thank you very much, Abida. We're almost out of time, but we actually got a very interesting question. So I think it might be, now that we have all you people here to pick your brains on these subjects, I think one last question would be nice. The question is about how to influence senior management to kind of bubble up the CX agenda and these strategies up to the board and the CEO level. So it's quite I think it's an advanced topic for a lot of people, but I think we have a great panel here to kind of maybe give some ideas about successful approaches there. So Andrew, would you like to give a few thoughts?
Sure. I think we've touched on some of it a little earlier, where I think you've got to understand the things that are important for those senior leaders. There's going to be some financial things. So you can't ignore that. You need to be able to talk about your CX agenda in a way that matches to the financial side. It's a fact of life where we can't ignore that. At the same time, I think there is sort of a general awareness that at a softer level, a better customer experience leads to better results. Happier customers, more customers, stay longer, stickier, all of those things that we talk about. So I think for me, again, it'll depend a little bit about who you're talking to on the board or the CEO. Is it a financial discussion? Is it a more strategic discussion around how we grow the customer base? Those types of things. But I think you've got to stop, or you've got to start the discussion with, what is that other guy, the person I'm talking to, where are they coming from with this, and how do I phrase my CX vision in a way that's going to make sense to them.
Thank you, Andrew. Nicholas, you're executive director at UOB, so I'm sure you have some great insight on the subject.
I'll try my best to share. I think the biggest challenge always is about being able to show to the board, right, the strategic imperatives of what you're trying to do, be it whether it's an ROI, or be it whether with today's COVID-19 situation, this is now a standard, a norm, where you need to be customer-centric, right? And that actually helps because you do get a lot of information and data widely available today to be able to actually show how CX can actually help make that big difference in terms of how customers perceive you, right? And today, if you look at it, loyalty is a huge issue in today's context with digital. There's so much ample competitors out there moving at such a fast pace, being able to offer new products, new services, just like that. So what then can truly differentiate, right, your organization versus another? So if you look at it from a CX perspective, if you're able to link that CX values right back to your organization values, then that can truly set you apart. So let me give you an example. So at UOB, we are a bank, and at the end of the day, as a bank, what is the most important? Despite digitization, we still believe that the human touch is still going to be critical. And that's why you look at our slogan, right by you. As a bank, we have evolved many years for over 80 years, right? And it started from being the family's best friend, right? Where you don't need to ask for any documentation. You knew about the family background of the business owner themselves, everything. You were able to have that relationship, right? So with customer experience, you're able to now, with data and digital footprints, gather all this to be able to back you up on how you could actually build that unique proposition from a customer experience angle that's unique to your company values and your company principles. So when you have both the experience embedded in line with your company values, I feel that truly differentiates you from your competition. And it's also allowing yourself to set it apart so that it's not easy for another organization to be simply able to copy exactly what you do, right? When we talk about products, when we talk about channels, right? There's tons of tools out there that allows your competitors to be able to offer the same offering as what you do if you're just competing on a product level. So what truly differentiates is going to be what you want that experience to be for your customer in engaging with your organization. How do you make that different, right? So it needs to be something at a more strategic level, translated into revenue, dollars and cents, for the board to be able to see the value and the long-term aspirations that could actually help differentiate the company. I think once you're able to put this together, it puts a bigger weightage to the board. Most of the time, when we struggle to convince the board, is because they can't see that value of CX in adding to the bottom line or to the company's goals. So it's important to be able to show that out to the board.
Yeah, I mean, driving that value and, you know, the core fundamental values are, I think, very important, you know, at the board level. It's all about, you know, it's all about the investor value and the return on investment. So yeah, I mean, thank you very much. There's some really good insights there, Nicholas. Thank you. And lastly, Abida, what would be your recommendations for bringing senior management, you know, up to speed to influence the board, the CEO, and whatnot?
I think Nicholas has put it all so beautifully together that, you know, if you're able to kind of create that magic with all those data points and that business linkage coming together, your job, at least on paper, will be done. But obviously, in practice, it's a lot more difficult to accomplish. Just adding a few points to that, more specifics, I would say that, you know, as CX professionals, it's not about that that we need to spend more in order to have, you know, a better customer experience, because, you know, that's not the kind of conversations that they want to hear in a very any organization wants to hear. What the value that they want you to bring in is how do you kind of draw the you know, distribute your customers into different segments and then see what drives each segment of your customer towards gaining more loyalty. Then very important, know what your competition is also doing, and competition direct and indirect, because in the digital space, the who your competitors are is kind of that line is kind of getting diluted. So know what they're doing, and then benchmark yourself also to know where you stand. That's also important, and that kind of builds a more holistic perspective for you also. Then adding on to that, lastly, what Andrew also mentioned, that, you know, lots of research is available and data is available out there that, you know, happy customers lead to, or even, you know, linking employee experience, happy employees lead to happy customers, which in turn leads to better business results. But then quoting those generic researches isn't going to help. How do you kind of make it specific to your business? That's the kind of insight that will help you in getting that buy-in. And you know, a good starting point is that if your position already exists in the organization, that means that the board and the stakeholders are already of that thought process that yes, it's an important area to have. So it's not that you have to convince them of the importance. So you're already there because they recognize the value, but now you need to take it to the next level, so that your team is positioned in a more strategic fashion and not an operational fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point to end the panel. I especially loved your point about the indirect competition. We actually shout out to my co-founder. We talk about that a lot within our company, and the example of the refrigerators and the ice companies, in the early turn of the century. So yeah, thank you very much, Abida, and Andrew, Nicholas. It was wonderful to chat with you on these subjects. I mean, you have some amazing insights and experience in this, in your career. So it has been a treat for me to get to talk to you guys and pick your brains and spend this time and have this amazing, start to this CX Day celebration. It's actually almost an end for us. It's almost nighttime, but or it's almost going to be the evening. But yeah, I mean, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, just some housekeeping items that we have. We're going to have for the attendees in our stream, we're going to have a short break, and in about 40 minutes, we're going to have a panel session from Dubai, and that's going to be pretty exciting. And the stream is going to continue on, so you don't have to change the stream. You can keep it on. We're going to have some animations and some soothing music for you to chill out to while you're waiting for the next panel. And hope everyone will have a great week ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Ismail. You guys, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you clearly.
Good morning, Ismail.
Awesome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to our webinar on how to establish the META large-scale customer experience discipline in the Middle East. Today is also a very special day for all of us. No matter you are in the customer experience field, you are a frontliner, or not having any customer interaction role. As long as your organization has customers, today is the day to celebrate and unify. A quick background about the Customer Experience Day. The CX Day is created by the Customer Experience Professional Associations in 2013. Today, we are celebrating the 8th anniversary of Customer Experience Day. And join us for this celebration, just like all the other people around the world. I'm also so honored and excited to be part of this panel, not only because of the importance of today as a Customer Experience Day, and also the topic that we will be discussing today. So you might be very familiar with customer experience and the terminology, yet based on my knowledge, this is the first time a panel discussion will be happening on the topic of large-scale customer experience discipline. So before going through our topic, I want to kind of a little bit brief. What does it mean, meta? Meta comes from the Greek, meaning across, beyond, a higher kind. So consequently, the meta customer experience is a large-scale customer experience effort that is more complex, more sophisticated than a traditional customer experience effort. If you haven't heard about the meta customer experience discipline, don't worry, you will find out more today from our sector experts during our panel discussion today. I also want to highlight that today's webinar is brought by the Pisano. Pisano is a customer experience management platform, and they already have and serving more than 100 customers in different geography. So today, we will approximately have 1.5 hour sessions with you. First 1 hour, it will be questions and answer sessions with our dearest panelists. Last 30 minutes, we will be receiving questions from all of the participants. And based on our time limit, obviously, we want to answer the questions as much as we have. Before starting our panel discussion, and I want to kind of give you a little bit summary brief and quick background and introduction about our panelists and myself before deep dive our topic. My name is Ismail and last name Ozkan. So I will be your moderator today, and I'm a certified customer experience professional, and I have helped clients in both government and private sector in designing and implementing from small scale to large scale customer experience programs. And can you guys hear? Because I just couldn't hear myself. We're good. Awesome. And I also am currently working in a consulting firm called Maven Insight and Solution, and leading the customer experience practice across the MENA region. So I want to first introduce our panelists, and I want to start first Olga Budieri. She's a certified customer experience professional, and also she is a senior global customer experience manager in Aramex. Aramex is a leading global provider of comprehensive logistic transportation solutions, such as express carrier delivery and freight forwarding, logistic, supply chain management, and e-commerce solution. So I want to welcome the Olga as a panelist in here. Our second panelist, it is Hatim Babazir. So he's the head of the customer experience in events and festival sector in the Ministry of Culture in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So he's actively worked in designing and implementing large-scale customer experience efforts in both private sector and government sector. So right now, so he works as a country level. So you can imagine the scale of customer experience that he's dealing with. And our last panelist is Juan Vega. He's also head of the retail projects in Max Fashion under the Landmark Group, and he had exponential omni-channel customer experience in Europe, and now United Arab Emirates. So this is the quick brief about our panelists today. And I also would like to again welcome our the panelists, and I want to get started with Olga with our question session. Olga, we know each other for a while, and also you are working in Aramex, and Aramex is operating in 65 countries with more than 15,000 employees. Considering obviously the scope of your work, also the area that you cover, you are dealing with such a large meta-level customer experience. Standardizing the customer experience effort and also providing the same kind of the customer experience in a consistent way, it is very hard. I've seen this from my background and experience. How do you ensure that your organization is providing a consistent customer experience effort across all the countries where Aramex operates?
Thank you for the lovely introduction, Ismail, and thank you for this question. It's a very important question. So first of all, it's very important to have frameworks and strategies in place that stem out of center of excellence that can really have a global view of what's happening on the ground across all countries, and what are the different projects that are happening, commercial and digital and operations, and across the organization really, and how can we propel customer experience in each of those different disciplines. The second thing is you need to really understand what does it look like in terms of management. So should you have a federated versus a central CX and UX framework? So whenever you're deploying a project, you should have champions on the ground who share the same belief system, who share the same point of view in terms of what is an intended, ideal, branded customer experience. And they know what that should look like in their context and in their country. Once you have this in place, you're able to communicate and collaborate with them very effectively and really have measures of success across the organization. And what this also allows you to do is to have basically what we call bottom-up innovation. So there could be amazing customer experience practices coming from different countries all over the world. They don't have to come from the center of excellence. And it's up to you as a CX practitioner to understand, collate, and collaborate across all of the different teams. So you become sort of the mecca or the go-to place where different collaborators from the organization approach and pitch different projects and initiatives where you can improve experience. So this is really what has been working for us, in addition, obviously, to a lot of support from the top down from our management team, who take customer experience very, very seriously across different sectors of the organization. And they work tirelessly to integrate different locations, whether these are organic locations that we've built up from the ground up, or these are recent acquisitions, especially in different countries in Europe, or our most recent acquisition in Australia and New Zealand.
Awesome. Thank you so much for Olga giving such an amazing tips and sharing those knowledge, with all the participants that actually is listening us today. So I want to kind of take it from here and to change the industry, and I want to go to a little bit like the retail industry. So obviously, Juan, so you are the expert in this industry, in the retail industry. As we know, fashion under the Landmark Group is such a big brand and operates in more than 15 countries with almost 600 stores. Considering the scope of work and the area that you cover, it is a tremendous effort that you have to deliver the desired customer experience. In each location, there's constant the information that you have to provide. So, which requires kind of like meta-level customer experience approach and the strategy in place. How do you ensure that the company's desired experience is being delivered, and in each store and each country?
Good afternoon, Ismail. First of all, thank you very much for the warm introduction, and it's a real pleasure to be with all of you here this afternoon. So I agree completely with Olga. I think it's extremely important, the bottom-up innovation. So it's similar to most of the projects. Everything is based on the teamwork. You can create a very solid strategy from up, but then don't see the results. And then always, comes the question, why this is happening? And I think it's very important that we know that the internal customer is as important as the external customer. What do I mean with this? What do I mean with internal customer? It's extremely important that the engagement of the different members of the chain, from senior management level to the teams in the ground, in this case, in our case, is the store, it's very important that they believe in the benefits of the project. So after that, we can create that strategy, and it's not from a very high position where we forget the daily work. But we co-create this strategy within the teams to align this strategy into the reality. Very similar to what Olga was saying before. We have champions in different territories with different mindsets, and they are the ones that normally are giving us the best practices for us to improve this overall customer experience. And this is extremely important from my viewpoint, because when we want to cascade, it's important that we all speak the same language. When the teams see that we are talking about practical and achievable strategy, they really see the benefits of doing that. So they are engaged and they're extremely motivated to take this forward. So I think that is the key. And after all that, of course, is very important, the monitoring. So when you are speaking about meta or very large scale, it's very important to have very clear 2-3 KPIs defined that can help you to highlight when the strategy is being correctly achieved, and what are the pain points or the challenges that we as an organization needs to work and we need to improve.
Awesome. Which is like one thing that you highlighted and got my attention, which is the teamwork. Obviously, the customer experience, it is not one department's job. It is a company's job. The mindset, the discipline has to be in place. And by involving all the departments, your internal customer, actually, it's a brilliant idea right off the bat to drive this strategy. I want to take it from here, and I want to look through a little bit different sector, which is like government sector. So obviously, like in a Hatem, I want to address like one question to you. When it comes to large-scale customer experience in the government sector compared to the private industry, it's much more harder considering the regulation, the procedures that you have to follow through. So please, like, I want to hear a little bit your view. Tell us, like, your view on large-scale customer experience, like an effort in the government sector. I think, Hatem, you are muted. If you unmute. Awesome.
Thank you, Ismail, for that.
Still, Hatem, you suddenly become unmuted.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank Pasiano and the team for putting this effort in sharing with everyone, whether the audience and furthermore in collaboration for this great customer experience day. I think, thank you first for the question, and it's a very focused on the government on a larger scale. If you allow me, I would want to shift the focus from customer experience or a customer to visitor, because this is the arena where we design our strategy is focusing on a visitor. As I'm in the division of festivals, events and festivals, which you're designing large scale events for the public, and definitely there's a big difference between designing journeys for private events composing of people within hundreds coming every day versus large-scale events or meta events composed of thousands a day, and it would reach over 10,000, 15,000 a day. So that magnitude of size, first of all, puts a lot of effort, work, and design and monitoring in order to achieve the KPIs that is set. Two things I want to talk about this. First is when designing on a large scale government events, planning is a fundamental phase. It takes longer time. They have so many stakeholders from on an alignment level from a government, for example, the civil defense, municipalities, ministries, interior, the police. All these they have to be part of that event. So the collaboration of the teams and communication in this is key, which also takes a lot of time in the correspondence from each side. the approach, the strategy that we're moving forward, our activities is part of the Vision 2030. And I think this is a mandate that every government entity has a plan moving forward. So that plan has to cascade from the overall objective, and you need to achieve every year's KPIs and engagement purpose. Two, the management resource on a big scale event. So you're not talking about one event management company, but probably over 10, and each company is managing a section or a division in that event. So that also puts a lot of magnitude on that. Health, safety, and security. That's also a very key. So when you talk about health and safety, you need to collaborate and associate with the Ministry of Health in order to provide you with the set. So in short, on this section, which is time is valuable on the planning phase. The more time is given, the more planning is designed, the better journey you will provide. The second part, why I want to move from customer experience to visitor experience, because once you switch to the mindset of visitors, you then move to designing journeys and experiences in real time. So I'll give a quick example. So in a typical customer life cycle, you go through all the phases: awareness, browsing, purchase, repurchase, and then after a long time, that customer becomes loyal, and then retention, and then advocacy. So that life cycle could take a year, 2 years, depends how long you reach. However, it is this point of view, the customer, it's an ongoing experience. It's pre-controlled because the company designs the product and ensures how it's displayed. The customer, he opens that product at home. If there is any issues, he can open a manual and go read. If there is a bad experience, he can call the 800 number. So that experience is designed, controlled, and pre-tested. At the moment of truth, that customer is probably relaxed using this product somewhere in his comfort zone. However, when it comes to visitor, that mindset is completely changed. Visitor life cycle is similarly the awareness, browsing, but then the moment of truth or the trial is once he enters that entrance gate of that event. This is where that experience starts, and probably before that, of course, when you look at the digital experience and the registration and how the communication happens on the pre-arrival of the event. But then when that visitor enters that event in real time, you're limited in control. You don't have, unless you did pre-test that event journey beforehand, which is usually the best case and what we usually advise. So limited control environment, and that puts very critical planning and implementation, monitoring and pre-testing on that level. So I will use visitor moving forward in this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Hatem. Thank you so much. It was completely different perspective. So as we know, if you are in the private organization, so most of the touch points that you provide and you are control of it, which is you brought up one perspective, which is you are dealing with the third parties that are out of your control. In later stages, I want to deep dive a little bit more and to learn from your experience. But right now, I want to continue with Olga, go back to Olga and ask her different kind of real, the today's world questions. And obviously, during the kind of Olga, during the pandemic, we saw exponential increase in online shopping, which means people that actually they do the online shopping and then they want their product to be delivered. So as well as which increase the package delivery and logistics. So how did you understand and meet customers the expectation during the COVID, before the COVID, and post COVID?
Definitely. So first of all, Ismail, just to highlight that customer understanding and insights is not something you do once and then you keep that and you shelf it. And it's not, it's a living exercise that you have to continue doing. So it is something that you have to believe that you're doing, and you're not doing it just for the sake of checking a box and saying, yeah, we do voice of customer. So it's something that's continuously there. It's ingrained. So whenever our salespeople go visit our B2B customers, it's there. Whenever we deliver packages in a store, it's there. Whenever our courier delivers a package, you rate it. So we are always listening to what customers are saying. We do user interviews, we do focus groups. Obviously, we were impaired during the pandemic and we couldn't do a lot of those face to face practices, but we adapted very quickly and we started doing a lot of those things online, in addition to monitoring conversations, monitoring calls, which is a continuous exercise, just understanding what's happening with that scene, understanding the types of customers that are coming in. So before the pandemic, a lot of our e-commerce customers were probably ordering luxury goods. They were ordering things like fashion and retail. With the pandemic, there emerged a new section of customers who are ordering maybe medicine. They're ordering groceries because everyone's in lockdown. So we have to really adapt really quickly to that. And thankfully, because of our robust operational and digital and commercial teams on the ground and in the center, we were able to adapt really quickly. The other thing that really helped us, and this was the innovation spirit. It is actually one of our values at Aramix, where you continuously innovate, you continuously seek next best practices. So we're not just looking for what we can do today, we're looking to what's next. Can we do drones? Can we do, contactless delivery? We were talking about those concepts long before Corona hit. So really, we were already on the path to deliver on these. What has happened for us is that we had to accelerate some of those initiatives, obviously, deliver on these faster. And the team came through. They delivered from the bottom up and top down. Our leadership fearlessly guided us, and we were having daily calls to manage the situation, just understanding what's happening, reconnecting flights, reconnecting routes, just changing the way we do business as we go, because we had to adapt really quickly. So that really helped us. And the spirit of collaboration and online, because we are a global organization and our centers of excellence are spread. So we have a large center of excellence in Dubai, and then our center of excellence in Jordan, and we have in India and South Africa, Australia, and so on and so forth, and in Saudi. So all of those teams were coming together already before the pandemic. It was very easy to shift. Even things like home agent. So we've been talking about moving our contact center workforce to work from home, or at least in a 50%, 60% capacity from home, long before the pandemic. I've been with Aramix for 10 years, and for as long as 10 plus years, as long as I can remember, we've been talking about those practices. So overnight, we had effectively to move 600 call center agents from our shared services to their homes. And it happened seamlessly. They were all equipped with laptops, VPNs, technology, and it really happened seamlessly for us. And I think it is based on, the continuous adoption and the continuous digital transformation that's happening. It's not something you do and affect overnight. As the pandemic is taking its course, what we see is that these have become standard practices. So we're very used to remote working, where we have our flexible working policy, we have our remote working policy, and these have created a different type of workforce, people who are so comfortable working across the globe. And that really resonates with us because we have offices all over. And even as we prepare for Customer Experience Day, where we have an event internally happening tomorrow, it is connecting all of our teams. What's happening is that we are sharing best practices globally, and this is part of the bottom up innovation that's happening as well. So we're not confined to what Olga thinks customer experience is. It's about all over, and it's about how do we tap into the different infrastructure we have, the different policies, different procedures, different even mindsets. And that's what's really helping us to understand the voice of customer all over the globe. And really just people sharing their stories. And I cannot tell you the amount of stories that we've been inundated with, just real positive, inspiring stories about customer centricity from all over the world in Aramix. And these range from really simple things like just delivering a package to people who have built an integration or an automation for a customer, especially for our global customers, our VIP customers, but also for SMEs and also for cash customers who are dealing with us on a transactional basis. So as you mentioned, we're talking about meta level customer experience. And for a wide scale service provider like Aramex, you have a wide range of people you're catering to. So you're really catering for large B2B corporations, you're catering for the SME, the entrepreneur persona, but you're also catering for, Olga and Ismail and Juan and Hatem and whoever is using the services of Aramex, whether it's e-commerce, whether this is banking, or the host of other solutions we have. So all of that, I believe, the robust infrastructure and all of our values and the core and our DNA of what we are and who we are has really shined through the pandemic and has really connected all of the dots for us together. So before the pandemic, we were looking at things like contactless delivery, leaving at door, drones, as a next best practice project. During the pandemic, the paradigm shift for us happened, and we started thinking of those as essential go-to projects that need to be accelerated within our innovation agenda.
Awesome. I love it. I love like three things that actually it get in my mind is one is like, the basically like an understanding customers' need. It is not a checklist. It is something that has to be in the DNA constantly. It's to happen. The second thing that actually, which is, as you said, being ahead of the game. For example, you talk about the drones, you talk about contactless delivery. Before the COVID, the company actually already thought about it, and I'm sure it was much more easier than starting right in that moment. And the third thing that which is, you said, like as a global team, being on the same page and as a co-creation and collaboration. I think these three things, I'm sure they provide you the success during that time.
Definitely.
Thank you, Olga. I want to take it a little bit to the different sector, which is with Olga, obviously, we look through a little bit into the logistic perspective, but how about the retailer perspective? So Juan, like, my next question is, so which method that actually, like, in Landmark Group, in your brand that you guys are using to understand the customer's needs, wants, aspiration? Because before the COVID-19, the way that they shop, and the brands that they choose, and even the models, it was different. And later on, it became completely different. How do you kind of keep it up with the meeting the customer's demand?
Mm-hmm. So look, Ismail, in here we try to be very practical and focus on things that we can change, of course, in a short term, and then have a mid and long term strategy. So let's start in the short term. That for me is very important. That is, first of all, we need to ask how it is the general customer experience of our buyers inside the stores. And then we start building kind of a pyramid. If we see that the customer experience has been negative, there is no point in asking something very aspirational about you prefer animal print or you prefer a floral print to buy. So first, we need to satisfy the first levels. So what we do is, if we see that the feedback is negative, we really focus on what happens there. Very generic question, very easy question for the customer, not very complex language. Which is the problem? You have had a problem on the cash deal, you have had a challenge on the fitting rooms, is something related to our product, something related to our store teams. Please just explain us what happens. So once the customer makes this brief introduction, then we go a little bit more deep. So let's imagine that the customer, they have had a challenge inside the store about the cash deal. Then we go into actionable things for us. Why? Because for us, it's not interesting that just like, okay, I have had a challenge in the cash deal, yes, but how we can improve that. So then we go kind of in a level 2 of saying, okay, but what happened in the cash deal? 4 very basic, very easy possible answers. The queue time was too long. And I am putting these examples because I'm sure that all of you are store buyers. So I'm sure that you have felt this in your minds. So the first is, okay, but what happened? It was too long. Maybe the cashier was not friendly enough. Tell us what happened. So once we really understand exactly which is the feedback from that customer, it will help our store teams to act on it. And that is something very important. And that's why also I think our internal customer is very engaged, because they see practical daily things that helps them to give them visibility to improve in the daily life inside the customer experience. So on the other hand, what happens if the feedback is positive? There is sometimes that we have a positive feedback, and then we ask, okay, thank you very much for this positive feedback. What we have done great. That's good. I mean, it's very good, but at the end, we are focusing also in what things we can improve. So what we do is, once we get this feedback, this positive feedback, we start going one level up of the pyramid. And we say, okay, the basic needs are covered. That's why the customer experience has been good for the customer. Then let's see if we can ask them something more to improve in the mid and the long term, the customer experience. So we can ask them, okay, how we can improve? And then, for example, I'm going to put a very practical example, as I was telling you in the introduction. We segregate the questions to be relevant for the customer. So, for example, we ask a first question about, okay, where you have made the purchase, in ladies section, in men's section, or in kids. Let's imagine that I am a kids buyer for my son. He's 2 years old, so today I purchase in kids. And then there I make relevant questions for that customer, where I am able to understand their needs better. And just to put an example, let's imagine that we're speaking about kids characters. We ask them, what else do we need to do? What you are missing in kids characters? And another level of the pyramid. So that can help us from a buying point of view to understand better which are the customer needs. So to help them better, or to, let's say, to give a better experience in the short and the midterm. Okay, so that's a little bit the strategy that we follow. We try to be very segmented, so we can solve the customer needs in all of the different of the levels of the pyramid. So in summary, I would say that it's like 3 easy tips. First of all, be practical. Detect the things that you can change so you can act on it. Second, work with priorities. Don't ask the customer very complex questions when there is sometimes that you need to solve first the easier and the most basic things for the customer. And third, be relevant. So ask feedback depending of which are the customer profile and which is the customer needs.
Thank you, Juan, for sharing the methods in place in max fashion, and also the 3 sound strategic tips. Thanks a lot. What I want to kind of like know a little bit, which Hatim already he mentioned a few areas, is we all know that customer experience actually requires the involvement of people from front line to back office, system, process, and third parties. And it's a constant teamwork that each player has a critical role during that throughout the journey. So now I want to kind of like address what if the customer ecosystem involves the third parties, which Hatim he mentioned a little bit. And so obviously it happens a lot in meta level customer experience. So Hatim, like, obviously considering your sector, cultural events and festival, and I'm sure there are a lot of third parties involved, and you don't even have, so such as maybe it might be events organizers' website, their call center, etc. So how do you ensure that each third party involved in this visitor journey in delivering the desired experiences, like how do you kind of like, guide them? How do you present the Ministry of the Culture's values?
Excellent question, Ismail. So I think here it's very important because you're actually working against time, and as I mentioned in the previous question, planning, the pre-planning phase is very crucial in execution at the right timeline. So it's very important to have the team believe in what you're doing and are their drive towards the vision and the goals of the organization, and not your unit, which is or department of customer experience. This is very important because if that value, if they see the value, they will be part of your team rather than a function executing a task. So we break down the stakeholders or the third-party supplier according to the customer journey. So who are involved in the pre-event phase, who are involved in during the event phase and the post-event. And then we create a briefing session, cascading the goals and the values to that event and the purpose, creating a purpose of that event. Meeting where you do the briefing, alignment, key questions, from any third party, not to mention roles and responsibility in the first meeting, because that puts a barrier or kind of, a wall on that meeting. It should be creative, it should be motivation involved, and working towards a team. And I think once that is done, which we usually, put it, part of an operational structure framework, and then you create the governance model. So that governance model should at least ensure who does what and when. You go back to the kitchen, you start, analyzing the personas, you start putting the journey and all the interactions that are there, whether, watch outs or dissatisfiers and so forth. And then you create something that we call interaction cards. And that interaction card cards are broken down as per phase. And then each stakeholder or a company, could have one card or more, because that card is defined by an interaction and not a full project. Because you have, even in specific, one stakeholder could have multiple people working on different interactions. So a communication team working on the design, the branding, the communication, another team working on the technical part, the website, the application, digital experience, UX, and so forth. So then you have a second round or a third round, as every entity by itself through a group session, and then you explain these interactions. And most importantly, what does these interactions mean? I mean, if there is a shortfall in not delivering that task, what would be the result? And it's very important for the third party or the team player who's working on the other side to see the result or the impact from that. Hence, they see the value of that activity. After that, we of course that in that meeting we set the roles and responsibility, we set the deadline and the team, and then you have a clear structure of execution. Then we ideally you go back and create a control tower. So us, like a typical PMO in a large scale project, that control tower is just a control tower. They ensure that these tasks and activities are done on a timeline that is feasible for us to execute, and then they would also do a pilot to test the execution and whether there is feedback or not post that. So this is basically how we should look in stakeholder management, especially on a large scale event, and ensure to ensure everybody is aligned under one goal and one timeline.
Awesome. Thank you, Hatem. Thank you for the input, which is a few things that comes to get in my mind is like, once you highlighted the rather than telling them what to do, you are teaching them actually how to do. So this is the one of the area, proactive approach. And the second part, that which is the importance of the governance. So I want to take it from
maybe just to add, that is why we should do it. Maybe it's more important than how and it is why we're doing it. And I think this is the key question. It's like Simon Sinek always said, great identifying the why always gives purpose and value to whatever anyone is doing.
Awesome. Actually, when it comes to why, actually, I'm like eager to ask the next question to Olga, because she mentioned that the organization quickly kind of like change from one day to another day. So I want to kind of like a little bit understand more also how the unifying the organization from C-level to frontliner is happening. So obviously, like, the Olga, like I know the Aramex has been investing in customer experience for a long time to ensure that your customers are receiving the experience that actually they look for. And uniting your organization from C-level to frontline in any customer experience effort, and it's really crucial and critical for the sustainability. So what efforts that actually you have made in Aramex, and you can advise all the people that who's been listening us in here, maybe they are working in the logistic and the package delivery industry, and then they can take advantage from your experience.
I'm going to echo a little bit of what Hatem has mentioned. It starts with the vision, it starts with the why. So there needs to be a very inspiring vision that everyone can aspire to. So it doesn't only count on Olga and what Olga thinks or whoever is in CX. It's what's going to inspire the rest of the 15,000 people who work at Aramex to deliver day in and day out. Our company's logo is Delivery Unlimited, and actually it has that instant recall even for our employees that we are trying to push the limits across all types of limits, all types of industries, all types of verticals. We're trying to crack every single type of delivery because it is a promise to the customer and we're trying to deliver on that. What we have been able to change overnight is not our DNA and the way that we operate. It's merely the logistics of how we conduct meetings, the logistics of how we have those setups and co-creation sessions, and the logistics of where we take our calls, where we serve our customers. But our core has not been shaken and our core values have not changed. So effectively, it all tied into who we are and the passion and the innovation and the customer centricity at Aramex's core values. And this is what has been very instrumental in this change. As a CX professional, and actually this is, once again, it's not something that happens overnight. So I once heard someone say that if you want to change the culture or if you want to be more customer centric, it's probably something that's going to take you 6 to 8 years to impact within your organization. And it's very important to understand that this is potentially the full 180 transformation that we're talking about. In the meantime, there are stories to be told. There is a narrative in CX that needs to be heard across the organization. And you don't have to boil the ocean to achieve that. So what what low hanging fruit, what initiatives you can do right now that will impact your customer in the best way, you need to do it now. Don't wait for 6 to 8 years to do that. At the same time, the way you narrate the story is going to impact how you do it and who's going to co-create and collaborate with you. So you need to make sure that you are able to align to the different power cores within your organization. You know who's driving the organization. Is it commercial? Is it digital? Is it HR? Is it operations? I need to align to that and ultimately align to the company strategy. So again, going back to the why and connecting all of that. And really understanding how you can be, as a CX practitioner, a storyteller, because you are the voice of the customer within your organization. So they are relying on you to tell them what the customer has in mind, what the customer needs are, how they are evolving. And you need to have a very structured approach to tell the story. So for me personally, what we've been doing is we've been treating customer experience, awareness, and customer centricity as a marcom campaign. So it goes a little bit more into marketing, campaigning, lobbying. So effectively, we're creating a calendar of events that revolves around CX. So every day there is content about CX relevant to the organization, going out to different levels. Again, echoing a bit of what Hatem said, you cannot, just cascade everything all at once. You have to prep the people and you have to give them some insights of what you're working on, and then capture their feedback and their perspective. When our team was first renamed from customer service, because that's the teams we were supporting globally, to customer experience, we just assumed that everyone's going to be customer centric. They know what customer centricity is, what customer experience is, but that's not the case. You have to be that voice of customer within your organization, and you have to be that catalyst of change. I think this is also the official definition. Greg Milia, our CXPA president, he was sharing that during the UAE launch for the CXPA chapter in UAE, and this is what he talked about the CX practitioner being the catalyst. So you don't necessarily do that, but you are not echoing again also Hatem, you're not responsible for everything that relates to customer. So within my organization, we have teams like customer operations, we have customer service, consumer services, sales, commercial, other commercial aspects, as well as couriers and so on and so forth. But you don't have to do every single thing. What you need to do is to ensure that the teams are all aligned and they have the same vision and the same aspiration and CX. And you get that information across to them in a way that resonates with them and they understand it. So that's what has worked for me, really aligning the organization all together and understanding who the power core is and how can we use that person or that figure or that team as an inspiration for the rest. So the idea is it's not about who's taking credit, it's not about who's in the forefront of change. The CX person is a catalyst. So effectively, you are a behind the scenes person who's trying to create that narrative and storytelling in your organization. You're trying to trigger the team, you're trying to ignite that fire within them so that they become really customer centric. And it becomes about what's the value to the customer, what solutions can we bring to the table, rather than this is how we design it internally and this is the best way we can do it and this is the easiest, cheapest way we can get the app out. It becomes, the conversation becomes about, and this is actually things we've been hearing from our digital team, from our operations team, teams that normally you wouldn't necessarily associate with customer centricity. Things like, do we really need an app for this user persona? Or is this user persona or customer persona better served with a WhatsApp chatbot, or they're better served through social? And just really understanding this for different teams, it kind of creates that sense of collaboration and people asking the right questions. So that's what has really worked for me. And in our event tomorrow, I just circle back, it's on top of mind. I am not doing the speaking. So I'm customer experience, but everyone else is participating. I am just moderating and facilitating and catalyzing the event. But really, the people who are inspiring the rest of the 15,000 are different commercial heads, are different operations heads, are different digital people who have large organizations under them in Aramix, and they are driving the agenda aligned with customer centricity.
Well, I love it. I love the to be honest with you, is like I'm expecting to all your event that tomorrow how it is gonna go, and I look forward to it. I wanna take.
Sorry, if you may allow me, I just want to reflect to this. Olga, very well said. To be honest, I think what we're trying also to say, if we reflect back 15 years ago, when companies shifted from product centricity to customer centricity, and everybody wanted to focus on the customer and revolve the whole operation around that. I believe today a customer experience is the fuel and the core of that customer centricity framework, because you would have to change the culture, change the whole organization on their operation. And however, the customer experience is the platform. It's where how each function should interact and engage with customers. And definitely celebrating success of each journey is key, because that win is back to them. And this is exactly what you should expect in any corporate event on a customer experience day, is everyone talking and not the unit.
Awesome. I love it, Hatem. Like, thank you for your additional comments. I wanna take it from here and speak with Huron in terms of the gap. I'm sure most of the people who's been watching us in here, they know the research recently conducted, and it's talking about the gap between the experience that companies they believe they deliver and experience that actually consumer that actually they receive. So I'm sure, Juan, if you are familiar with this research, so top 80% of the executives, they believe they deliver superior customer experience. However, only 10% of their customers, they agree that they receive it. Based on your experience and in your current role, your previous role, and your career, why do you think that there is a huge gap, and how to overcome this?
Very good question, and I think that is the question. Why? why we think, normally we think that we're doing so good, but when you ask to the customers, they feel another way. So I would summarize all this in one word, that is flexibility. Making echo what Hatim and Olga was saying, I think the vision is extremely important, that we as an organization, we know which is the goal, how to achieve that goal, but also in the path, we need to be flexible. Why I'm telling that? Because I think the main reason of this disconnection between what we think that we are doing and what the customer really feels that we are doing, it is that there is sometimes that we want to decide what the customer needs. We tell them, this is what you need, instead of asking, what do you need? Okay, so often we focus ourselves in wanting to tell the customer, this is the type of experience that I would like that you have. Okay, and obviously it's very good to have this vision and to have this very clear customer-centric strategy. But I think there is sometimes that we need to be very humble and we need to be flexible to adapt this strategy. And I think the most important word is actively listen to the customer. Really wanting to understand what they want for us, what they expect for us, and they adapt this strategy into their needs. Why? Because at the end, the customer evolves. What we expected or what the customers expected 1 year ago is very different to what they expect today after the pandemic. Also, we are having, thanks to this, let's say, technological revolution that we're having, we are serving different types of customers. So from boomers to Gen X to Gen Y to Gen Z. So the expectations of each of them is very different. So at the end, that's why I think we need to be humble enough to actively listen to them and to really try to give them what they expect for us and not give them what we want.
Awesome. So again, you highlighted that the active listening with the customers and is the key to close this gap. So I want to look through a little bit. How about when it comes to government sector? Hatim, I want to address the next question to you. As we all know that customer experience contains the strategy part, customer understanding, insight part, experience design and innovation, and measurement, adaptation, and culture. Based on your experience in the government, the sector, which pillars do you think which are the most important, the ones, and why, based on what you've seen in the Ministry of Culture?
Okay, it's an exciting one, yet very critical and very important. When putting a CX strategy for a government sector versus a company with a clear operating model. So I believe we're going through a shift, a transition, not only us as an entity, but the whole kingdom. And that culture change and mindset change is impacting everyone. And similarly, we need to adjust to that change as well. So looking at Ministry of Culture, we're a new entity, a government body that is just in the transformation phase. 16 sector commissions have been established, and the strategy is yet not fully unveiled. So there are some areas of culture is still under development in order to launch. So going back to your question, I believe strategy, organization development, and culture is the fundamental moving forward to customer experience, because that again, shifting to customer centric. This is exactly the phase we're currently in. It's not about. So I represent the event and festival sector, but there are other subsectors who are doing other stuff. SMEs and entrepreneurship strategies and external party and collaboration with government entities globally. And so going back, once that strategy, vision, and culture vision is established and people believe and are already engaged, then you can move into monitoring, evaluation, designing journeys, and implementation. These are on an operational level. Listening and monitoring and evaluation, designing journeys and personas are on an operational level. However, they're very important because they improve the team's mindset and how they look at visitors and customers. In the Ministry of Culture, and over time, the more you engage with these, with several different departments when you're executing your journey experience, that elevates their experience in approaching their customers as well. For example, procurement or shared services or internal IT. So for them, we are the customers. HR, for them, employees are the customers, and that customer experience, us being the core of improving and enhancing that journey, there is a ripple effect on the whole organization. And the more you celebrate it, the more culture drives towards that change.
Awesome.
And then also, just lastly, I think also it depends where the organization stands, the current status of that company. If it's well established and they have clear, vision, strategy, goals, and plans, then that's much easier to set up. If the organization is still new and agile and a startup, so I think it's an opportunity because you get to design that embedded in the same, at the same time.
Thank you, Hatim, for the insight and the sharing your view on it. So before going through our kind of next and final question session, so I already see few the questions that actually from our participant, and we will be addressing those questions. But before going to and addressing your questions, I want to have like one more round, and I want to continue with Olga. Olga, based on my experience, like I barely seen the people actually. I seen people, but not that much that has been working in one company like more than 10 years, especially in customer experience. So that's why I'm sure most of people that either they are in the customer experience field or they are planning to get in the customer experience field. I want to kind of like understand a little bit your the experience. Like my question is to you is like, so far throughout your tenure in Aramex, what are the top 3 customer experience challenges that you have witnessed throughout your career? And then you can kind of like, teach, we can learn actually from your experience.
Thank you for the question, Ismail. So just reflecting back on what you've said, being in one place for so long, actually this is quite normal for Aramex. So there are people who I've known for just over a decade all over, and there are people. So our leadership team, you see people who have been there for 15, 20, and even 25 years, and even as old as the company itself. So really, you have that amalgamation of all of that wisdom and knowledge that Aramex has built all over the years, and you can tap into that. And it really helps as a CX professional. What I found challenging, and this is probably not Aramex specific, maybe this is for the profession of CX, and this is my personal view on it, and how do you look at it? For the first couple of years working in CX, there was no formal definition of the profession, as obviously witnessed by my title itself was customer service, but we weren't doing customer service at all. I'm sure you know that part of the story, but it wasn't such a trendy term in the world back then. And even as it evolved, the clarity of the role of a CX professional can be sometimes not as clear as other roles in the organization. So don't be, whether you are an applicant and you're aspiring to be recruited by a company, don't be fooled by titles and what's the role. Really understand what it's about. So customer experience is not customer service, and there is a wide difference between that. It's not like you get a handbook and this is what you need to do. It's you have to be very innovative. You have to be out there. You have to really understand the organization and really understand what you need to do within your role, and assess every single function, initiative, and assess the information and collaboration streams, but also assess what you need to be doing. I do some coaching and mentoring as well for CX professionals. And one of the most common questions that come to mind, my CEO is asking me whether I need to handle complaints or not. And again, this really depends on your org structure. This depends on what you are responsible for. But whether this is within scope or outside scope, you have to have clarity on that this is within scope. And then you have the governance structure for that. You have the framework structure. You have the capacity planning properly and the metrics and the controls. If it's not within your scope, then you need to have mechanisms to relay this to the relevant teams, and need to understand what is the role of CX. So maybe the role of CX is about root cause analysis and understanding why complaints are happening and closing the loops. However, the understanding of CX is not shared and common across all stakeholders. And it's up to you to create this narrative and to share it and to make sure that everyone is clear on who should be doing what. So again, going back to Marcom and going back to raising awareness about CX within your organization. The second piece is, if you're in CX, most likely you are competing with other tangible projects. So if you are, pitching the management a $2 million customer transformation project, most likely people are pitching the management a $2 million warehousing project, which has a demonstrable and real ROI that they can see and they can touch. So you are competing with really tough projects out there, and you really have to be convincing, but also you have to be patient and you have to be adaptive. So you cannot just stand, fold your arms and say, I'm going to wait for that $1 million project. Until then, we're not going to do anything. You have to find creative ways to pilot such projects internally, to be, open to working with boutique agencies, to be able to work with local companies, to be able to figure out how they want to take a project like that, descale it, try it out, pilot it, demonstrate ROI before you can come back with a solid use case and scale up and go global. So really that helps. So if you have an internal measure, you want to first of all try it out, see how it works, and then figure out how to connect it. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but having demonstrable ROI every day and every single day is very important, even if it starts with small things. The third thing that I've reiterated to my team, and they're always cognizant of this fact, is that you're not your user. Never use your own internal frame of reference, your internal assumptions when you're building solutions, when you're looking at experiences. You have to understand where the user is coming from. You have to understand where the customer is coming from. If they're using your tools, your mechanisms, don't assume they experience the experience in the same way that you are experiencing it. So you have to be really open-minded to understand. One of the examples outside of our industry, it was a very interesting and notable example, but that I always use with my team, is why a certain bank was trying to figure out why mothers are not saving. And what they understood was that mothers didn't have the bandwidth to think about things like saving when they have childcare and they have the household, everything that's happening. So they came up with a solution that was called Top Up, which is basically when you're grocery shopping or whatever you're doing, it will round up the figure on your bill to the next integer. And what it will do is it will take that roundup and put it in your saving account. So that's how you're multitasking. And they did that by understanding their user and understanding how their customers experience their products and solutions. So that's very critical. And that's a critical piece for me always to keep with me wherever I go.
Awesome. I love it. I love all the detailed explanation, Olga. Thanks a lot for the advices. I want to listen from Juan as well. Juan, obviously, you're in this sector for a long time. If you give one advice to CX practitioners who is in the retail industry all day, want to get in the retail industry, what would it be and why?
Very good question. Thank you very much. So first of all, I think retail is a very kind of generic word. And inside retail, there is very different types of positions or segments, okay? And I think something very important is that you need to understand the customer. And why I say this? Because inside retail, depending which are the segment that you are approaching, the expectations from the customer is very different. I'm gonna put for one example. This, for example, in our case, in Max, we are a value brand, similar to Primark, for example, that you may know in Europe. And the expectations of the customer in a value brand are speed, something fast, something easy to buy, so they can buy a very good value product. Okay, but the expectation of a high-end brand or a luxury brand, like for example Gucci or some other brands, is totally different. Why? Because at the end I am spending a big amount of money, hence my expectations in my customer journey and my customer experience is very different. So at the end, I think it's important that you need to be the first one who needs to understand what the customer needs and then start building that experience depending on that. And I think a very good example of this is now, just after COVID situation, for example. There is some time that some retailers were trying to adapt into the new normality, into the new situations, and additionally to all the basic things such as social distancing, hand sanitizer, etc., the customer is really looking for answers of how you can make my daily purchases easier. And there are multiple answers into that. It can be reducing the contact points. It can be deciding in store or looking in the store what I want to buy, but not touching and buy it online so I can receive it directly at my home. Maybe what they want is to be faster inside the sales area or the shopper area, so it needs to be something pretty easy. So it's something very important that understand what the customer is expecting from us. So that is my advice into the people that wants to start customer experience inside retail, is that first of all, you need to understand what is the customer expecting, and same as I was telling before, being flexible to adapt that strategy into the customer needs.
Awesome. Thank you, Juan, for the information, which is one thing that you said is customer understanding. And my last question, that before I go to some Q&A session, it is going to be for Hatim. Hatim, obviously, the type of the visitors, let's put in as the beneficiaries, in each event, actually it is different. So as well as the way that you interact with them. Such as a beneficiary, it could be from the royal family members. It attends in the mega events such as G20 or other kind of the governmental the events. And on the other hand, there is a Saudi family with 2-3 kids, and they attend the Riyadh seasons. So this is a kind of different demand. So the size of the customer base that you interact with is very different, and it is tremendous. So what would be your advice to someone actually who's responsible for managing such a big size and different type of beneficiaries, the customers or visitors, and to provide the experience that actually they promise?
Thank you, Ismail, for the question. Yes, it's very important. I mean, segmenting your target market is one of the key tasks or key process that every project needs to take, whether a campaign or an event or a product launch. So with events and with government events, you have the mass public, and you have the other segment who are the royals and then the VVIP. I believe step one is understanding your personas behavior and not only profiles is very, very important. Take the time and spend as much possible tools that are available there to help also strengthen that result. So focus groups, outsource data, ask people, do workshops, locking the personas behavior of each segment. And when I mean behavior, is basically understanding what are their expectations, what are their aspirations, and what are their frustrations. If you lock these three in every persona card, you would at least know when you deliver a journey, you're delivering the expectation of what this visitor is really looking for. If you can understand their aspiration, you notched it up a little, and you got into the unexpected interactions, and this is where you want to reach to amazing, unbelievable. If you reach the unbelievable level, then you astonished that visitor, and you went beyond the basic level of service. And frustration, obviously, it's key. Every journey design, you need to pinpoint these interaction that really create and focus on. The other thing is design journeys separately. Each persona crack their journey and work on it from A to Z. However, cross-match the common interactions for all the segments. So there's one journey and there is multiple personas. However, there are common activities or common interaction between them. If these are common, then master them, because you can make sure that you will not fail, and then that gives a higher possibility on a high satisfaction score on these common activities. Then the uncommon, you just do an exercise where you just be aware of the unexpected. What could happen, and how can you control it, and put a mitigation plan for the uncommon interaction. And I think the uncommon ones are the ones that needs to have more in-depth. The other thing which is very important is learn and reapply. So don't consider every event as a new event. You go back and bring together all the closure reports and satisfaction measures and all the insights that were caught in the previous and build on them, because these will minimize the bad experiences and the low expectation service on an event. I think also exploring technology is very important today, as whether before COVID or during COVID. Technology has is becoming fundamental in our day-to-day life, and also it can become integral in part of the operation of every event. For example, using beacons, the Bluetooth targeted communication, RFIDs for ticket purchasing, for example, barcode scanners and so forth, to ease a seamless experience during that touch point. Also, how can you utilize, which is very important in large-scale events, especially with government projects where the whole public, you get thousands of people in the same day. How can you leverage technology to help critical situation like emergencies when happens? So, for example, a kid, very commonly, a kid get lost amongst these people. So within the app of that event, you share with people that there is one button that you click if you have a kid lost. So that kid has a wristband with the GIS, you can monitor, you would know where they are. Imagine you go, bring the kid who got lost and bring them to their family for even meeting the family. So that proactive strategy using technology, similar when someone gets fainted or falls down, or you press one button and the control tower or whoever in the operational team, they get notified, they know the location, the ambulance is easy to come in, or the medics to go and support. Again, as I mentioned before, being in an event, it's experience in real time, and how are you ready with all the tools and the plans to rectify whatever can happen there and improve. I think lastly, which is very important, and I see a lot of mistake happens, is on the awareness phase. So when campaigns are launched during events at the beginning, all the that power of awareness will drive traffic on the first day, and usually the first day is not your best day. It's either you test it beforehand with people and that your experience is on track, but however you can't have 10,000 people on a test day because you need another budget in order to do that. So ramp up the traffic on the event. So go moderate, very humble, not very humble, but a humble traffic that you get at least the first couple of days, and you learn. You ensure all the experiences are intact, all the interactions are proper, all the team are briefed, and then these people will become advocates. You will have a high NPS, and they will spread the word. So the people that are coming back to you are actually referrals, and then using their social media engagement, the shares, the feedback, pushing information. Leverage those, because when you leverage those, it becomes authentic. It becomes real, because these people have visited you and they left, and they're happy, and they're promoting your event. So they would like if you actually help them share it as well, as a testimonial, as any type of information that comes out. So think of the campaign. Go out of the box, like the usual typical campaign. All the budget goes in the first week, and then you try and cover all the costs in the first week, and then you retain the rest. But it's a risk, especially you haven't mastered that experience at the beginning of the event.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you so much for enlightening us, because it's a completely different perspective. I'm sure a lot of people, they attended the events and their culture, like the events, but they don't actually, for example, from my side, my experience, I never ever thought about the background and all the preparation. So thank you all. What I would like to continue is we have last 15 minutes. We already have few questions. Definitely, I want to highlight your questions. If you still have questions and you haven't sent us, please send us. Still, we will have time, and then we'll try to do our best to answer your question. The first questions that actually is, I want to ask this question to you on yourself, if you don't mind. The question is, do you think that we will see more chief customer officer in the near future who will be responsible for preventing the churn, upselling, or cross-selling?
Mm-hmm. Very good question. And the answer, I think, is short and easy. That is, yes, I think so. And I will try to explain why. As very correctly Olga was saying before, the approach of the customer experience has changed from being a customer service, where we're only focusing on the after sales. And now what we're doing is we're bringing the customer through all the, in our case in retail, through all the supply chain. So we have been speaking during today that in the last 10, 15 years, companies has passed to be product-centric into customer-centric. So that's the reason why I really think that this position of being a chief customer officer in the near future is going to be very important in the companies. Hence, the companies will really need this, because what we are doing is we're bringing the customer inputs across all the supply chain. It's not only in the last step, but across the different structures of the organization. And at the end, this chief customer officer is the representative of the customer inside the organization. Hence, all the different internal processes inside the organization needs to have an input from these chief customer officers. And I'm going to put a very easy example that, for example, in our case, we at Max were doing. That is, who would ever believe that we were deciding what to buy and what to design depending on the customer needs? And this is a reality today. Now we decide what the customers are needing, because we ask them, what do you miss from us? What do you really would like that we make more? Hence, we start with this feedback of the customer. We put it in the beginning of our supply chain, and we started designing this for them. There is some other retailers, very well-known retailers that I'm sure that you have seen in social media, in Instagram, for example, that they are asking you in Instagram posts, what do you prefer, this one or this one? So the one that, let's say the one that have more opinion, then they make the fabrication of all this. So at the end, after 3, 4, 5 months, it's going to be a product that you're going to be able to buy. Hence, that's why it's so important, this role of chief customer officer, that is going to help not only to improve the upselling, improve the cross-selling, reduce the churn, but even more is that it's going to help the whole organization to understand much better what are their needs.
Thank you. I just want to add one thing. First of all, I totally agree, and I believe that there will be more chief customer officer, and also we have to look through a little bit of the region that in here. For example, based on my knowledge, Dubai is the first country that bring the happiness when it comes to as a ministry level. So basically, the government and the country really cares about their citizen, their residents' happiness. So that's why it is a little bit like top down from the government. And obviously, we are in the area that the service industry, it is booming. And so when we talk about the service industry, obviously customer experience is much more important. And considering based on my the humble experience in this region last 5 years, and the people that I seen 5 years ago, actually I didn't see that much like in a customer experience the roles in the companies. Right now it is they have different departments, they collaborate with all the other cross-functional teams. And even one example from my own company, the first time when I started my current company, we only had like 4 or 5 people, only a handful of people, they knew the customer experience. Right now, pretty much 10 to 12 consultants that actually they are really familiar with customer experience, and also they work on actively in the projects. So considering all these trends, I think definitely the companies, they will invest in more, and then we will have definitely more chief customer experience role.
I completely agree with you, Ismail. And at the end, when you see the government or the institutions that are starting with this, the expectations of, let's say, of the customers of the government, that at the end is all the people that is living in that country, they expect at least the same level of customer experience in the daily life. So when I go to the supermarket, when I go to buy clothes, when I go wherever. So I think that is something that has arrived, and I think it's going to be for very, very, very long time. That is, we need to search the happiness for our customers, for our citizens, and I think it's across the different industries.
Thank you, Juan. We have one more questions before finalizing our panel for today. And I think when I read this question, I think Olga, you could be the perfect candidate for these questions. Let me read you the question. The question is, I'm responsible for customer service team at an insurance company. We have been lately investing in automating our customer service by knowledge basis and chatbots. Sorry, I'm somehow afraid that this whole automation can break the bond between our company and our customers, since our customers are so keen on human-to-human interaction. So, what are your ideas about this?
Brilliant question. First of all, I congratulate you on asking the question. And it's very important to understand why you're doing this automation. So automation for the sake of automation is surely going to fail. So you need to understand what is your purpose behind it and what is the experience you're trying to create. Secondly, what I like to call within my organization is we're customer centric when we design experiences. We're digital first and we're seamless, but we're varying degrees to different customers. The application of this is in varying degrees. So if I'm talking about a B2B VIP customer, my adoption of a digital first strategy is not top of priority as much as customer centricity. So I need to understand this customer and what is an ideal experience for them and what is the means of interaction for them. Maybe it's more important to set up procedures and frameworks to build QBRs or weekly, performance reviews that the customer can see with us and interact and build a relationship than it is to automate. If I am looking at more transactional relationships, I'm looking at things that customers can self-serve, then we really need to understand what's the use case and how do we go about it. So what are you enabling via this chatbot? what are the different use cases. When we implemented our chatbot for Aramex, we were the first logistics company in the region to implement a chatbot for delivery management. And when we did that, we listened to 10,000 conversations through our contact center just to understand why customers contacted us. And we reached the conclusion that they contact us for three things mainly. Where is my shipment? When can I get it? And where do I pick it up from? And based on that, we built our use cases. And there was a mix of informational, but as well as conversional use cases. So you don't want to build just the chatbot for the sake of having the nice tool, but you also have to have a certain ROI for you and the customer from it. So if they need to interact with your chatbot just to get a piece of information or the phone number of your call center, then they have to call you again. In my opinion, this is a break of the experience. But if they are using your chatbot and they are able to do things like payments or schedule a pickup of their, insurance policy, or they're able to fill a form or fill a claim via your chatbot, then you are on the way to success, because then you're really creating a way where customers can communicate with you in an asynchronous manner. That means they can communicate whenever they can, wherever they can, and that gives them more leeway. And with a chatbot, with a text messaging platform like that, what you will be able to do is actually relay different formats of information. So you can ask them to share their location or share their preferences. They can read and reread your messages again. The other piece that really connected things for us is when we started the chatbot, we only had a 13% conversion rate. And what this meant was that we've invested massively in this technology. However, only 13% of our users saw value. So what we've done was we've audited the conversations on the chatbot itself and try to understand and analyze the drop-off points and understand why customers are considering this experience negative or why they're having issues. So maybe the tone is not clear. Maybe the terminology we're using is too, jargony. It's too technical. Maybe we're making assumptions about where they use it or when they use it. One of the first things that happened, it was, it's obvious, but when we were doing user research, we were asking customers initially, our initial hypothesis was where they want your shipment. They want us to deliver or they want to pick it up. And based on that, we would design a flow, a UX flow on our chatbot to relay to operations and to integrate with digital. The users came back with a very pithy response saying, how can I tell you if I want it delivered or picked up if I don't know when it's coming? And it's exactly, touche, because that's what matters to your user. They want to know this piece of information before they make their decision. And this is how you will succeed in your chatbot. If you only have it for the sake of automation and it's an FAQ type of chatbot and it's just informational, you will not see a lot of ROI, nor will your users. But if you are willing to invest into the workflows and into the user experience and to do a lot of research and understand where the experience is breaking, then it's worth the risk. And I congratulate you on taking this step.
Thank you, Olga, for detailed explanation. Just at one point, Hatem, is there anything that you would like to add on the comments? Okay. Awesome.
Good.
What I want to add, which is like, I totally agree with Olga. Even based on my experience, I've seen some of the organization, actually, the benchmarking. Benchmarking is such a great the study, but it doesn't mean every single the benchmark that you have, it will be applicable for your organization. So that's why we always suggest to come up with the business case. And then always there is a validation point of why this the initiative actually it is needed, and in terms of the either interaction with the customer or cross-selling, upselling. So that validation point has to be over there to make it happen. So that's all that I wanted to add. So far, like we are almost reaching to our time limit. And what I want to do is like last 1 second, if any of our participants in here, our panelists, if they have final word, we have 1 more minute, and after that we will be closing. Olga, is there any final word from your side?
I just want to take a moment to admire what Hatem said, and I was reflecting on that during the last piece that he explored about what goes into large-scale mega event planning and implementation. And it occurred to me that some of your users could be incapacitated, they could be illiterate, or they could be unable to use technology in a certain way, impaired. So you really have to have a very simple, straightforward way for them to ask for help. And I really appreciate all of the work that's being put into that. And
Thank
hopefully
you.
after COVID, I'm looking forward to attending an event in Saudi soon.
Let us know, definitely. I think just putting a last, comment. This COVID-19, we all been through it. The whole world, and it's been overwhelming. Whether we used it right or wrong. However, one thing that we're definite about is technology and the use of technology, and that is changing the lifestyle of many. And I think look for us as in event management or in logistics or in retail, technology will be there, and the new generation are going to be more savvy and sophisticated, and devices will be more technological, and I don't know what will come again. But I believe the more experiences are planned and researched today against technology with the lifestyle of your segment is worthwhile. I'm not saying probably invest the money, but keeping track of globally the trends, what's happening, and very simple idea could turn around so many unpleasant experiences and turn them into happy customers. Now, whether using an automation system or a device through the app, but I think that customer experience will be integrated with innovation. Both of them will be, I believe, a one entity, the same team, the same strategy in designing experiences for people.
Thank you, Hatem.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much for attending today. Just before closing, there will be another session that within 30 minutes it will start. If you are interested in being a certified customer experience professional, and so there will be the 4 CCXP holders. It will be in that call, and also I will be the one of the panelists. Please feel free to join and with us. And thank you so much for all our panelists for the input, and thank you a lot for our audience to listen to us. Have a nice day and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ismail.
Thank you.
And thank you, Pisano, for arranging this.
Thank you, Hatem.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Olga.
Nice meeting you.
Herkese merhaba. Pisano Müşteri Deneyimi webinarlarının üçüncüsüne Türkiye oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Bugün tüm dünyada müşteri deneyimi rüzgarı esiyor tabiri caizse. Bugün müşteri deneyimi günü ve dünyanın farklı bölgelerinde müşteri deneyimi etkinlikleri yapılıyor. Biz de Pisano olarak bugün üçüncü etkinliğimizi yapıyoruz. Daha önce APAC ve MENA bölgelerinde etkinlikler yapıldı. Bir önceki etkinliğimizde İsmail moderatördü. Sağ olsun bu etkinliğimize de panelist olarak İsmail yine bizimle beraber olacak. Bizden sonra da Avrupa etkinliğimizde devam edeceğiz. Pisano müşteri deneyimi etkinliklerini. Şimdi 4 farklı bölge dedik. Bu 4 sayısı çok ilginç. Bugün 4 Türk CCXP var panelde. Biraz ondan bahsedeyim öncelikle isterseniz. CCXP sertifikası nereden geliyor? Biz o sertifikayı nereden aldık, nasıl aldık? Biraz onun üzerine konuşacağız ama CCXP sertifikası CXPA tarafından verilen bir sertifika. CXPA Uluslararası Müşteri Deneyimi Profesyonelleri Derneği ve 2011 yılında Amerika'da kurulan bir dernek. Şu an 70 ülkede 4000'den fazla üyesi olan bir dernek CXPA ve 2013 yılından bu yana CCXP sertifikası veriyor. Bu alanda çalışan insanlar bu sertifikasyon sınavına girerek belli bir puan almaları gerekiyor. 80 puan. Ve puanı geçtiğinizde, o puanı aldığınızda sertifikalı, uluslararası sertifikalı müşteri deneyimi uzmanı oluyorsunuz. Dünyada şu an yanlış hatırlamıyorsam 1060 veya 1090 tane CCXP var ve bunlardan 4'ü Türk. Şu an bu webinarda da bu 4 CCXP'yi sizlerle buluşturmanın mutluluğunu yaşıyoruz Pisano olarak. Bu öndeki panelistleri çok kısa ben tanıtayım, sonra kendilerine zaten sözü vereceğim kendilerini tanıtmak için. Hollanda Kanser Kurumu'ndan Gülsün Gül bugün bizlerle olacak. Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'nden Ernst Young'da çalışan danışman Serkan Memişoğlu yine bugün bizlerle birlikte. Yine Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'nde Pisano'nun da yakından çalıştığı, partner olduğu Maven Insights and Solutions'tan müşteri deneyimi lideri ve danışmanı İsmail Özenç de yine bugün bizlerle olacak. Dilerseniz öncelikle bir kendinizi tanıtarak başlayalım panelimize. Gülsün Hanım, sizinle başlayabilir miyiz? Kendinizi tanıtır mısınız?
Teşekkür ederim Gökhan Bey. Herkese merhaba. İlk önce bu zor zamanda herkese sağlık ve sevgi dileyerek başlamak istiyorum. Buradan Gökhan Bey'e ve Pisano'ya da özellikle teşekkürler. Bizi bir araya getirdiniz ve bugün de ayarladığınız nasıl diyeyim değerli ve ilham verici back-to-back webinarlar için. Kendimi tanıtayım. Ailemle birlikte Hollanda'da yaşıyorum. Burada yetiştim. Marketing ve International Business mezunuyum. 20 yıllık bir iş hayatım var. Bunun ilk 10 yılı medyada, dergi sektöründe pazarlama ve müşteri ilişkileri yanından bilgi ve tecrübe edindim. Yaklaşık son 10 yıldır da müşteri deneyimi alanında çalışıyorum. Birkaç yıl önce hayırsever kurumuna sektörüne geçiş yaptım. Şu anda Hollanda Kanser Kurumu'nda ve ayrıca Birleşmiş Milletler'in mülteci örgütünde freelance olarak, danışman olarak bağışlayıcı deneyimi diyeyim, donor experience alanında çalışmaktayım. Teşekkür ederim.
Biz çok teşekkür ederiz Gülsün Hanım bizimle beraber olduğunuz için. Gerçekten çok ilginç ve bizim çok da aslında tanıdık gelmeyen sektörler, tanıdık gelmeyen noktalarda sizin iş deneyimleriniz var. Dolayısıyla ben de heyecanla sizin paylaşacaklarınızı bekliyorum ve merak ediyorum. İkinci olarak Serkan Bey, dilerseniz sizle devam edelim. Bize kendinizi kısaca tanıtır mısınız?
Tabii ki. Öncelikle nazik davetiniz için çok teşekkürler Gökhan. Sizlerle birlikte olmak çok güzel. Tüm dinleyicilere de tekrardan hoş geldin demek istiyorum. Ben aslında kariyerime danışman olarak Türkiye'de başladım. Daha çok strateji danışmanlığı üzerineydi ilk yıllarım. Daha sonra bir dönem bir bankacılık deneyimi oldu. Orada aslında hafiften müşteri deneyimi tarafına yönelmeye başladım. Orada çoklu kanal stratejisinden sorumlu olarak çalışıyordum. Son 5 senedir de Dubai'de Ernst Young'da yine strateji ve müşteri dediğimiz domainde danışmanlık hizmetlerine devam ediyorum. Şu anda direktör olarak çalışıyorum bu firma içerisinde.
Çok Çok teşekkür ederiz. Serkan Bey hoş geldiniz tekrar. O zaman çok uzaklaşmadan yine Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'nden İsmail biraz kısaca seninle tanıyalım. Biz ben de Pisano işbirliği dolayısıyla çok yakın çalışıyoruz sizinle ama ben yakından tanıyorum seni. Dinleyenler de biraz seni tanısınlar.
Çok teşekkürler Gökhan. Öncelikle tabii bizi izleyen değerli katılımcılara ve birbirinden değerli ve kendi alanında uzman panelist arkadaşlara tekrardan selamlar. Kısaca yani kendimden bahsedecek olursam 12 yıllık kariyerimin son 8 yılını müşteri deneyimi üzerine işte telekom sektörü, turizm, konaklama, FMCG, e-commerce ve finans alanlarında danışmanlık hizmetleri vererek geçirdim. Yani kariyerim ilk başta Amerika'da yer alan yani AT&T ve Verizon şirketlerinde başladım. Nitekim aynı zamanda Serkan'la bir nevi Ernst Young'da birlikte çalışma fırsatı bulamasam da daha öncesinden Ernst Young'da bir tecrübem oldu. Son 5 yıldan beri de Dubai'deyim. Dubai'de Maven Insight ve Solution firmasında tamam Customer Experience Lead olarak görev yapıyorum. Tabii bu coğrafyada yer alan ve uluslararası organizasyonlara bir nevi danışmanlık hizmeti veren bir ekibin parçasıyım. Bu şekilde açıkçası kendimi tanıtabilirim.
Çok teşekkür ederim İsmail. Sen de tekrar hoş geldin. Çok kısaca ben de kendimi tanıtayım. Ben de Gökhan Kara. 10 yıllık müşteri deneyimi tecrübem var. Bunlar en son Enerjisa'da, ondan önce Fio Banka'da, öncesinde Vodafone, ilk başta da Turkcell'le başladım ben müşteri deneyimi yolculuğuna. Şubat ayına itibaren de Pisano'da müşteri deneyim danışmanı olarak çalışma hayatıma devam ediyorum. Bir yandan eğitimler ve danışmanlıklar vermeye şirketlere devam ediyorum. CXPA tarafında CXPA İstanbul'un kurucusuyum. 2 yıl önce müşteri deneyimi gününde yine CXPA İstanbul'u kurduk. Bugün ikinci yaş günü CXPA İstanbul'un da ve globalde de CXPA'nin global yönetim kurulu üyelerinden birisiyim. CCXP sertifikamı da yine 2 yıl önce Nisan ayında almıştım. Şimdi CXP'den çok bahsettik. CCXP sınav üzerine daha fazla da konuşacağız ama bizi takip edenler biliyor, bir sürprizimiz olacak demiştik etkinliğin başında. Ahmet, sürprizimizi ekrana alabilir miyiz? Hi Greg.
Hello.
Yeah, great. First of all, thank you so much for your time, because I can imagine how busy you are today. Today is a CX day, and you are joining a lot of webinars. I can imagine that. So thank you so much for your time, and you'd like to listen your thoughts about CXPA, CX day, and what you want to say to Turkey CX community.
Sure. Thank you. Happy CX Day, everyone. And first of all, apologies that I don't speak Turkish. I enjoyed hearing you each speak to one another, and I thank you for taking the effort to speak not only Turkish, but also English along the way to work in the international arena. We need to increase global understanding. So I'll make a commitment that I'm going to continue to work on my language skills, but we'll see whether that's next CX Day or a future CX Day. Congratulations to each of you for holding the CCXP credential. For those who are listening, this is the mark of excellence in being a CX leader. It shows that you have experience in the 6 different key domains of CX and that you know how to apply that in a practical way to serve as a leader for an organization and CX experts. So it's awesome to see insights mentioned, to hear consulting mentioned, to hear voice of the customer mentioned. These are all things that fall in the CX wheelhouse. But it's not enough that we have earned the CCXP. Just like CX, CXPA and the CCXP credential are on a continuous improvement journey. And so we've just wrapped up earlier at the end of September, collecting information, 20-minute survey by nearly 600 people around the globe on what they do every day as a CX professional, so that we can make sure that the CCXP exam will continue to represent the cutting edge. As we meet together here today, there are groups meeting all around the world. I've had the chance over the last 24 hours to spend time with folks in Dubai, in Australia, in India, in Singapore, in Finland, in Russia, South Africa, and now to join at this time with you as the CCXP leaders in Turkey. And the one thing that connects all of us is passion. A passion for making better customer experiences. A passion for listening to the customer and making what we hear the heart of the way that we lead and manage our companies. So it's amazing to think about what we're going to achieve as you work together and as you work with your organizations and as you inspire the Turkish CX community to look at ways that we can use CX to create a better world. So I'm really proud of the work that you're doing, of the work that we're doing together as a community. And I'll open it up. Do you have any questions for me?
I would like to ask that question to our panelists. Do you have any questions to CXPA CEO Greg Melia? Ismail?
I think I have one question for Greg, and obviously through his leadership, and one of the take that actually I seen he's kind of like leading the example when it comes to not just only the CCXP and also the kind of like managing in a way that actually every CEO should kind of like learn. During this time, and obviously before the COVID and actually like in the new normal, I know there are few initiatives that already CXPA is working on. But if he has the few brief in next year, upcoming 6 months, what is going to happen and how the organization actually is going to expand, it will be really great to hear from him because most of the candidates who's going to take the exam, actually they are listening right now.
Awesome. Thank you, Ismail. That's great. Yeah, so there's a few things that are important. And let me start with one that's probably on everybody's mind, which is what do we need to be thinking of as leaders in these times that are so challenging, with so much uncertainty to the future. And the word that I would use as an initiative is really together. And when I say together, I mean we need to rely on one another and we need to support one another. And that begins with the employee experience. My staff are probably a bit bored of me now, finishing every single call that I have with them, telling them how much I appreciate what they're doing. But I do, because it makes my day brighter and it makes our members' days brighter as well. But together also means supporting groups like the Istanbul CXPA network to come together and to share ideas, whether that's through a Zoom meeting or in person. It's important that we create avenues for people to share that information. So in terms of what you're going to see, what's underway and what will continue, first and foremost, we want to provide CX professionals the opportunity to learn wherever they are 365 days a year, 24/7. So you'll continue to see resources shared on social media and on cxpa.org. As a matter of fact, I hope that people will visit cxpa.org/Istanbul Network in order to join and affiliate with their peers. And you'll see on the CXPA website new communities forming. There's a CCXP peer-to-peer candidate support. So people who are thinking about earning the credential can go and see advice and recorded webinars from those that have earned the credential. We have made the shift, and I'm happy to report that you no longer need to leave your house to take the CCXP exam, so that you can take the examination from your home or your office with suitable computer equipment. The next thing that you're going to see us focus on is CX professional pathways. We want to make sure and we want to recognize that as CX professionals, you're likely, as Gökhan has exemplified for us, had a chance to work directly for one company and then move to another company. And as we see represented on the panel, you might be working for a nonprofit or non-governmental organization, or you might be working as an independent consultant. So we're going to be working on having people understand those pathways and how the CCXP prepares them at each step to be successful and to move forward. So those are probably the major pieces that we have. And then we have a little bit of celebration that will be coming up because 2021 will be the 10th anniversary of CXPA.
Thank you so much, Greg, for sharing your thoughts and inspiring speech. Do you have any questions from the panelists?
Well, I think I have one more piece of advice for our CCXP candidates who are out there. It's often difficult to know where to start and where to begin. And I think one of the things you can do is to visit ccxp.org and look at the framework. The framework of the exam, the outline of the exam, tells you what you'll be tested on. Not the questions, but what you'll be tested on. Read through each of those elements of the outline and give yourself a green highlight for things that you're good to go on, yellow highlight for things that you're familiar with, but you're not sure whether you do right, and pink or red for things that you just have never done. It hasn't been your responsibility. And once you've done that self-assessment, use those yellow and pink areas to assess where you're going to find your mentors. Reach out to folks who can help you, folks that you respect the way that they lead, and ask them to be your guides as you prepare. You'll end up a stronger CX professional, and you'll probably be better prepared for the exam as well.
Thank you so much, Greg.
No questions, but I would like to thank Greg and the entire team. I mean, CX is a relatively new business discipline, and you are leading to create the community, to develop the framework for the entire CX discipline. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you to each of you for helping to be a leader in the field and inspire more leaders in the field. And thank you, Gökhan, for your service to CXPA. We're thrilled to have you as one of the 3 international board members of CXPA, because to Ismail's point, we do have strong aspirations to grow and serve the world in a more global fashion. And your help in this panel today is one way to do that. So thank you each, and I'll say happy CX Day again to everyone. Please visit us at cxpa.org/Istanbul Network.
Thank you so much, Greg, for joining this webinar. After you leave, I will summarize your thoughts in Turkish, so our watchers won't miss anything. So thank you so much again, and have a great CX Day.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. Evet, CXPA CEO'su Greg Melia da sürpriz konuk olarak etkinliğimize katıldı. Çünkü 4 tane CXP'nin olduğu bir etkinlikte CXPA CEO'sunun olmasının güzel olacağını düşündük. Onu davet ettik. Sağ olsun, o da bizi kırmadı. Birkaç noktadan bahsetti aslında Greg konuşmasında. İlk olarak aslında tutkunuzun olması lazım dedi. İkinci ana başlıkta da aslında birliktelikle aslında biz CX konusunda, müşteri deneyimi konusunda hem bilgi birikimimizi artırabilir hem de birbirimize yardımcı olabiliriz. Ondan bahsetti. Bu arada CXP İstanbul Network'ünden bahsetti yine Greg. Bu akşam 7 ile 9 arasında da CXP İstanbul'un yine bir etkinliği olacak. Orada Greg de konuşmacılardan bir tanesi. Ona kayıt olmak isterseniz CXP İstanbul'un LinkedIn ve Instagram sayfalarını inceleyebilir. Oradan kayıt olabilirsiniz 5'e kadar. Sonrasında yeni web sitesinden bahsetti, CXP'nin web sitesinden. CXP web sitesine giriş yaptıktan sonra her yerel network'in kendi sayfası var. Dolayısıyla kendi sayfasına gidip oradaki sayfaya üye de olabiliyor artık insanlar. Bunun için CXP üyesi olmanıza gerek yok. Oradan güncel haberleri takip edebilir. Ve Greg'in dediği gibi CXP sertifikası ile alakalı detaylı bilgi almak isterseniz yine cxpa.org web adresinden detaylı bilgileri alabilirsiniz ve şeyden de bahsetti. Yani normalde pandemi öncesinde fiziksel olarak gidip sınava girmek gerekiyordu. Birazdan size o soruyu soracağım. Siz nasıl hazırlandınız, nasıl sınava girdiniz, nasıl sınava geçtiniz diye. Ama şu an online olarak da sınava giriş yapabiliyorsunuz, sınava girebiliyorsunuz ve sertifikayı alabiliyorsunuz. Onu da yine cxpa.org sitesinde bizi izleyenler detaylarını öğrenebilirler. Dilerseniz yavaştan sorularımıza geçelim. İlk sorum yine az önce bahsettiğim gibi şu olacak. CCXP sertifikası alma yolculuğunuzu bizimle paylaşmanızı rica edeceğim. Nasıl hazırlandınız? Sınava girmeyi neden istediniz? Neden bu sertifikayı almak istediniz? Ve nasıl hazırlandınız? Nasıl sınavı geçip de sertifikaya ulaştınız? Gülsün Hanım, yine ilk olarak size başlayalım.
Tabii ki sizinle tecrübemi paylaşmak isterim. Sertifika alma yolculuğum aslında 2019'un başında başladı. Daha önceki yıllarda müşteri ilişkileri ve müşteri yolculuğu haritası gibi masterlar yapmıştım. Ve böylelikle CXP'den ve CXP'lerden haberdardım. Hatta başka CXP'lerin yazdığı kitapları, blogları, makaleleri takip ediyordum. Ve bu alanda uzman olduğumu kanıtlamak için aslında bu sertifikayı almaya karar verdim.
Sanırım bir bağlantı problemi var Gülsün Hanım'da. Gülsün Hanım, duyabiliyor musunuz? Şu an tekrar bağlanıyor. Şu an tekrar geldiniz.
Sanırım bir internet problemim oldu. Kusura bakmayın.
Estağfurullah. Kaldığınız yerden devam edebilirsiniz.
Serbest danışman olarak çalışmayı düşünüyordum ve bu sertifikanın bana iyi bir nasıl diyeyim kickstart vereceğini düşünmüştüm ve gerçekten öyle de oldu. Sınav için aslında sağlam bir altyapım vardı ama yine de 2 günlük bir masterclass'a katıldım. İyi ki de katılmışım. Çünkü derinlemesine olmasa da hani detaylarda olmasa bile yüzeysel bu 6 disiplini, domaini konuştuk. Hangi kaynaklara başvurmak gerektiğini, ne tip sorular sorulacağını, mindset çok önemli burada. CXP nasıl bakıyor müşteri deneyimi konusuna? Bunu iyi algılayabilmek lazım soruları okurken. Bu benim tavsiyem. Ve en önemlisi, onu unutmayayım, exam simulator, Türkçesini bilmiyorum ama test sınav olması gerekiyor herhalde. Evet, 2 tane test sınavı yaptım ve bunun çok faydasını gördüm. Çünkü ilk denemede yüksek puanla geçmemi sağladı. Eğer bu konuda soruları olan varsa, sınav için çalışanlar varsa, İngilizce'de yardımcı olmamı isteyenler varsa, İngilizcem Türkçemden çok daha kuvvetlidir. Bana özelden veya LinkedIn'den veya buradan soru sorabilirler. Eminim Gökhan Bey, İsmail Bey, Serkan Bey de yardımcı olurlar. Teşekkürler.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Biz teşekkür ederiz. Çok güzel bir noktaya değindiniz Gülsün Hanım. Bize lütfen sorularınızı gönderin. Ekranda gördüğünüz gibi you can send your questions at'tan sonraki adreste bit.ly/cxt2020 adresinden soru gönderebilirsiniz. Biz panelin sonunda yaklaşık bir 20 dakikada sizden gelen soruları yanıtlayacağız. Hatta biraz daha zaman da ayırabiliriz. Çünkü önemli bir kısım sizden gelen soruları yanıtlamak. Çok teşekkürler Gülsün Hanım paylaştığınız için tecrübelerinizi. İkinci olarak Serkan Bey, sizinle devam edebilir miyiz? Sizin bu serüveniniz nasıl başladı ve nasıl devam etti?
Tabii ki. Aslında benim CXP ile tam tanışmam 2015 senesine kadar gidiyor. O dönemde yine bu bölgedeki bir müşteri deneyimi transformasyon projesini yönetiyorduk ve projenin sponsor tarafında C-Level'da CX'ten sorumlu yöneticimizin kariyerinin de planlanması gibi bir aslında görevimiz vardı. Bu kapsamda ne tip eğitimler alması gerektiği, hangi sertifikasyonlara sahip olması gerektiği konusunda çalışmalarımız bulunuyordu. Bu sebepten dolayı da CXP'yi tabii ki doğal olarak bulduk. O dönemde tabii ki bugünkü kadar oturmuş bir yapı yoktu ve zaten 5 seneyi de baktığımız zaman her yıl üzerine koyarak devam etti bu organizasyon. Üye sayısı arttı, farklı ülkelerden çok fazla sayıda insan katılmaya başladı. Ve temel olarak biraz önce de bahsetmeye çalıştım. Aslında CX'in bundan biraz geriye gittiğiniz zaman oturmuş bir yapısal framework'ü genel kabul gören bir disiplin yapısı vardı diyemeyiz. CXP'in bu anlamda çok ciddi çalışmaları var ve artık tüm dünyada kabul gören bir yapı var. Biraz önce de Gülsün Hanım'ın bahsettiği gibi 6 farklı domainde bir sınav aslında bu. Benim tabii bu sınavı almam nedense 2019'a kadar bekledi. Her sene ben hadi gireyim, hadi yapayım şeklinde ilerliyordum ama biraz da herhalde iş yoğunluğundan uzadı o dönem. Geçen sene artık bu sertifikasyonun yaptığı meslekten de dolayı alınması gerektiğini ve bunun için çok bile geç kaldığımı düşündüğümden dolayı sınava girdim. Benim hazırlanmam açıkçası belli bir kaynağa dayanmıyor veya spesifik bu alanda bir çalışma yapmadım ama bu şu demek değil, hani gözüm kapalı sınava girdim değil. Zaten büyük çapta birden çok müşteri deneyimi transformasyonu projesi yönettiğiniz zaman bu 6 domainde de ciddi bir deneyim kazanıyorsunuz. Ciddi bir teknik deneyimle ve bilgi birikimine de sahip oluyorsunuz. Bunun yansıması olarak ben ilk girdiğim sınavda kazandım. Prometric Test Merkezi'nde klasik zaten bu sınavı alabiliyorsunuz. Daha öncesinde işte eğitim durumunuzu ve bu alandaki deneyiminizi bir şekilde kanıtlamanız gerekiyor ilk başta tabii o sınava girebilmek için. Ama benim bu sınava girecek arkadaşlara, bu sektördeki profesyonellere tavsiyem, biraz önce de yine belirtildiği gibi çeşitli masterclass eğitimleri var. Çok sayıda bu konuda bloglar, kitaplar, sunumlar dahi bulabilirsiniz internette. Çünkü sonuç itibariyle bu işin baştan sona bir transformasyon deneyimi olmadığı zaman belli alanlarda çok iyi bilginiz olabilir ama bazı domainlerde bu atıyorum strateji olabilir veya sadece Voice of Customer tarafındaki bir bilgi eksikliği demeyelim de hani diğerine göre daha az bilgi sahibi olabilirsiniz. Bunları kapattığınız takdirde aramıza katılabilirsiniz diye tahmin ediyorum.
Çok teşekkür ederiz kıymetli paylaşımlarınız için. İsmail, senin CC Expo olma yolculuğunu öğrenebilir miyiz?
Teşekkürler Gökhan. Aslında Serkan bir nevi özetledi. Sonuçta biz Serkan'la aynı sektörün içinde olduğumuz için bir nevi benim de birazcık bu sertifikayla CCXP ile tanışmam birazcık eskiye dayanıyor. İlk başta nasıl aslında tanışmıştım? Nasıl oldu? Şöyle oldu. Ben ilk yani Verizon şirketinde çalışırken bir tane eğitmen açıkçası gelmişti şirkete. Ve bu eğitmen bilmiyorduk tabii o zaman, yani şirkette bir Customer Experience Transformation projesi başlayacaktı. Ama tabii genelde telekom şirketlerinde birazcık müşteri odaklılıktan ziyade ürün ve servis odaklılık ön plandadır. Nitekim yani son 4-5 yılda birçok şey değişti ama o zaman da tabii biz genelde ürünleri ve servislere odaklanıyorduk. Ve dışarıdan birisi gelince ve tamamen müşteri deneyimini anlatınca ben mesela çok hoşuma gitmişti. Ve yapılan işler olsun ve sadece yani bir departmanla çalışmıyorsunuz, birçok departmanla interaction içindesiniz. Açıkçası bunlar da tam benim böyle ilgi alanıma giriyordu. Öyle olunca da bir şekilde bir projenin sağından solundan o task force projesine dahil oldum. Öyle olunca da biraz daha içine mutfağına girme fırsatım oldu. Tabii daha sonradan yani danışmanlık tarafına geçince yani Serkan'ın bildiği gibi genelde danışmanlıkta olur, yani bir proje biter, aslında bitmeden başka bir projenin başlamaya başlar, öyle söyleyeyim. O serüvende tabii benim yani çok farklı fırsatım olmadı. Tabii 2020'nin artık başlarına geliyordu. O zaman artık kendime bir hedef koymuştum. Yani bu sınavı muhakkak alayım. Çünkü yapmış olduğumuz projeler Customer Experience ve bir noktada yani müşteride en azından o bilgi birikimini bir sertifika ile birlikte desteklediği zaman çok daha farklı bir nokta oluyor. Farklı bir noktada açıkçası size bakabiliyor. O noktada ben de yani Dubai'de girdim. Tamamen sınav merkezinde girerek ilk girişimde açıkçası kazandım. Bu noktada tabii ki de yani birçok kaynak var. Şimdi eskiden mesela 4-5 yıl önce biz müşteri deneyimi projeleri yaparken bile bazı kaynaklara mesela yapamıyorduk, yani ulaşamıyorduk ve bu kaynaklar için, bilgiler için işte sektörde 15-20 yıl önce çalışmış insanlarla görüşmemiz gerekiyordu. Şu anda öyle bir sistem yok, yani her şey online olarak ve herkes bulabiliyor. Bu noktada açıkçası ben 3-4 tane kaynağa birazcık yani odaklandım. Tabii ki de yani Serkan'ın da belirttiği gibi yani proje yapmış olmak bir nevi avantaj. Çünkü teknik bilgiyi oradan elde edebiliyorsunuz. Ama bunu tamamen transformation anlamında 6 tane kısma odaklanmak için illa yani bir şeyleri okumak gerekiyor. Ben açıkçası 2 tane kitap okudum. Ne yalan söyleyeyim. Bunlardan bir tanesi Outside In, bu Harley Manning'in kitabı. Çok basit bir dille anlatılmış ve her 6 kısmını çok iyi bir şekilde örneklerle açıklıyor. Diğeri de yani Customer Experience'ın büyük annesi olarak tabir edilen Jean Billiss'in Chief Customer Officer kitabı. Tabii burada da yani bu kitapta da tamamen müşteri deneyiminin değişiminin, transformation'ın nasıl baştan sona anlatılacağı günümüz şirketlerinden örnekler vererek aktarılıyor. Bu kitapları açıkçası okudum. Onun dışında bazı forumlar var. Mesela CXP'ye Chair olarak da görev yapan Annette Franz'ın hemen hemen her hafta yazdığı makaleler var. Onları bir nevi takip ettim. Ve son olarak da aynen yani Gülsüm'ün de söylediği gibi bu CX Simulator diye Michael Burnett'in oluşturmuş olduğu bir web sitesi var. Tabii ki de yani ücretli ama birazcık yani cüzi ücretleri yanlış hatırlamıyorsam. Çok fazla bir yüksek miktarda bir şey, ücreti yoktu. Ona da açıkçası tam çalışmalarım bittikten sonra 2-3 gün önce falan onlara girdim. Bir nevi o sınav tabii ki de gerçek sınav değil ama tamamen gerçek sınav ortamı sağlıyor size. 100 tane soru soruluyor. Aynı sınavdaki gibi 80 tanesini yapıyorsunuz. Ve en güzel yanı da soruları yanlış cevapları mesela sınav bittikten sonra zamandan sonra ortaya çıkartıyor ve onların hangi cevabın doğru olduğu ve neden doğru olduğunu açıklıyor. Mesela o bana çok büyük bir güven vermişti ve orada da söylüyordu yani şu sınavdan eğer şu puanı alırsanız gerçek sınavdaki puanın bu olabilir diye. Nitekim doğruydu. Orada ne aldıysam açıkçası sınavda da tahmin edilen skoru aldım. Bir şekilde yani benim sürecim bu şekilde gelişti diye özetleyebilirim.
Çok güzel İsmail, çok teşekkürler. Siz söylerken bir yandan hem kendi yolculuğumu düşündüm hem de aslında biraz toparlama yapacağım şimdi birkaç maddede. Öncelikle kaynak konusu çok kıymetli bence de ve ben de yine İsmail'in yolundan, izinden gittim diyebilirim. Gerçekten evet. Aynı kaynakları biz yaptık, çalıştık. Outside In kitabı, Harley Manning ve Kerry Boddy'nin Forrester danışmanlarının yazdığı kitap. Gerçekten çok başarılı bir kitap ve gerçekten o 6 pillars dediğimiz 6 başlığı çok iyi açıklıyor. O 6 başlığı da dilerseniz ben paylaşayım bizi izleyenlerle çünkü çok kafalarında oturmuyor olabilir biz 6 başlık dedikçe. Bir kere birincisi CX kültürü yaratmak. CX culture. Bu arada yani sınav şu an için İngilizce. Farklı dillere çevrilmesi ve farklı dillerde yapılmasını biz CXP yönetim kurulu olarak düşünüyoruz, konuşuyoruz. Ama şu an için belirli bir tarih yok onun için. Şu an girmek isterseniz İngilizce sınav. O yüzden başlıkları da İngilizce olarak aktaracağım. Creating CX Culture, Organizational Adaptation and Accountability, CX Strategy, Voice of Customer Insight and Understanding, Experience Design, Customer Journey Map'ler bunun içerisine giriyor. Son olarak 6. başlıkta Metrics, Measurement and Return of Investment ROI. Dolayısıyla bu 6 başlıkta size sorular yöneltiliyor ve onları yanıtlamanız isteniyor. Bir de Serkan Bey'in dediği gibi bu alanda tecrübenizin olması bekleniyor aslında. Sınava başvuru yaparken bu alanda yani müşteri deneyimi özelinde olmasına gerek yok. Müşteri hizmetleri olabilir veya benzer farklı şeyler olabilir, departmanlar olabilir. En az 3 yıllık deneyiminizin olması isteniyor. Ve İsmail dediği gibi aslında bu 6 başlık dışında Outside In kitabı ve Michael Burnett'in CCX ve Exam Preparation kitabıyla ben de hazırlandım. Jean Bliss'ten bahsetti İsmail. Jean Bliss, Bruce Temkin'le beraber CXP'nin 2 kurucu ortağından bir tanesi aynı zamanda. Annette Franz'ın İsmail'in bahsettiği sitesinin ismi CX Journey. Yine CX Journey'de de birçok makaleyi, blog bulabilirsiniz. Bir de Ian Golding'in yine Customer What diye bir kitabı var. Bu kitap da gayet başarılı bir kitap. Yine Ian Golding'in de Customer Experience Consultancy, CXC danışmanlık şirketi ve yine blog var. Onları da incelerseniz birçok şey bulabilirsiniz, kaynağı bulabilirsiniz. Benim CCXP yolculuğum 2018 yılında dayanıyor. Ben de bahsettiğim 2 kaynağı okuduktan sonra kendi tecrübelerime de güvenerek sınava girdim ve ilk seferde ben de sertifikayı aldım. 2018 Nisan ayında yanlış hatırlamıyorsam. Ve dolayısıyla sınava hazırlıktan sonra aslında sınav hazırlık süreci 2 ay sürdü. Hem kitabı okuma hem sınav örnek sorularını çözme ve kendimi hazır hissetme konusunda bir 2 aylık, 3 aylık bir süre bence ayrılmalı. Gülsün Hanım masterclass'lardan bahsetti. Aslında güzel masterclass'lar var. Hollanda'da Nienke'nin yaptığı masterclass'lar var. Muhtemelen siz onlardan bir tanesine katılmış olabilirsiniz. Yine Ian Golding'in yaptığı online ve tabii şu an fiziksel olamıyor. Online masterclass'lar var. Türkiye'de müşteri deneyim sertifika programı olarak benim Mustafa Dalcı ile verdiğim uzun soluklu 24 saatlik bir müşteri deneyimi eğitim programı var. Şu an en geniş kapsamlı olan eğitim programı da o. Dolayısıyla bu eğer eğitimlerle de kendinizi besleyerek sınava hazırlık sürecini devam ettirebilirsiniz. Ben burada kısa bir şey daha anlatmak istiyorum. Aslında CCXP sertifikası neden alalım, neden önemli kısmında ben biraz daha aslında yurt içinden çok yurt dışında bir şeyler yapmak istediğim bir zamana gelmişti 2018 başları. Dolayısıyla orada araştırırken gördüm CCXP sınavını ve o zaman yanlış hatırlamıyorsam 600 kişi vardı ve Türkiye'den kimse yoktu. Yani hiç Türk de yoktu. Türkiye'den de kimse yoktu. O yüzden bir başvurup da bu sertifikayı almak istedim. İnşallah yakın zamanda sınava girecek olan arkadaşlar da var. Sayımız giderek artar. Bir sonraki CXD'de 4 kişi değil belki 10 kişi birkaç webinar yaparız. Dolayısıyla o anlamda bir faydalı olacağını düşündüm. Bir yandan da aramızda kalsın bu. Çok fazla dillendirmeyelim. Birkaç yıl önce Hollandalı bir şirketle görüşüyordum iş görüşmesinde. Yani nasıl aslında etkili olabileceğini yurt dışında anlatabilmek için bu örneği veriyorum. Ve son 3 kişi kalmıştı. En son işe alınacak olan bütün aşamaları geçen 3 kişi. Ve o 3 kişiye de assessment bir sınav yapmak istediler. Ve diğer 2 kişiye sınav yaptılar. Müşteri deneyim yetkinliklerini ölçebilmek için. Bana herhangi bir sınav yapmadılar. Nedenini sorduğumda da senin zaten CCXP sertifikan var. Bir daha seni sınava sokmamıza gerek yok diye cevap vermişlerdi. Yani Türkiye'de de ve yurt dışında özellikle şu sıralarda eğer müşteri deneyimi ilanlarına bakarsanız bazı yerlerde CCXP olması tercih edilebilir maddesini de görürsünüz. Bence yavaş yavaş artık o şey olacak. Türkiye'ye de gelebilir. Yurt dışında zaten yavaş yavaş artıyor bu konuda bilgi birikiminizin olduğunu sertifikayla göstermek. Dolayısıyla benim için orada öyle bir pozitif bir avantajı olmuştu diyebilirim. Dediğim gibi sorularınızı lütfen sorun. Son 20-25 dakikada bir sorularınıza zaman ayıracağız bizi dinleyenler. Dilerseniz ikinci soruya devam edelim. Yine Gülsün Hanım sizle başlayalım. Şimdi ikinci sorum şu olacak. Herkes farklı bölgelerde yaşıyor. Ben Hollanda, Serkan ve İsmail Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri, Gülsün Hanım siz Hollanda, biraz daha Batı Avrupa tarafında yaşıyorsunuz. Sizin bulunduğunuz bölgede müşteri deneyimi nasıl gelişti son birkaç yılda? Şirketlerin bu alana müşteri deneyimi profesyonelliğine bakış açısı nasıl? Müşteri deneyimi profesyonelleri nasıl kendilerini geliştiriyorlar ve artıyor mu bu profesyonellerin sayısı? Aslında bulunduğunuz bölgeyle alakalı bize müşteri deneyimi anlamında biraz bilgi verebilir misiniz?
Tabii ki. İlk önce Gökhan Bey buraya beklerim. İş görüşmesinde bulunuyormuşsunuz. Dediğim gibi aslında bu sertifika gerçekten birçok kapı açıyor. Ben şu anda serbest danışman olarak çalıştığım için hani bunun gayet farkındayım. Bulunduğum bölge Hollanda'ya bakarsak aslında Hollanda'da deneyim ekonomisi ve bununla beraber müşteri deneyimi yönetimi hızla ilerliyor. Küçük bir ülkeyiz, nüfusu az 17 milyon. Ama başka ülkelere bakarak CCXP oranı yüksek. Yanılmıyorsam şu anda 20'ye yakın ve hatta geçmiştir. Çünkü LinkedIn'den görüyorum. Çoğalıyor. Dediğiniz gibi Nink ve Yap bunun çok güzel pazarlamasını hani promosyonunu yapıyorlar. Ve birçok insan sınava giriyor. Müşteri deneyimi alanına yani ilgi çok. Müşteri deneyimi profesyonellerine de talep bayağı var. Ve sertifikanın olup olmadığına bakılıyor açıkçası. Şirketlere bakarsak müşteri deneyimi core business edinmiş başarılı şirketler var. Bunun örneklerini görüyoruz Hollanda'da. Ve bunların başarılı olmalarında ise müşteri deneyimi ve müşteri ihtiyaçlarını hani DNA'sına katmış şirketler. En büyük patrondan diyelim yönetim kurulumundan telefona bakan çalışanlar yani müşteriyle kontağı olan herkes gayet net bir şekilde nasıl bir deneyim yaşatmak istediklerini biliyorlar. Yani çok clear bir vision var. Hangisine sorsan aynı cevabı veriyorlar. Bu başarının bence temelinde yatıyor. Hangi kanaldan yaklaşsanız, yani kiminle görüştüğünüz hiç fark etmiyor. Deneyim her zaman pozitif ve aynıdır bu şirketlerde. Yani müşteriyi memnun etmeyi spor edinmişler bu şirketler. Ama şunu da belirtmek lazım, bir araştırmaya dokunmak istiyorum. Bu şirketlerin maalesef sayısı az. Hollanda'da yeni yapılan bir araştırmaya göre binden fazla senior manager'e bu soruyu soruyorlar. Sizce markanız müşterilerin ihtiyaçlarını ve beklentilerini karşılıyor mu? %72'si evet kesinlikle diyor. Aynı soruyu bu markanın müşterilerine soruyorlar ve sadece %13'ü buna katılıyor. Yani burada %59 fark var, yani büyük bir gap var ve maalesef bunu çok görüyoruz. Bu yüzden voice of the customer, müşterinin sesi ve bu yönde hareket etmek bence çok önemli değil. Yani sözü size bırakayım.
Çok teşekkürler. Güzel bir istatistik de verdiniz. Aslında bir önceki webinarda da benzer bir çalışmayı İsmail paylaşmıştı. Başka bir çalışmada yine %80 şirketlerin iyi bir deneyim sunduğunu söylerken müşterilerin %8'inin onlarla aynı fikirde olduğunu söylüyor. Aslında farklı bölgelerde, farklı zamanda yapılan aynı çalışma ve biz aradaki uçurumun, aradaki farkın genellikle %60, %70 seviyesinde olduğunu görüyoruz ne yazık ki. Bu da biraz şeyi söylüyor aslında. Şirketlerin biraz daha kendilerini tabiri caizse dev aynasında gördüklerinin ve çok fazla müşterinin gözünden olaylara bakamadığının da ne yazık ki bir göstergesi. Zaten ben müşteri deneyim profesyonelliğinin bu kadar büyümesine, bu kadar gelişmesini biraz da buna bağlıyorum açıkçası. Yani şirketlerin kendi içinde çizdikleri bir süreçler var, süreç haritaları var. Fakat o süreç haritalarını gerçek hayatta yaşayan müşteriler bambaşka bir deneyim yaşıyorlar. İşte orada zaten Customer Journey Map'ler, müşteri deneyim haritaları işin içerisine giriyor ve süreç haritalarına aslında dışarıdan bir gözle biz müşteri deneyim uzmanları bakmaya çalışıyoruz. Çok teşekkürler verdiğiniz kıymetli bilgiler için. Serkan Bey, sizinle devam edelim. Orta Doğu çok daha farklı bir coğrafya Hollanda ile karşılaştırdığımızda. Siz de yine farklı şirketlere danışmanlık yapıyorsunuz. Sizin gördüğünüz tecrübeleriniz son birkaç yılda o bölgede CX'in nasıl değiştiğini bize paylaşır mısınız? Bir de son şeyi gördüm sanırım. O tarafta da yine Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'nde de bir CXPA yerel network grubu kuruldu gördüğüm kadarıyla. Dolayısıyla CXP'nin de yine o tarafta bir yapılanması mevcut. Yorum ve görüşlerinizi alabiliriz.
Tabii ki. Aslında Orta Doğu birbirinden görece daha farklı ülkelerden oluşuyor. İsmail aslında benim uçak arkadaşım. Biz daha çok havalimanlarında karşılaşıyoruz veya genelde de aynı uçakta oluyoruz kendisiyle. O yüzden ben biraz Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri'ni konuşayım. Suudi Arabistan'ı da İsmail'e bırakayım. Bu zaten iki büyük pazar bu bölgedeki. Şimdi aslında Dubai'deki olay şirketlerden vesaireden daha bağımsız. Genel olarak hükümetin Dubai ile ilgili son derece net bir hedefi var. Dubai'yi dünyadaki en mutlu şehir yapmak. Bütün her şeyin aslında çıkışı buradan başlıyor. Bu kadar yatırımın yapılması, zaten bu yüzden danışmanlık şirketlerinde çok büyük ekiplerinin burada yer almasının en büyük sebeplerinden bir tanesi o. Son yıllarda ciddi bir dönüşüm var, ciddi bir strateji var uygulanan. Yanlış hatırlamıyorsam 5 sene önce neredeyse buradaki bizim resident dediğimiz, yani oturma izniyle burada yaşayan yabancılar da dahil olmak üzere ve işte ziyaretçiler, bunlar turistler olabilir, iş adamları olabilir, iş yapmak için buraya kısa ziyaretlerde bulunan insanlar da dahil olmak üzere büyük bir kitleye arayıp telefonda birebir ölçüm yapıldı. Ne kadar mutlu olduklarına dair ve bu mutluluklarının veya mutsuzluklarının sebeplerine dair ve bunun üzerine ciddi bir strateji geliştirildi. Bunun tabii temelinde kültürel dönüşüm de var, dijitalleşme de var ve temel olarak da bunun buradaki markası aslında bence customer happiness. burada herhangi bir kamu kuruluşuna veya hatta artık özel sektörün servis merkezine yani şubesine gittiğiniz zaman siz kapıda bir müşteri merkezi vesaire görmüyorsunuz. Customer Happiness Center ibaresi gözüküyor. Ve bunun işte logosu, standart vesaire ciddi bir marka oluşturuyorlar bunun etrafında. Ve hatta ben her zaman örnek veririm. Bizim burada bunu desteklemek amacıyla ana caddelerden bir tanesinin adı Happiness Street. Artık hani caddeye isim verme noktasına kadar gitmiş bir yapılandırma var. Bu da yine çok derece sistematik olarak ölçülüyor ve buna çok ciddi önem veriyorlar. Temel olarak Customer Happiness Index dediğimiz müşterinin mutluluğunu, yani daha doğrusu bireylerin mutluluğunu ölçen bir indeks var. Sürekli takip edilen, çalışanların mutluluğunu takip ettikleri Employee Happiness Index var ve Innovation Readiness Index var aslında. İnovasyona ne kadar uyumlu olup olmadığınızla alakalı olan ve bunları bir şekilde birleştiren, merkezde takip eden bir yapı var. Özellikle de kamu kurumlarının bu kültürü göstermesi ki burada biliyorsunuz aslında telekom şirketlere dahil olmak üzere birçok özel şirket de devlete ait. Doğal olarak dediğim gibi bu en alttaki çalışandan en üstteki çalışana, yöneticiye kadar herkese bir şekilde müşteri deneyimini iyileştirmeye yönelik, mutluluğunu arttırmaya yönelik bir kültür aşılıyor. Ve bunlar ciddi ülkenin hükümeti ve tabii ki buranın emiri tarafından açıklanıyor. Yani en iyi perform eden 10 kurumumuz budur, en kötü 10 kurumumuz budur diye ve bu 10 kurum, en dipteki 10 kurum gerçek anlamda bir sonraki aşamada bununla ilgili düzeltici, iyileştirici adımlar atmak zorunda. Böyle bir yapı gelişmiş durumda. Yine dediğimiz gibi mesela burada Global Star Rating System kullanılıyor. Yine bu müşteri servisleriyle alakalı olarak. Bütün bu kurumlar aynı zamanda işte fiziksel durumlarından müşteriye olan nasıl diyeyim davranışlarına kadar çalışanlarının nasıl eğitildiği, CX sisteminin ne kadar hızlı kurulduğu, müşterinin sesinin ne kadar dinlendiği hem şikayet yönetimi açısından hem Voice of Customer programları açısından ve bunların ne kadar iyileştirmeye yönelik veriye çevrildiği ve aksiyonların alındığından yönelik olarak bir indeks var ve her sene bütün kurumlar ve bütün servis noktaları yani kurumundan bağımsız kendisine ait tüm servis noktaları ölçümleniyor. Doğal olarak da böyle bir yapının içerisinde artık kimsenin ben dönüşmem, ben müşteri odaklı olmam gibi böyle bir davranma şansı, lüksü bulunmuyor doğal olarak. Ve bütün bir ülke halinde bu strateji doğrultusunda, bu kültürel dönüşüm noktasında ciddi anlamda iyileştirmeler yapılıyor. Ben mesela bir örnek vermek istiyorum. Bizim şirketin projelerinden bir tanesi %95'ten %98'de müşteri memnuniyeti nasıl çıkartırız üzerineydi. Yani artık bu noktalarda konuştuğumuz yapılar var ama tabii bunun ülkeye ve özellikle de Dubai'ye çok ciddi yansımaları var. Bugün işte havacılık sektörüne bakın. Büyük ihtimal dünyada herkes sizi ilk başta Emirates örnek gösterecektir. Veya Jumeirah grubun otelleri veya MR'ın işte community management'ı bunlar hep örnek gösterilecek şirketler haline geldi. Ve dediğim gibi burada her şeyi artık dijital aktarabiliyorsunuz, sorunlarınızı daha hızlı çözebiliyorsunuz. Bu şu demek değil tabii ki hani burada her şey güllük gülistanlık ve muhteşem ötesi mi? Tabii ki değil. Ama ben 5 sene önce buraya geldim, deneyimi biliyorum. Şu andaki deneyimi biliyorum. Son derece gözle görülür, elle tutulur bir gelişme var. Zaten indekslerde de yukarıya doğru gidişatı net bir şekilde görüyoruz.
Çok teşekkürler Serkan Bey. Özellikle bu Customer Happiness Center ve Customer Happiness Street konusu çok ilgimi çekti. Özellikle duygusal olarak insanlara yaklaşmak, duygusal deneyimlerini yönetmek çok kıymetli, bunu biliyoruz ve yapılan araştırmalarda müşterileri duygusal olarak bağladığımızda onları memnun ettiğimizden çok daha fazla marka bağlılığını yarattığımızı ve o müşterilerin o markalar için, o firmalar için çok daha değerli müşteriler haline geldiğini gösteriyor. O yüzden duyguya odaklanmaları ve duygunun üzerinden gitmeleri, mutluluk duygusunun üzerinden gitmeleri o yönde bir odak olduğunu ve gelişim olduğunu gösteriyor gerçekten. İsmail, o zaman biraz da senin tarafı konuşalım. Biraz Dubai taraflarını konuşalım. konuştuk. Suudi tarafında nasıl oluyor gelişim ve yenilikler?
Aynen, çok teşekkürler. Zaten yani Serkan burayı çok iyi, güzel bir şekilde özetledi. Ya burada eminim yani bizi dinleyen arkadaşlar muhakkak yani aralarından Dubai'ye gelenler vardır. Onlar da zaten eğer 2-3 yıl önce gelip şimdi gelirlerse birazcık farkı da kendileri görebilirler. Benim birazcık açıkçası ya Suudi Arabistan tarafı tabii Dubai'den yani bir seviye alt seviyede. Bunu açıkçası bilmiyorum yani Serkan aynı fikirde olur mu olmaz mı? Benim gözlemlediğim birazcık oydu. Yani ama nitekim bu Suudi Arabistan'da tabii bu anlamda güzel işler yapıyor. Nitekim belki çoğu kişi duymuştur. Suudi Arabistan örneğin 4 yıl önce bir Vision işte 2030 planları yapıldı. Bu plan açıkçası asıl amacı yani ülkeyi bir nevi ekonomi oil and gas'e yani tamamen petrole bağımlılığını azaltacak neler yapılabilir? Bu tabii sonuçta yani gerek özel sektör olsun gerek de hükümet sektöründe bir nevi iyileştirme çalışmaları öngördü. Burada hangi sektörler açıkçası odaklanıldı? Burada sağlıkta, eğitimde, altyapıda, kültür, eğlence, turizm alanında birçok girişim ve gelişim alanları tespit edildi. Ve her bir gerek hükümet olsun gerekse işte özel sektör olsun bunlara belirli bir girişim planları yapılması konusunda tavsiyelerde bulundu. Tabii bu alanda yapılacak bir iyileştirme ve servis tasarımında en büyük odaklılık olunması yani müşteri odaklılığının olunması bir nevi başarı kriterleri arasında yer aldı. O yüzden birçok hükümet kendi ürün ve servislerini müşteri gözünden tekrardan tasarlama ve müşteri deneyimi ekipleri kurma konusunda çalışmalara başladı. Nitekim benim bildiğim yani Serkan özellikle ben olsun biz mesela belirli bir hükümet bakanlıkta mesela tamamen müşteri gözünden servis tasarımı olsun bir transformation projelerinde aktif olarak görev aldık. Bunları birebir örneğini açıkçası gördük. Örneğin mesela Suudi Arabistan geçen yıl Eylül ayından itibaren turistlere kapıları açtı. Daha önceden sadece yani umre ve haç ve iş için ziyaretçi kabul ederken şu anda yani her bir birey çok kolay ve hızlı bir şekilde turist vizesi alabilir. Ve bir noktada bu açıkçası girişim alanlarını bir nevi müşteri deneyiminde bir paralelinde bir nevi gelişim olarak ortaya çıkardı. Mesela örneğin verelim. 4-5 yıl önce mesela bazı şirketlerde biz hiçbir şekilde müşteri deneyimi genelde işte servis genelde yani marketingin altında veya kenarda köşede kalan bir departman olurken şu anda mesela tamamen yani C-level'lara raporlayan bir birim haline geldi. Örneğin kendi tecrübemden yola çıkarak daha önceden mesela Minister of Tourism, Suudi Arabistan Turizm Bakanlığı'nda orada mesela 8-10 kişiden oluşan bir turist deneyimi üzerine ekip oluşturuldu. Ve bu açıkçası her bir girişim müşteri deneyimiyle birlikte müşteri deneyimi ekibiyle birlikte koordineli bir şekilde uygulanmaya başlandı. O anlamda yani gelişim gerçekten çok hızlı. Onunla birlikte şirketlerin açıkçası bakış açısı çok çok farklı olmaya başladı. Ben mesela kendi şirketimden örnek verirsem, ben mesela 5,5 yıl önce şu anki çalıştığım firmada işe başladığımızda sadece ben açıkçası müşteri deneyimine birazcık yani hakimdim. Bir de yani benim müdürüm hakimdi. Şu anda mesela bizde 10-12 tane danışman bu konuda hakim. Bu konuda gerçekten uzman seviyesinde. Nitekim şöyle bir şey var yani Serkan'ın da bildiği gibi yani tepeden bir müşteri deneyimine bir önem verildiği takdirde sonuçta diğer şirketler de bir şekilde buna adapte olmak zorunda. Bunu nasıl yapmak zorunda? Bu knowledge dediğimiz bilgiyi bir şekilde şirket içinde tutmak zorunda. İlk başlarda olmasa da işte danışmanlarla birlikte bu bilgi seviyesini bir noktaya çıkartıp daha sonra kendi çalışanlarının o seviyeyi bir şekilde üstüne çıkartılması isteniliyor. O anlamda gerçekten yani ileriye dönük tabii belirli bir seviyeye geldi ama Serkan'ın belirttiği gibi bir noktadan sonra artık yani tamamen bu excellency'ye odaklanılmak bir nevi bizleri de ve bu alanda çalışan kişileri de bir noktada önemli bir konuma getiriyor diye düşünüyorum.
Çok teşekkürler İsmail. Gerçekten o Serkan Bey'in dediği o barem çok ilgi çekici. %95 olan memnuniyet seviyesini %98'lere çıkartmak. Çünkü memnuniyeti arttırdıkça belli bir yerden sonra onu arttırmak daha da zorlaşıyor ve gerçekten üstel olarak o zorluk artıyor diyebiliriz. Çok güzel bir noktaya değindin İsmail. Bu işin müşteri deneyimi sahiplenmesinin aslında üst yönetimden başlaması gerektiği ve oradan aşağıya akması gerektiği. Ben kendi deneyimlerimde de bunu çok fazla yaşadım. Gerçekten üst yönetimin müşteri odaklı olduğu ve bu işe değer verdiği şirketler diğerlerine göre çok daha hızlı pozitif anlamda müşteri deneyimleri yaratabiliyorlar ve müşteriye dokunan projeleri çok daha hızlı şekilde hayata geçirebiliyorlar. Ben Türkiye tarafını biraz bahsedeceğim. Ya tabii Hollanda ve Birleşik Arap Emirlikleri, Dubai tarafı, Suudi tarafı biraz daha aslında bize göre gelişmiş olabilir ama son 2-3 yılı özellikle ben Türkiye'de büyük bir odak ve ilgi alaka görüyorum. Bunu ben 3'e ayıracağım aslında. Bir topluluk bacağı, bir bireysel bacak, bir de şirketler bacağı. Sizin anlattıklarınızda bir STK bacağı vardı, özellikle Gülsün Hanım anlattı. İsmail ve Serkan Bey sizin anlattığınızda da biraz daha kamu bacağı vardı, hükümet bacağı vardı. O taraflar ne yazık ki bizde Türkiye'de henüz çok daha ön planda değil ne yazık ki. Ama bizim tarafta bir topluluk olma tarafı, bireysel olarak bu işe ilgi ve şirketlerin bu işe ilgisi son 2-3 yılda gittikçe artıyor. Topluluk olarak 2 yıl önce CXP İstanbul kurduk ve gerçekten çok başarılı bir topluluk olarak gidiyor özellikle diğer CXP local network'leri karşılaştırılınca. Hatta biz ilk etkinliğimize 30 kişi gelir diye düşünüyorduk. Her şey 30 kişi gelecek diye planladık. 70 kişi geldi. Yani bir anda bulunduğumuz odaya toplantı salonuna sığamadık falan. Ama bizim için tabii keyifli bir zorluktu. Üstesinden gelmeye çalıştığımız. Dolayısıyla sonrasında da çok fazla arttı. Biz ilk etkinliğimizle 18 farklı bölgede yapılan müşteri deneyimi günü etkinlikleri arasında en inovatif müşteri deneyimi etkinliği ödülünü aldık. Yine 2019 yılında en hızlı gelişim gösteren yerel network ödülünü aldık. Dolayısıyla topluluk anlamında gerçekten Türkiye'de bir silkinme, bir odak var diye görüyorum ben. Bugün de dediğimiz gibi 7 ile 9 arasında olacak. Etkinlik olacak ve şimdiden en son baktığımda 150'ye yakın kayıt vardı, başvuru vardı. Diğer CXP yerel networklerinde genellikle 40-50-60 kişinin katılımıyla en fazla etkinlikler yapılırken bizde 100'e kadar çıkabilen bir şey var. Dolayısıyla o tarafta bence son 2-3 yıl özellikle bir artış söz konusu. Bireysel tarafta insanlar daha çok aslında bu konudan eğitim almaya, daha çok konuşmalar dinlemeye, daha çok yazarları, Türkiye'yi, dünyayı takip etmeye başladılar. Hatta kendilerini de farklılaştırmaya çalışıyorlar. Yani uluslararası müşterilerin yarışmaları var. Onlara katılıp da ödül alanlar oldu Türkiye'den. Hani Voice of Customer'da 2 yıl önce Pegasus almıştı. Geçtiğimiz yıl yılın müşteri deneyimi lideri kategorisinde Metro Keşankeri'den Melih Özgül yine bir ödül aldı. Dolayısıyla o tarafta da insanlar kendilerini hem Türkiye'de hem de dünyada da farklılaştırma ve geliştirme aşamasında çok fazla ilgi gösteriyorlar. Üçüncü konu şirketler. Şirketler gerçekten çok ilgi gösteriyor. Benim etrafımda olan insanların yönettiği müşteri deneyim takımları ve arkadaşlarımın çalıştığı şirketlerde genellikle müşteri deneyim takımları büyüyor ya da yeni takımlar kuruluyor. Gerçekten her hafta istisnasız benim telefonum çalıyor ve biz yeni bir pozisyon açtık. Var mı önereceğim birisi ya da yeni bir ekip kuruyoruz. Nasıl kursak daha iyi olur sence diye yorum ve öneri istiyorlar arkadaşlar. Dolayısıyla o tarafta şirketler tarafında da çok fazla ilgi alaka var ve dediğim gibi uluslararası arenada, uluslararası yarışmalarda da bu ilgi alakayı biz görmeye başladık. Güzel bir müjde de vereyim buradan bizi izleyenlere. Uluslararası arenada çok fazla müşteri deneyim yarışması var fakat Türkiye'de gerçekten uluslararası bacağı da olan büyük bir müşteri deneyim yarışması yoktu henüz. Bugün lansmanı yapıldı. Turkey CX Awards, Türkiye Müşteri Deneyim Yarışması artık olacak ve 50-60 kişiden oluşan hem Türk hem de yabancı jürilerin olduğu bir jüri kitlesi Türkiye'deki en iyi müşteri deneyimi ödüllerin, en iyi müşterilerin projelerini değerlendirilecekler. Ki steering komitede, düzenleme komitesinde de Turkcell, Yapı Kredi, Allianz, Sodexo ve Türk Hava Yolları müşteri deneyim direktörleri var. Ayrıca pazarlama profesörü Kaan Varnalı da yine steering komitede olacak. Bu müjdeyi de buradan bütün bizi izleyenlere vermiş olalım. Şimdi dilerseniz 3. soruya geçelim. Biraz geçmişten ve bugünden konuştuk aslına bakarsınız. Biraz da gelecekten konuşalım. Gelecekte müşteri deneyimi nereye gidiyor? Müşteri deneyimi hem bir disiplin olarak nereye gidiyor, nereye gidecek? Hem de bu profesyonellik, müşteri deneyim profesyonellerinin aslında gidebilecekleri kariyer yolları anlamında nasıl gelişecek? Kısaca yine Gülsün Hanım'dan başlayarak yorum ve görüşlerinizi aldıktan sonra katılımcılarımızdan gelen soruları yanıtlamaya başlayacağız.
Tabii ki. Gelecekte müşteri deneyimi önem kazanacak ve daha önemli olacak. Herhalde bunda hepimiz hemfikirdiriz. Rekabet artıyor. Nasıl diyeyim, her an sizden daha ucuz, hızlı, kaliteli hizmet ve ürün hizmet veren bir şirket karşınıza çıkabilir. Hatta kesinlikle çıkacaktır da. Şu anda bile görüyoruz ki Hollanda'da bu yüzden iflas eden şirketler de var maalesef. Yani müşteri deneyimi, müşteri obsesyonlu diyorsunuz galiba şirketler. Yani müşteriye odaklanmış şirketler geleceğin şirketleri gerçekten. Şu anda dijital dönüşüm, modern teknoloji birçok şirketin gündeminde zaten. Ve şu anda rekabetin belki bir adım önünde olsalar bile bu kesinlikle 5 veya 10 yıl içinde değişecektir. Bu yeni bir standart olacak. Yani o kadar alışıyoruz ki bir şeyin hemen hızlıca bize ulaşmasına, çok kolayca yapabilmemize, bu rahata alışıyoruz ve raising the bar diyoruz. Yani bu gittikçe bu standart yükseliyor. Commodity olacak, yani dijital dönüşüm artık bir strateji değil, temelinde olması gereken bir şey. Bir araştırma daha görmüştüm. 2013'te müşteri ile olan interactions, yani etkileşimlerin %67'si akıllı makinelerce sağlanacak. Yani bu sabit edilmiş. Yani geleceğe baktığımızda artificial intelligence, robotlar, duygu analizleri, siz de biraz bahsettiniz. Artık trend değil, normalleşecek, bunu göreceğiz. Teknolojiyle beraber müşterilerin ihtiyaçları da hızlı değişiyor ve ilerlediği için ileriye bakmakta aslında biraz kahve falı bakmak gibi olacak. Çünkü o kadar exponential diyoruz, yürüyor bu teknoloji. Ama yine de bence human to human dediğimiz, yani müşterinin arkasındaki insan, hastalığın arkasındaki hastaya odaklanan, teknolojiye sarılan, empati kurabilen, bu çok önemli. Ve insanların hayatına ve hatta dünyaya diyorum, ben hayır kurumlarında çalışıyorum, bu benim tutkum. Dünyayı daha güzel, daha sağlıklı, daha yeşil yapmak benim tutkum. Buna bir katkıda bulunmak istiyorum. Ama bu tip şirketler bence kazanacak. Ve yani aslında customer journeys diyeyim, customer journeys'ten çıkıp life journeys geçeceğiz.
Çok teşekkürler Gülsün Hanım. Ben de bir yandan not alıyorum. Gerçekten çok güzel şeyler söylediniz. Dediğiniz gibi aslında beklentiler de artıyor yani ve hız çok önemli bir noktaya geldi ve müşteriler aslında firmaları birbirinden ayırmıyor. Amazon çok hızlı bir şekilde ona servis sunduğunda o mobilyacıdan da aynı hızlı hizmeti bekliyor. Başka bir firmadan da aynı hızlı hizmeti bekliyor. Dolayısıyla müşterinin kafasında farklı firmaların sunduğu şeyler yok. Tek bir beklenti var ve bu beklenti, dediğiniz gibi o barı sürekli yukarı çeken, iyi deneyim sunan firmalar var ve bizim de ona hazırlıklı olmamız gerekiyor. Çok teşekkürler. Serkan Bey, dilerseniz sizden de kısaca yorumlarınızı alalım. Gelecekle ilgili öngörülerinize dayanarak neler söyleyebilirsiniz?
Şimdi gerçekten sadece Türkiye'de değil, dünyada pazar çok hızlı değişiyor. Rekabetteki artış herhalde tarihin hiçbir döneminde olmadığı kadar yüksek. Ki hele biz Türkiye'de gerçekten rekabeti geç gördük. Bizde hatta markalaşmaya bakarsanız böyle köklü markaların ürettikleri ürünün direkt ismini alıp sonunda işte SAN vesaire, yani sanayi kısaltmasını koymasıyla oluşturduğunu göreceksiniz. markanın oluşturulmasına bile biz zamanla çok fazla kafa yormamışız açıkçası. Bundan dolayı bu müşteri sadakatini sağlamak gün geçtikçe zorlaşıyor. Sadakat programları, özellikle mevcut olanlar, çok fazla kısa dönemli ticari kazanç üzerine kurulu. Bu da günümüz dünyasındaki o duygu, bağlılık, o markaya duyulan aşkı çok da fazla desteklemiyor açıkçası. Sonuçta bu programların yeni dizayn edilmesi, bu ilişkinin yeniden dizayn edilmesi herhalde CX profesyonellerinin önümüzdeki dönemde en çok odaklanacağı konu. Bunu nasıl yaparız'a baktığınız zaman ben aslında 3 tane ana konuya çok değinmek istiyorum. Birincisi datanın kendisi. Artık insanlar çok daha fazla kişiselleştirilmiş deneyim görmek istiyorlar ve birçok aslında sizin müşteriniz var. Bunun için de sizin hangi datayı toplayacağınızı, nerede toplayacağınızı ve bunu anlamlı bir aksiyona nasıl dönüştüreceğinize yönelik çok ciddi çalışmanız lazım. Bu da zaten biraz önceki hikayeye geliyor. Kesinlikle CX dediğiniz bir departmanın işi değil. Yani bütün organizasyonun bu mantığa dönmesi ve bu eğer CX departmanı varsa bunun koordinasyonunda çalışması gerekiyor. Bundan dolayı da dediğim gibi özellikle IT ana partnerlerimizden biri aslında bizim bu noktada. İkincisi biraz önce de değindiğiniz zaman. Yani bu aslında teslimat zamanı. Bu teslimat derken bu deneyimin teslimatı olabilir, ürünün teslimatı olabilir. Bunun nasıl hızlandırılacağına dair önemli çalışmalar var. Hele Türkiye'de artık biliyorsunuz bu kargoların bile teslimatı, hadi online alışverişte şey yapalım artık karikatürize edilmeye başlandı sosyal medyada, özellikle malum birkaç markamız var. Ben buna aslında McDonald's tipi deneyim istiyor müşteri diye anlatıyorum. Yani kısaca ben ne zaman talep ediyorsam fast food alır gibi anında o talebin karşılanması diye bir trend var. Ve bunu sağlayabilen firmalar ayakta duracak gibi gözüküyor. Artık eskisi gibi benim talebim var, ben bunu hadi bir haftaya karşılayayım kültürü yavaş yavaş ortadan gidiyor. Bu kültür değişiminde üçüncü noktaya geleceğim. Tabii ki etik kavramı ve değerler kavramı. Özellikle genç nesil çok daha fazla değerlere önem vermeye başlıyor. Kendi değerleriyle uyumlu olan deneyimlerle yaşamaya başlıyor. Ve bu gerçekten birçok firma için hiç bilmedikleri bir alan. Bakıyorsunuz bugünkü çok başarılı dediğiniz şirketler yeni neslin ana tüketici hale geldiği noktada hayatlarını sürdüremeyecekler. Bundan dolayı da bu alanlara yatırım yapmak çok önemli. Etik değerler Batı'da çok fazla konuşuluyor, bizde çok fazla konuşulmuyor ama önümüzdeki dönemde emin olun ki bu da ana kavramlardan biri olacak. Bu biraz önce bahsettiğim datanın nasıl kullanıldığından tutun da firmanızın yaptığı her hareket, CEO'nuzun konuşmaları, bunların tamamı artık önümüzdeki dönemde kurumsal iletişimin tek başına yaptığı bir iş olmayacak. Bunların hepsi aslında CX'in ana kavramlarından bir tanesi olacak.
Çok teşekkürler Serkan Bey. Birkaç nokta gerçekten çok değerli ve önemli. Birisi bu CX'in bir departmanın işi olmadığı noktası aslında çok konuşuluyor, çok söyleniyor. Dediğiniz gibi yani tek başına müşteri deneyimi departmanı aslında direkt müşteriye dokunan projeleri hayata geçiremiyor ne yazık ki. Dolayısıyla IT'den, işte İK'dan, diğer departmanlardan, pazarlamadan, idari işlerinden bile bütün müşteri hizmetlerine kadar bütün departmanların aslında desteğini alması gereken bir noktada oluyor. Orada bizim CXPA olarak yazdığımız yeni bir müşteri deneyimi profesyoneli kimdir şeyi var, tanımı var. Bu önümüzdeki haftada büyük ihtimalle yayınlanacak web sitemizde de. Orada katalizör kelimesini kullandık biz müşteri deneyimi profesyoneli için. Dolayısıyla müşteri deneyimi profesyonelinin biraz o katalizörlük etkisini kullanmasını ve diğer departmanları ilhamlandırmasını aslında öngörüyoruz biz CXPA olarak da. Onu yapması çok kıymetli. Değerler kısmında da çok doğru. Artık yeni nesil aslında herkes, ben de açıkçası kendi değerime uygun olmayan firmadan alışveriş yapmaktan çekiniyorum. Bunun çok güzel örnekleri de var dünyada. Patagonya var mesela. Patagonya ondan alışveriş yapmak istediğinizde, bir mont almak istediğinizde size emin misin diye soruyor. Mevcut montunu tamir edip de kullanabilir misin diye soruyor. YouTube'da hatta mont nasıl dikilir, nasıl tamir edilir, nasıl yama yapılır diye videoları var. Diyor ki bu ceketi alma, bu montu alma lütfen. Eğer ihtiyacın yoksa alma. Şu an tüketme, mevcut olanla şey yap. Çünkü biz doğaya saygılıyız ve değerlerimizden bir tanesi de doğayı korumak. Ve bunu çok güzel de yaşatıyor ve inanılmaz da satış grafikleri yüksek olan bir firma. Dolayısıyla bu değerler kavramı özellikle Türkiye'de de bence önümüzdeki günlerde çok daha fazla konuşuluyor olacak ve marka değeri, müşteri deneyimi değeri ve bunların birbiriyle örtüşmesi ve bunların hayata geçirilmesi. Aslında üç büyük başlık. Bunların üzerine çok fazla çalışma yapılacağını ben gelecekte düşünüyorum. Çok teşekkürler paylaşımlarınız için. İsmail senden de görüşlerini alalım. Gelecekte müşteri deneyimi ve müşteri deneyimi profesyonelliği ile alakalı. Sonrasında sorulara yavaştan geçebiliriz. İsmail sesin kapalıydı. Şu an.
Şimdi duyabiliyor musunuz? Ben iki konuyu açıkçası iki konudan bahsederek yani bu soruyu geçmek istiyorum. Şöyle diyebiliriz yani sonuçta müşteri deneyimi ve müşteri odaklılık artık bir fark yaratma konumundan zorunluluk olma durumuna geldi günümüzde. Sonuçta örneklerini burada tek tek paylaştık. Nitekim son yıllarda zaten yapılan çalışmalar da bunu bir nevi perçinliyor. Müşteri ürün ve hizmetten ziyade deneyime para veriyor. Herkes bunu kabul ediyor. Ve deneyime açıkçası ürün ve fiyattan daha fazla değer veriyor. Bu noktada tabii müşteriler bir iki kez kötü deneyim yaşadığı takdirde müşteri artık yani sizin ürün ve servisinizi kullanmayı bırakıp tamamen rakip firmaya geçebiliyor. Ve bu noktada eskiden beri hep yani yeni müşteri kazanmak, yeni müşteri elde etmek üzerine çok büyük bütçeler harcanıyordu. Ya bu gerek yerel firma olsun veya uluslararası firma olsun. Nitekim bu müşteriyi belirli noktadan sonra eğer tutamadığınız takdirde veya bu müşterinin kullandığı hizmeti arttırmadığınız takdirde bu maliyet kalemleri şirketleri özellikle yani bu zamanda çok zor duruma sokabilecek konuma geldi. Bu anlamda yani müşteri deneyimi alanında çalışmalar ve yatırım yapan firmalar bir adım tabii ki de önde olacaktır. Ama bunu proje olarak değil de bir nevi şirketin böyle DNA'sına entegre eden firmalar başarılı olacaktır. Mesela örneğin sen Amazon örneğini verdin. Amazon mesela Amazon'un eğer kuruluş bu vizyon ve mission statement'larına bakıldığı zaman zaten orada bir nasıl müşteri odaklılık oraya perçinlenmiş durumda. Nitekim firmaların yaklaşımı müşteri deneyimine eğer bir proje bazında olursa bu ne olur? 2 yıl, 3 yıl bir şekilde yani şirket bir noktaya kadar gelir. Ondan sonra herkes açıkçası şirketteki herkes bu customer experience bir arada yok olsun. Biz kendi işimize dönelim mentalitesine dönüşebilir. Nitekim ben bunun örneğini birkaç firmada gördüm de. Onun dışında yani geleceğe bir müşteri deneyimi açısından geleceğe odaklanmak istiyorum. Bir de normalde iş dünyası açısından yani deneyim artık yani günümüzde deneyimin ölçümü yapay zeka teknolojinin kullanımı ve anlık olarak aksiyonların alınmasına elverişli konuma getirdi. Bu anlamda örneğin mesela hepimizin de zaten görmüş olduğu veya tecrübe edindiği anketler var. Sonuçta bu anketleri bir şekilde bir ürünü kullanıyorsunuz veya ürünle ilgili müşteri hizmetlerini arıyorsunuz. Bir sonuçta akabininde ya sizin deneyiminizi ölçecek belirli sorular soruluyor. Ben biraz da yani önümüzdeki yıllarda şeyi düşünüyorum. Yani bu deneyimin ölçülmesi bir nevi sorulardan ziyade birazcık yapay zekanın kullanımıyla biraz daha farklılaşacak. Örneğin mesela siz bir ürün kullandınız. Bu ürünün fotoğrafını çektiniz. Sosyal medyada platformlarından yayınladınız. Nitekim artık o müşteriye sizin bir soru gönderip de işte bizi ne kadar beğendiniz veya ne kadar mutlusunuz demenize çok fazla gerek kalmayacak. Çünkü onu bir şekilde sosyal medyadan alarak, o bilgiyi alarak onu bir şekilde kendi içsel açıkçası veriye dönüştürebileceksiniz. O anlamda yani teknolojiyle birlikte müşteri deneyiminin çok farklı konumlara, noktalara geleceği inancındayım. Diğeri ise belki katılımcılar, yani bizi dinleyen arkadaşlar şey düşünüyorum. Ya sonuçta belirli bir ücret karşılığı, belirli bir yatırım yaparak bu sertifikasyonu almak istediğini alabilirler. Ama şey diye düşünebilir. Ya bunun sonuçta bir getirisi bana ne olacak diye. Ben her zaman şuna inanıyorum. Yani sonuçta müşteri deneyimi alanında gerçekten yani düzgün bilgi ve beceriye sahip olacak ve bu alanda deneyimini geliştirmek isteyen kişiler aynı zamanda sonra teknolojiyle birlikte, digitalization'la birlikte bu bilgi harmanını bir şekilde sağlarlarsa onların kariyerleri anlamında gerçekten çok çok yararlı olacağını düşünüyorum. Ve son olarak da şunu eklemek istiyorum. Yani artık son 4-5 yıldan beri birçok şirket bu müşteri deneyiminden ziyade böyle müşteri odaklılığı bir nevi işe alım kriteri olarak koymaya başladı. Nitekim eğer sizin bir işe alacağınız kişi müşteri odaklı değilse bir nevi direkt yani insan kaynakları tarafından o sıralamanın birazcık gerisine düşebiliyorsunuz. Ve birçok şirket de belirli seviyelerden sonra bu işte NPS score olsun, Customer Satisfaction ve bu parametreleri promotion olarak ön kriter olarak koymaya başladı. Nitekim o noktada da tekrardan bu müşteri deneyimi, müşteri satisfaction karşınıza çıkıyor. Çünkü kariyerinizin belirli bir noktasından ileriye gitme aşamasında o odaklılığı göstermeniz gerekiyor. Yani özetleyecek olursak yani teknoloji tarafı özellikle müşteri odaklılık bir nevi farklılıktan ziyade zorunluluk olma durumuna geldi ve ileride bu katlanarak da devam edecektir.
Çok teşekkür ederim İsmail. Dediğin gibi aslında sadece müşteri deneyimi profesyonelleri için değil, tüm herkesin aslında müşteri odaklılık ana konulardan birisi haline geliyor ve insan kaynaklarının çok daha fazla baktığı konulardan birisi oluyor. IT'ye bile girebilirsiniz ama orada bile iç müşteri var ve sizin hizmet sunduğunuz diğer çalışanlar var. Onlara yine müşteri odaklı bir şekilde yaklaşmanız lazım. Ki ben Enerjisa'da ilk işe başladığımda bütün şirkete eğitim verecektik. İlk olarak IT departmanı eğitim verdim mesela. Sonrasında diğer departmanlara eğitim verdim ki bu tarafta bile yani bilgi teknolojilerinde çalışan arkadaşlar bile bunun farkında ve kendini geliştirmek için daha müşteri odaklı olmak için bu tarz paylaşımları alıyorlar. Şimdi ben de kendi yanıtımı verirken bir yandan sorular da geliyor. Çok teşekkürler. Bir tane soruyu okuyayım yine benim vereceğim yanıtla da bağlantılı ve bu soruyla bağlantılı bir soru. Onun beraber yanıtlayayım. Soru şu, şirketlerin müşteri hizmetleri süreçlerini otomatize etmek için botlara ve diğer çözümlere yatırım yaptığını görüyoruz. Özellikle Türkiye gibi ülkelerde müşterilerin insandan insana olan etkileşimleri sevdiğini biliyoruz. Sizce bu tarz otomasyonlar Türkiye'de ters tepebilir mi? İnsan etkileşimini kaybetmeden bu tarz süreçler nasıl otomatize edilebilir? Çok güzel soru. Aslında ben de gelecekte müşteri deneyimi profesyonelliği sorusuna biraz bundan bahsedecektim. Yapay zeka özellikle bütün sektörlerde olduğu gibi müşteri deneyimini de dönüştürüyor ve müşteri deneyiminde yapay zekanın kullanımı çok daha artacak. Hatta ben de şu an Amsterdam Business School'dan bir profesörle yapay zekanın müşteri deneyiminde kullanımı üzerine bir makale yazma hazırlığındayım. Fakat burada şeyi unutmamak lazım. Bu teknolojinin hepsi aslında insan için yapılıyor. Yani Steve Jobs'ın bir sözü var 1997 yılında World Developers Day'de henüz başarısız bir girişimciyken söylediği bir söz. İşe müşteri deneyimiyle başlayıp teknolojiyi bunun etrafında kullanmalısınız diyor Steve Jobs. O zamanlar dediğim gibi ne iPad, ne iPod, ne iPhone hiçbiri yok. Ve bu hatayı biz çok yaptık. Biz mühendislerle oturup da hadi bakalım hangi yeni teknolojiler var bunları hayata geçirelim diye çok düşündük, konuştuk ve buna yönelik ürünler piyasaya sunduk ama başarısız olduk. Bu konuda en çok başarısız olan insanlardan birisi benimdir diyor Steve Jobs. Dolayısıyla işin merkezinde müşterinin olduğunu ve bu teknolojilerin müşterinin deneyimini daha iyi hale getirecek, onları effortless experience diye bir tabiri vardır ya, sürtünmesiz deneyim, biraz daha müşteriler ürün ve servisi kullanırken rahat ve kolay bir şekilde kullanabilmelerini sağlama. Bunun için biz teknolojiyi kullanmamız lazım. Botları da aslında bu şekilde bakmamız lazım. Yani ben örneğin dün yine bir firmayla bir deneyim yaşadım, isim vermeyeceğim. Chatbot'la yazıştım. Sorun çözülmedi çünkü benim faturam normalde 2 katı gelmişti. Dolayısıyla ben fatura yazdığımda bot bana fatura tutarını söylüyor. Son faturana bakmak ister misin diyor. Ya evet ama benim sorunum o değil. Şimdi bazı insanlar için, bazı müşteriler için o ayki faturasına bakmak istiyor olabilir. Bunun sorunu bot çözer. Orada bizim yapmamız gereken müşterinin derdi ne? Müşterinin ihtiyacı olan şey ne? Ve ben bu ihtiyacı otomatize bir şekilde o yapay zeka ile, o chatbotlarla giderebilir miyim? Gideremezsem o müşteriyi problemini giderebilecek bir insana, işte belki live chat olabilir, bu belki çağrı merkezi olabilir, bu çağrı merkezi inbound olabilir, outbound olabilir. Buna atayabilir miyim? Ya bu sürecin tabiri caizse çok rahat bir şekilde akışta olması gerekiyor. Bence bu çok kritik. Bu akışta olmadığı zaman chatbotla boğuşan, chatbotla kavga eden veya IVR sistemiyle işte beni sesimden tanı, işte faturamı ödemek istiyorum, fatura itiraz ediyorum gibi bağıran müşterilerle sürekli karşılaşabiliriz. Sürekli IVR menüsüne dönüp donan veya sürekli chatbotla yazışan müşteriler dünyası bizi karşılayabilir. O yüzden burada bu tarz süreçler nasıl otomatize edilir? Amaç bu tarz süreçlerin otomatize edilmesi olmamalı. Öncesinde müşteriler neler yaşıyor, müşterinin adımları neler ve ben bu adımları nasıl daha kolay bir şekilde yapmalarını sağlayabilirim? Doğru soru. Sonrasında daha kolay yapmasını sağlamak için zaten sizin o süreçleri otomatize etmeniz gerekecek. Bazı şeyleri daha hızlı yapabileceğinizi fark edeceksiniz. Çünkü çağrı merkezinde 3 dakika beklemektense chatbot'ta ben faturamın son fatura görselini 10 saniyede alabilirim. Dolayısıyla bu benim sorunumu çözer ve benim daha iyi bir deneyim almamı sağlar ama bu Gökhan için faturası 2 katı gelen ve faturasını itiraz edecek olan ve faturasının neden 2 kat geldiğini anlamayan Gökhan için bu çözüm değil. Dolayısıyla biraz daha farklı açıdan bakıp farklı sorularla burayı kapatabiliriz diye düşünüyorum. Dilerseniz gelen sorulara devam edelim. Gülsün Hanım size bir soru soracağım. Soru şu, Gökhan Bey CCXP sertifikasının faydalarından ve getirilerinden bahsetti. Siz CCXP sertifikasının getirisi sizin için ne oldu? Sizin için faydaları ne oldu? Siz bir de aslında NGO tarafında daha çok çalışıyorsunuz. O taraftaki CCXP sertifikasından gördüğünüz faydaları ben de merak ediyorum. Biraz daha oraya açarsanız olur.
Tabii ki. Aslında daha önce söylemiştim, benim için birçok kapı açtı. Ve aslında övünmek gibi olacak belki, kusuruma bakmayın ama bizim buradaki hani panelistlerin pozisyonlarınıza bakarsak yani CCXP'nin faydalı olduğunu, bizim için kapılar açtığı bence bunun bir kanıtı. Daha doğrusu uzman ve bu konuda yetkin olduğunuzun gerçekten bir kanıtı. Raising the bar da demiştim. Hollanda'da CCXP sayısı arttıkça artık o da aslında bir normalleşmeye de dönüşecek bence. Ben zaten customer experience'den ziyade donor experience'e bir geçiş yaptım. Ve demiştim 2019 yılında işte serbest danışman olmayayım. Çünkü Hollanda'nın kanser kurumundaki pozisyonum da güzel aslında. Güzel ilerleyebiliyorum orada, katkıda bulunabiliyorum. Ben bunu düşünürken 2020'nin başında sağ olsun koronavirüs uğradı dünyaya. Ve ben dedim en azından ben bu düşüncemi, bu hevesimi biraz park edeyim. İleride tekrar fırsat oldukça bana UNHCR diyorlar. Yani dünyanın en büyük Birleşmiş Milletler'in mülteci örgütü yani telefon açtı. Lütfen bizde donor experience alanında çalışma yapar mısınız? Yani biz bağışlayıcı deneyimini nasıl daha pozitif, nasıl daha çok etkileyici mi diyoruz? Yani daha çok impact sağlayabilmek için sadece bir e-bülten değil, bunları data ile ilgili Serkan Bey de dokunmuştu. Ne zaman ve nerede, hangi kanaldan iletişim kurabileceğimiz hakkında. Yani bana telefon kendileri açtılar. Lütfen bende çalışır mısınız? Hani bizim şirkette. Yani gerçekten kapı açıyor, yani tavsiye edebilirim.
Çok teşekkürler. Sizin de aklıma geldi. Yani aslında gelecekte müşteri deneyimi aslında deneyim yönetimi tarafına biraz daha evrilecek gibi. Yani bugün müşteri deneyimi çok fazla konuşuyoruz ama çalışan deneyimi, işte bağışçı deneyimi, hasta deneyimi, misafir deneyimi aslında bunlara odaklanıp bunlarda uzmanlaşan belki bunların kendi sertifikasyonu bile ilerleyen zamanlarda olabilir. Hatta geçtiğimiz hafta sonu bana Türkiye'deki en büyük 5 üniversiteden birisinden bir mail geldi. Mezun deneyimini tasarlayabilir miyiz diye düşünün. Yani o üniversite mezunlarının üniversiteyle olan bağını sürdürmeye devam etmesini istiyor. O yüzden biz bu mezunların deneyimini nasıl daha fazla, daha iyi hale getirebiliriz ve onların bu üniversiteye olan bağını nasıl artırabiliriz diye o konuda bile destek almak istiyorlar. O yüzden çok farklı dallara gideceğini ben de öngörüyorum açıkçası. Gülsün Hanım, çok teşekkürler. Bir başka soruyu Serkan Bey'e soracağım. Soru şu: öncelikle Pisano'ya bir etkinlik için teşekkür ederim. Biz teşekkür ederiz. Bir şirketin iyi bir müşteri deneyimi sunabilmesi için organizasyon içerisinde bulunan bütün çalışanların müşteri odaklı kültüre adapte olması gerekiyor. Burada standart kültür dokümanı ve motto gibi sanal şeyler dışında sizce neler yapılabilir? Müşteri memnuniyetine göre çalışanlara bonus dağıtılan sistemler sizce başarılı mı? Daha başka neler yapılabilir? Teşekkür ederim demiş.
Şimdi aslında herhalde burada söylemek istenilen şey sanal şeyler demek değildi diye tahmin ediyorum. Yani bunların yazılıp bir kenara itilmesini kastediyor diye anlıyorum soruyu soran arkadaşımızın. Birincisi, özellikle yeni nesil için bunlar gerçekten çok önemli şeyler. Yani sadece mottodan gidelim. Geçtiğimiz günlerde bir video izledim ben. YouTube'da ciddi anlamda bir takipçisi olan, şu anda kendisi işte Harvard'da okuyor, oradaki deneyimlerini anlatan genç bir Türk arkadaşımızın. Kendisinin söylediği çok güzel bir şey var. İnsanlar puanlarına göre üniversite seçerken ben açıp onlarca üniversitenin mottosuna baktım ve bunlardan hangisi bana uyuyorsa ben onu tercih ettim. Buna göre listeleme yaptım şeklinde bir açıklaması vardı. Bunlar bence zaten ilk başta olması gereken anayasanın ilk maddeleri. Bunu peki hayata nasıl geçiririz? Aslında biraz önce konuştuk. Üst yönetimin sahiplenmesi ve bütün çalışanların aslında bunu yürekten hissedip uyguluyor olması gerekiyor. Bu da gerçekten başlı başına bir kültürel dönüşüm programı. Bunun tabii ki bir ödüllendirme ayağı olmalı performans yönetimi açısından. Bu finansal olabilir, finansal olmayan ödüllendirmeler olabilir. Yani bir insanın recognize edilmesi de bir ödüldür aslında. O size aslında içinizde belki çok daha fazla motive eden bir şeydir. Çünkü insandan insana değişir. Bunun yapılabilmesi için de yine biraz önce bahsettiğim gibi biraz daha müşteri deneyimini destekleyen, birebir hatta ayrılmaz parçası olan çalışan memnuniyeti, çalışan deneyimine bakmak lazım. Biz nasıl bir deneyim yaratmak istiyoruz kendi çalışanlarımızla? Çünkü siz istediğiniz kadar yüksek teknoloji kullanın, en son software'leri alın, bunları en son dijital teknolojilerle adapte edin. Günün sonunda bu hizmeti sizin insanlarınız verecek. Ve bu insanlar mutsuzsa, kendi deneyimlerinde zaten sorunlar yaşıyorlarsa emin olun ki müşterinize de bu sorunları yaşatacaktır. Hep şu klasik örneği veririm ben bu konuda. Genelde siz sinirlenirsiniz. Karşınızdaki özellikle müşteri temsilcisi şöyle der: o ben değildim. Müşterinin karşısında hepiniz o şirketsiniz. Yani A kişisinin, B kişisinin, C kişisinin ne söylediği, ne söz verdiğini müşteri ayırmaz. O onun için X şirketinin vermiş olduğu sözdür ve bu tutulmamıştır. Bu deneyim yaşatılmamıştır. Şimdi zaten bunu söyleyen arkadaşın, yani o ben değildim, ben size o sözü vermedim diyen arkadaşın zaten büyük ihtimal şirketle ilgili bir mutsuzluğu vardır. Bu mutsuzluğun da giderilmesi gerekir. Dediğim gibi bunların içinde eğitim, kariyerin üzerine yapılan yatırımlar, finansal destekler vesaire, bunlar tabii hani baştan sona tasarlanması gereken bir şey. Ama A organizasyonunda gerçekleşen B organizasyonunda net bir şekilde gerçekleşmez, çünkü farklı insanlar var. Doğal olarak benim tavsiyem ilk başta mevcut insanlarınızla nasıl bir kültür yaratmak istediklerinizi, nasıl bir deneyim yaşamak istediklerini anlayın. Mevcut durumda neler yaşıyorlar, bunu ölçümleyin. Aradaki farkı nasıl kapatacağınıza yönelik o biraz önce bahsettiğiniz finansal bonus, finans dışı bonus veya eğitim vesaire gibi aktiviteleri, aksiyonları planlayın derim.
Çok teşekkürler. Nacizane ben de birkaç bir şey eklemek isterim buna. En son Enerjisa'da çalışırken ben 1,5 yıllık bir müşteri deneyimi, müşteri odaklı kültür dönüşüm projesini yönettim. Orada da aslında bizim izlediğimiz 3 adım vardı. İlk adım farkındalık adımı. Yani çalışanların farkında olması lazım. Dediğiniz gibi mesela işte sordular çalışana, bu benim işim değildi dedi. Bu benim işim değildi dememesinin için o çalışanın bir çalışan deneyim kısmı var önemli. Bir de aslında müşteri deneyimi nedir? Bizim müşteriye nasıl yaklaşmamız lazım diye bir eğitim sürecinden, bir farkındalık sürecinden geçmesi lazım. Bu birinci adım. Bizim izlediğimiz yolu anlatıyorum. İkincisi sahiplenme. Eğer bu çalışanların sahiplenmesini sağlayabilirsek müşteri deneyimi olgusunu şirket içerisinde, o zaman her şey çok daha kolay, çok daha hızlı ilerliyor. Üçüncüsü de ilhamlandırma. Bu aşamada da aslında bizim çok fazla bir şey yapmamıza gerek kalmadan çalışanların birbirlerini ilhamlandırması önemli hale geliyor. Ben bunu CXPA'de bir YouTube kanalında izleyebilirler arkadaşlar. CXPA'nin YouTube kanalında Three Steps of Creating Customer Centric Culture diye biraz daha detaylı şekilde açıkladım. Yakın dönemde Avrupa'da bir bankaya da bunun danışmanlık projesini yapacağız. Şirket odaklı, şirket içerisindeki müşteri kültürünü ve müşteri odağını nasıl arttırabiliriz, çalışanları nasıl buna inandırabiliriz diye. O yüzden bu adımları izleyerek o videoda biraz daha detaylı bilgiye ulaşabilirler diyelim. Şimdi zamanım bitiyor ama
Bir şey ekleyeyim. Bir de yani müşteriyle özellikle dokunan kısmı etkilendirmek çok önemli. Biraz önce bahsettiğiniz işte otomasyonlar vesaireler, günün sonunda otomasyon duvara çarpabilir. Onu da unutmamak lazım bu dönüşüm programlarında. Yani özellikle ön hatlar net bir şekilde etkilendirilmeli.
Kesinlikle zaten bu dediğim üçlü de işte farkındalık, sahiplenme ve ilhamlandırma, yapılan projelerin hepsi direkt o bahsettiğiniz müşteri birebir iletişimde olan çağrı merkezi, bayi ve şube çalışanları için yapılan projeler. İşte müşteri deneyimi, elçileri projesi, müşteri kahramanları projesi gibi gerçekten onlara odaklı, onların bu işi sahiplenmesi gereken projeler. Son olarak son bir soruyla bitirebiliriz. Son İsmail, sana da bir soru şuradan soralım. Şu soruyu soralım. Bugünlerde CXPA sertifikası, yani CXP sertifikası çok daha popüler ve birçok profesyonelin takip ettiği bir konu haline geldi. Gülsün Hanım da bahsettiği gibi. Bu CXP sertifikalı insanların sayısının artmasının programların kalitesine olumlu katkı sağlayacağı da kesin. Peki danışmanlık sektörüne olacak etkilerini nasıl değerlendiriyorsunuz? İsmail, sen uzun süredir danışmanlık yapıyorsun. Sence bu CXP sertifikasının sahip insanların artması ne gibi etkileri olacak danışmanlık sektöründe?
Teşekkürler. Öncelikle yani soruyu soran arkadaş için, özellikle belki yani danışmanlık sektöründe çalışıyor ve bu sertifikayı almayı düşünüyor olabilir. Tabii ki de yani Gülsün Hanım zaten açıkladı, yani sonuçta elbette pozitif etkileri kendisi de zaten gördü. Ben de açıkçası gördüm yani gerekli danışmanlık sektöründe. Şöyle bir şey ya, özellikle şimdi sertifika işi olarak ben hiç bakmadım, yani bir sertifikam olsun, işte etiket olsun diye hiçbir şekilde düşünmedim. Sonuçta sertifika demek yani o sınava girip belirli metodolojilere göre bilginizi ölçme. Orada bir nevi kendinize daha fazla güven duyma hissi de sağlıyor. Bu birincisi. İkincisi tabii ki de yani sertifikadan sonra bir nevi yani network'ünüz ve takip ettiğiniz insanlar, bilgi paylaşımı sizi bir noktadan başka bir noktaya da getiriyor. Sonuçta bilgi birikiminizi arttırıyor. Bu ikinci bir nokta. Ve üçüncü noktada da ise sonuçta sertifikayı alıp işte kenarda durursun diye değil. Yani sonuçta her 2 yılda belirli bir credential'ları elde etmeniz gerekiyor ki sonuçta sertifika süreniz uzatılsın. O anlamda işte gerek işte makale yazabilirsiniz, gerek işte webinarlara katılabilirsiniz veya işte eğitim verebilirsiniz. Nitekim bunların hepsini birleştirildiği takdirde kesinlikle katılıyorum yani. Daha fazla kişinin sertifikalı olması bir nevi bu müşteri deneyiminin belirli noktadan çok daha ileriye seviyelere geleceğini düşünüyorum. Bu birinci nokta. Danışmanlık tarafında ise Açıkçası şöyle, yani sonuçta biliyorum Serkan ne düşünüyor. Ya önceden mesela 5-6 yıl önce danışmanlık her yerde yapılıyordu. Birçok firma danışmanlık hizmetleri veriyordu. Ama bir nevi ben 2-3 yılda onu gördüm mesela. Bir firmalara gidildiği takdirde veya bir firmaya bir teklif verildiği takdirde firmalar özellikle şey yapabiliyor, yani sorabiliyor. Hangi danışmanlarınız sertifika sahibi. Bunu şey gibi düşünebilirsiniz, yani firma çok büyük bir proje yapacaktır. 100-150 tane çalışanı vardır. Orada bir PMP sertifikalı birisini muhakkak görmek ister. Zaten ilanlara baktığınızda bir proje yöneticisi alınacaksa bir PMP sertifikalı tercih edilir. O anlamda tabii ki de şey oldu. Ben açıkçası yani kişisel anlamda şeyi kullanmadım değil. Bu danışmanlık tarafında, yani müşteriyle konuşurken mesela bir müşteri deneyimi eğitimi alacaktı. Daha önceki bizim servis verdiğimiz bir müşteriydi ve açıkçası kendilerine söyledim. Yani bu eğitimi verecek kişi kim? CCXP sertifikalı mı değil mi? Daha sonradan mesela onu bir başarı kriteri, işe alım kriteri olarak mesela koymuşlardı. Ben hatta mesela Serkan'dan da bazı müşterilere bahsediyorum. Ben mesela onların herhangi bir projeye çıkılacağı zaman veya bir RFP'ye çıkılacağı zaman söylüyorum yani kendilerine. Çünkü biz Dubai'de bir nevi küçük bir network olduğu için yani biliyoruz açıkçası kimin hangi firmada çalıştığını, ne işler yaptığını, hangi sertifikası olup olmadığını. Orada mesela ben çok rahat bir şekilde söyleyebiliyorum yani. Sonuçta bu işi yapabilecek ve CCXP sertifikalı olacak kişi Serkan'dır. Serkan da bu firmada çalışıyordur. Onun dışında danışmanlık tarafında çok fazla bir kişi yoktur diye çok rahatlıkla söyleyebiliyorum. Niye? Çünkü CXP'ye danışman, yani bu sertifikayı alan kişileri internet sitesinde yayınlıyor. Nitekim ben periyodik olarak onlara da bakıyorum. Günün sonunda evet, ben bunun daha da değerli olacağını ve değerin katlanarak artacağını düşünüyorum.
Çok teşekkürler. Ben de çok kısaca bir şey eklemek istedim. Şimdi birkaç tane oluşum da var aslında. Yani Avrupa'da özellikle. Bu oluşumlarda özellikle bu oluşumlarda yer alacak olan müşteri deneyimi profesyonellerinin CCXP sertifikası var mı yok mu diye bakıyorlar. Örneğin Customer Institute var. Şu an müşteri deneyimi şirketleri müşteri odaklılık başlığı altında değerlendiren bir oluşum Customer Institute. Orada direktörlerden birisi de benim. Ve bütün direktörler de CCXP sertifikalı ve CCXP sertifikası olmayanı direktör olarak almıyorlar. Başka bir firma daha var yine bütün dünyada ambassador, elçileri olan bir yazılım ve danışmanlık firması. O firma da yine özellikle CXP sertifikalı olanları aslında elçileri olarak atıyor. Mesela CXPA tarafında da CXPA'de web sitesine girerseniz topic guide'lar, konu başlığına göre rehberler göreceksiniz. Farklı farklı rehberler var. O rehberleri hazırlamak için de sadece CXP sertifikalılar aslında o rehberleri hazırlayabiliyor. Ben de yakın dönemde Voice of Customer konusunda bir rehberi hazırladım. O yayınlanacak. Müşteri odaklı kültür yaratmak, organizasyonel adaption gibi farklı konularda yine bu 6 başlıkta rehberler CXP'nin web sitesinde var. Dolayısıyla dediğiniz gibi aslında çoğu yerde kapıyı daha rahat açmanızı sağlıyor. Bazı yerlerde bu sertifika yoksa kapı kapalı ne yazık ki. Yani o nedenle özellikle danışmanlık tarafında yol alacak o tarafta çalışan arkadaşlara ben şiddetle öneririm. Hem Türkiye hem de yurt dışında daha rahat iş yapabilmeleri için diyelim. Çok teşekkürler. Bir 7-8 dakika vaktimizi açtık. O da nazarlıktır diyelim. Çok teşekkürler katıldığınız için İsmail, Serkan Bey, Gülsün Hanım. Benim için çok keyifli bir webinardı. Umarım izleyenlerimiz için de öyle olmuştur ki eminim öyle olmuştur. Bizden sonra saat 18'de 4. webinarı Pisano Müşteri Deneyimi Günü'nün ve Pisano Akademi'nin düzenlediği 4. webinar Avrupa tarafı canlı yayında sizlerle olacak. Ortada çok değerli gerçekten konuşmacılar var. Benim de yakından tanıdığım Daniel Orta var. Omnitouch'ın kurucusu ve 20 yıllık müşteri hizmetleri tarafında deneyimi olan CX Masterclass'ları veren, eğitimleri veren ve danışmanlıkları veren çok değerli birisi. Yine Kantar şirketinden Andrea var. O da yine yakın zamanda aynı müşteri deneyimi ödül töreninde birlikte aynı grupta jüri üyeliği yapmıştık Andrea ile beraber. O da yine çok bilgili, çok deneyimli bir isim. Veselim var. Raiffeisen Bank International'dan. Raiffeisen Bankası Pisano'nun en büyük müşterilerinden ve yatırımcılarından birisi. Raiffeisen Bankası'nın Customer Experience lideri Veselin. Onunla da çok yakın çalışıyoruz ve eminim ufkumuza ulaşacak, vizyoner bir konuşma yapacak ve yanıtlar verecektir. Ve Pisano kurucu ortağı Ozkan da o webinarda bizlerle olacak. O yüzden saat 18'de yine Pisano'nun YouTube kanalında sizleri bekliyoruz. Tekrar çok teşekkürler İsmail, Serkan Bey, Gülsün Hanım katıldığınız için. Müşteri deneyim gününüz tekrar kutlu olsun.
Çok
Biz
teşekkürler. Çok sağ olun.
Teşekkürler.
Görüşmek üzere.
There we go.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Daniel. I believe we're having Veselin very soon. Seems like he's getting connected. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. When we were connecting to the session, I've seen that we're live for 6 hours now. We do have additional 90 minutes to go. It's fantastic that, we're having this session today for full day event for celebration for the CX Day. Again, welcome to the CX Day celebrations hosted by Pisano Academy. So far, we had 3 amazing, informative, and insightful webinars. Thank you very much for all of your feedback and contributions for whole day. I've seen a lot of engagements on social media, on Twitter and LinkedIn. Again, thank you very much for all of your contributions, comments, and feedback. Here we are at the last mile, last webinar of the day. Today, we do have the three panelists that will enlighten us with their experiences and know-how. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to be on the same panel with them today. We have Andrea Coca, CX and Digital Practice Lead at Kantar TNS Romania. We have Veselin Petkov, still trying to connect to the meeting. He is the International CX Leader at Raiffeisen Bank International. We do have very well-known Daniel Ort, founder and director at OmniTouch Retail. I would be happy to jump right onto the panel and kindly ask our panelists to introduce themselves. So, Andrea, should we start with yourself?
Sure. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of the session and happy CX Day. I've been a market researcher for more than 10 years now and showing traits of customer obsession and customer empathy even before it started to be trending or trendy. I am currently the CX and Digital Practice Lead for Kantar TNS Romania, where we try to measure and merge brand experience, customer experience, and employee experience for companies at various levels of customer-centric maturity, and to contribute this way to growing customer centricity across industries.
That's lovely. We were going to continue with Veselin, but I'll pass it to you, Daniel.
No problem. Thank you for the introduction, Andrea. I'm Daniel, and I'm a 30-year veteran of the CX and contact center industry. My job is basically to help and inspire people that work in customer experience, customer service, or contact centers to do better at work. And when they do better at work, it's for themselves and it's for their colleagues, it's for their company, and obviously it's for customers too. I founded my company 20 years ago. We have 2 main divisions. We have an education division where we run a number of workshops around the customer ecosystem. And we also have a research division where we do a lot of qualitative research, a lot of mystery shopper focus groups, ethnographic research, and also quantitative research for clients over 20 years. I'm a CXPA recognized training provider, so I help people earn their CCXP and benefit from that. And last but not least, I lived for 20 years in Singapore, but relocated to Germany a couple of years ago, which is now home. So that's probably more than you ever wanted to know about me in your entire life. So thank you, Ozkan.
That's fantastic, Daniel. Actually, if we will have time on the Q&A part, I was going to ask, how did you make the move from Singapore to Germany? That's an interesting change. That's, by the geography, by the culture, by the business culture, it's a big change.
I think we've got some connection issues here. Oh.
Can you hear me well now? Let me see. Can you hear me well now?
See, the image froze.
Let's try to change the connection. Can you hear me now? It is weird.
Did you know the Agatha Christie book where they go one by one? I hope I'm not next.
It is coming. Just wait for a second.
We haven't prepared any jokes for this situation, right?
It's very interesting.
Okay, I think we're losing Ozkan. No, you're back. At least you're back.
Hi, Andrea. That was a joke, actually, as you said. We will be back one by one. No worries at all.
Okay.
So let's wait for a while for Daniel and see if he could be able to take the first question. If not, we will continue with yourself.
Okay.
There we go.
Hi.
Hi, Daniel.
I
As I told you, we will be back one by one, and we're having Veselin too. Daniel, should we start with yourself? Should we kick off with yourself?
Of course you may. I think you feel free. I'm ready, Ozkan. Tell me.
Beautiful. Beautiful. As you know, like the previous webinar, I'm sure you've also watched that one, that we hosted today was all about CXPA certification. And when you were introducing yourself, you also mentioned that you're also a CXPA certified trainer, and most probably the most well-known around the world. How do you see the importance of training on the success of customer experience or employee experience projects?
Ozkan, I think that's a really good question. And I'll start by saying this. Our industry, the customer industry, has a few built-in challenges that makes us unique. And here's the first one. Very few people in this industry went to school for this. You didn't really go to school and get a degree in customer experience or degree in customer service or degree in contact center. So most people end up in the industry by accident. I'll say that happened to me as well. My original career is finance. I was a CFO of a direct marketing company. The VP of operations of the contact center resigned. 2 hours later, they offered me her job. So I literally moved from finance to contact center operations in a single afternoon. Now I knew all the numbers, but I didn't know how to run a contact center. And I think that's a common challenge a lot of us have in this industry is we don't know what we don't know. We end up in the job and we hope we're making good decisions, and we check around and say, well, look, I'm pretty smart. I want to do a good job, but I'm still not sure I'm making the right decision. So the kinds of people we meet in our workshops, and I'm sure other trainers would say the same thing, they kind of looked in the mirror and said, this isn't okay. I can't succeed in serving customers. I can't succeed in serving my employees, and I can't succeed in making our organization better if there aren't certain things that I really need to know. And frankly, all the passion in the world can't make up for a lack of know-how. I hear so many people say, I have passion, I have passion, I have passion, but passion without know-how. If you're passionate about being a dentist, but you don't actually have the background or the training to be a dentist, believe me, I'm not going to let you anywhere near my mouth with a drill or a pick or anything like that. And I think sometimes we have to be honest with ourselves in the customer experience world and so on, and say, gosh, I really don't know what I don't know. That's the first challenge I see, which I think drives the need for training and education. The second challenge is this. A lot of people that I meet, again, in workshops or sessions like this, they work for only 1 or 2 or 3 employers in their entire career. So they're very strongly influenced by the way their company works. So our company does this, this must be the right way. But unfortunately, that can be quite limiting because the company just down the road from you or across the street from you or in the techno park down the road could be actually doing things differently and a lot better. So sometimes we get a little bit isolated in our organization and think that the way we're doing it here must be the right way. So one of the things I always recommend people do is try and break out of your organizational shell. So that can be as simple as attending like the Pisano Academy session today. It could be reading a book. It could be watching a YouTube video. It could be taking a course. I think what you want to do is make sure you're keeping your pulse on the industry and frankly, challenge your assumptions. I think that's one of the healthiest things we all can do, is just challenge, why do I believe this? Is this true? Has this question already been solved and I can go out there and find the answer that someone else has already sorted out? And there's a third challenge, I think, in our industry. I call it personal development time. So sometimes in workshops, especially with managers, I'll say, okay, you work a 40, 50, some of you a 60-hour week. How many hours a week are you spending on what I call personal development? Personal development, again, reading a book, reading a LinkedIn article, writing a LinkedIn article, attending a session like this. I bet you can guess the answer. what do 8 out of 10 managers, I don't care what country I'm in, what do they say about their personal development per week? How many hours? If you said 0, you are right. 8 out of 10 managers tell me they spend 0 hours per week on average improving their own personal know-how. They'll simply say, I don't have any time. Now, I will say for the 2 out of 10 that say, Dan, I spend 1 to 2 hours a week, I keep my eye on those folks because those are the folks that are going to go far. They're the ones who are sorting out what is NPS, what is experience design, and all this particular stuff. So, Ozkan, I guess the long-winded answer to your question is it's important to understand that particularly in CX, customer service, and contact centers, we ended up in this industry by accident. So to some degree, we have to really professionalize ourselves on a regular ongoing basis so that we can be of real value to the stakeholders around us. I really like that question, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And I really appreciate the word saying, like, you know, if the dentist doesn't know what to do, I'm not going to put myself in the hands of that dentist. So when we're, when we're talking about SREX programs and success of them, we also had a webinar today at the MENA session where we discussed about how to establish meta-scale or large-scale customer experience discipline at MENA. But we do have another representative of such a meta-scale or large-scale customer experience program from Raiffeisen Bank International, Veselin, where Veselin is running actually a CX program at 13 countries in the CE region, which is, I believe, the definition of meta-scale. And Veselin, when you joined the company, you know, RBI has a vision, like the vision of being the most recommended financial institution for a bank or for a financial institution. How hard is that? Like, how hard is that to carry that responsibility on your shoulders? How does that feel? You know, how do you sleep at night? You know, for a financial institution, making that or like being the most recommended financial institution, that should be, I'm just leaving that word to you.
Yeah. Hi, Ozkan. Hi, everyone else listening. I really wanted to apologize first for dialing Kately. It's amazing that the whole bank managed to migrate from going fully to the office to having 50,000 people working from home without any IT glitches. And now the time that I'm participating in a webinar, I had troubles with my internet. But anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. To your question, I think, first of all, I don't believe that Raiffeisen is unique in that sense. As I was joining the bank, I did a little bit of research and I found out that an amazing amount of corporates from different industries, financial or non-financial, industrial, FMCG, they all have something inspirational or aspirational in their mission or vision statements that has to do with the customer and customer centricity. They don't always phrase it the same, but it's always there. We deliver customer-centric innovation. We live for our customers, etc. So in that regard, we're no different than a lot of other players out there. I think once you understand why a given institution actually has this aspiration of becoming the most recommended bank, it becomes much more digestible. It brings it down to earth. For us, it's very clear why we want to do it. We are operating in an industry that's changing quite rapidly. We're extremely heavily regulated. A lot of our customer interactions are actually driven by the regulators, and we don't really have control over it. The industry is becoming very competitive. We all hear about the Revoluts, the N26 of the world, all those digital banks that just enter with an account and a fancy mobile app, and nowadays we have to compete with them. The customers are becoming much more demanding, simply because they have the experience from the best global companies. They know how Apple works, they know how Netflix works, and this sets the standards for customer interactions and for customer experience. And this is actually why we have this aspiration of being the most recommended bank. We want to deliver truly customer-centric products and services to our customers, also because we know that it's good for us. It brings additional gross income, it increases our product usage, product penetration, and once you explain it to yourself why the whole institution has this vision, then it becomes much easier to cope with the stress of having to actually deliver on this. So it's not costing me any sleep, if I may say so. And my last point on this is, I believe that every CX practitioner actually has this bar to pass. Every CX practitioner have to make sure that their respective organization is the most recommended, the best in terms of customer experience. So in that regard, I'm no different than all the other CX practitioners out there.
Thank you very much, Veselin. It made us very happy that you're sleeping at night. So when we heard your voice yesterday, I was a little bit scared that you get sick because of all the stress and all the things that you're trying to run, but like happy to hear that one.
Modern medicine goes a long way in preventing or at least alleviating some of the effects of the common cold.
Let's hope for a sooner treatment. So Andrea, like we discussed two different perspectives of CX programs, training and business side on from Daniel and Veselin. When we say actually CX programs, you're one of the doors that people knock. Hi, Andrea, we need to do something. We need to improve our CX. We need to design our journeys. We need to get more out of the data that we have. So how do you see the role, position of yourself or research companies inside the whole CX measurements or management projects?
So I like to believe that our doors are wide open and you don't really have to knock, you just walk right in, because with a lot of our partners, we've known ourselves for a long time. You do see a lot of partnerships having formed between research agencies and customer experience management platform providers. And this was the next step that we took. At the very beginning, there was some anxiety about researchers' role being usurped by the newly developed platforms and technology and self-serving surveys. But it has proven to really be an opportunity. Our favorite aspect of the job as researchers has always been to uncover the customer needs, the motivations that really explain the statistics, to find the insights and connections, and to, the story and the data. So the CX management platforms made data collection as well as data dissemination within a company easier and really free us to focus on uncovering the right direction for action planning together with our clients. So actually, a lot of research agencies, including Kantar TNS, have moved more in the sphere of consultancy this way. We now have a chance to run more workshops with various stakeholders, on learnings from the data integration. So we have that training part as well for a lot of employees. And some of us, including myself, have also moved into the sphere of change management consulting and customer-centric transformations this way, which is really great. As far as personal development and evolution, it's really an enjoyable ride. So really our role as being an advocate for the customer at any table or in every webinar, as well as being a partner for our clients in decision-making, has not really changed. But we do have a better, faster, more agile approach for the data informing the strategies.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you very much, Andrea. And I like the word advocate for the customer, because a lot of the businesses, a lot of companies today looking for that advocate on the table. They're looking to find that person, which is, it's good that it's the CEO, right? Like, if your CEO is your customer advocate, or advocate for the customer, the whole organization makes the big change. But, still there's a lot of businesses looking for that one. So when we started this CX program, I'd be happy to just kick off with the very basics, fundamentals of Voice of Customer program. As we discussed, that is one of the main sources, let's say, not the first, but one of the main sources of the data about the experience of the data. And it always starts by listening. A very generic question, Andrea, for yourself. Let's continue with you. How to listen to the voice of the customer? Very generic question.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll take you even a step back with this question. There are so many ways nowadays to listen. to the customer. And many companies and for many companies, actually, this makes it a lot trickier because you have structured data, unstructured data, active and passive listening. It's really the making sense of it and being able to follow up with initiatives and action planning that's more the challenging part. And the core issue for me is also the why to listen and who listens, because any voice of the customer initiative needs to be embedded in the culture of the organization. So of course it matters if you run a survey, if you do social media listening, if you set up a feedback program, if you run a mystery shopping project. But it also matters to put the learnings at the core of the business. That's really what CX is meant to do. So once you have that engagement in the company, then every interaction becomes a listening opportunity, and you just have to put the right collection method in place. With this being said, I started out as a moderator, so I still love tete-a-tete and one-on-one discussion with a customer. But I also enjoy, the powerhouse that is represented by the modern platforms. So I'm very versatile in this regard, and I can pretty much recommend anything as long as I know, your core strategy and your industry.
That's fantastic. You put me on the spot. Being like, I was like, this is almost like my first time moderating a panel. I'm used to be one of the panelists, so I will be a little bit more scared to be like, I need to be careful. We do have another moderator in the panel. So, Daniel, can we pass it to yourself, how to listen to the voice of the customer?
Sure, of course. I really like what Andrea had to say. And I know typically when you hear VOC, your mind, at least the people I talk to, their mind moves directly to surveys or to the quantitative side. So just to be a little bit different, I'd like to talk about a couple examples of listening that aren't specifically survey related, and along with a couple of real life stories. The first is internal quality assurance. Some people call it service quality. Now, my DNA is contact center. That's where I started in 1990 and came up through contact center. And I always tell this story. We were selling gardening products, and these products were quite expensive, and they were being shipped in from the UK. I was running contact centers in the US at that time. And we were selling a sandbox. It cost about 1,000 USD. And the customer would place the order for the sandbox, and then we would transmit the order to the UK, who would then ship it to the customer. Well, one day the QA person came into my office and said, Dan, I just heard the strangest call. The customer called and said, there's no bottom on the sandbox. And I said, well, what do you mean there's no bottom on the sandbox? She said, I know, I thought the same thing. I said, don't worry, let me contact marketing. Now, this all happens in the era before email and internet. People can't believe that there were times when email didn't exist. So we contacted the marketing person. She said, we'll contact the UK. She came back the next day and said, okay, Dan, I have a bit of a story for you. In the UK, they don't put a bottom on the sandbox. There's just a frame. They set the frame directly on the dirt, and then you dump the sand directly on top of the dirt. Now, this had a cool wind down top as well. So if it rained, you could wind the top up and down. But Americans tend to be super hygienic or hygienic. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. So to them, the idea of not having a bottom was a bit shocking. So I called the QA person in and I said, I think we've got a nightmare. And she said, Dan, I do too. I've just heard 10 more calls. So because she had come in and because she had told me, we were able to go through our order entry system, and we were able to find all the people that had ordered the sandbox already, but who hadn't received it yet. And we literally called them all up and said, hello, sir, you ordered the sandbox. It's wonderful, but we just want to let you know there's no bottom in the sandbox. Would you still like to have it along with a $100 discount and all of our thanks? Do you know we still managed to sell 80% of the remaining sandbox to those hygienic Americans, which I guess I've won, so I'll put myself in the group. But I always, whenever I teach quality assurance, I tell people, do you know your quality assurance person should be your lighthouse? They're standing way up top there. They're not focused on the quality of the individual customer service person so much. They're looking for trends. They're looking for outliers. And sometimes just having that one person walk in and say, Dan, I heard a funny call. Dan, I read a funny email. So I would never underestimate the power of really well-trained, well-structured, and I would say big picture thinking QA people. Now I'd like to switch to mystery shopper, and Andrea, we will definitely talk about this one day, Veselin too, offline. But I mean, I just love mystery shopper, and because you can find out things you wouldn't find out otherwise. I'm going to give you two quick examples here. Example one, we did a mystery shopper for an Indian airline. So we're in India, and here's what the mystery shoppers fed back to us. This wasn't actually planned in the scenario. The mystery shopper said, you know, Dan and team, when I went to the counter wearing traditional, he was in Rajasthan, so he was wearing typical Rajasthani Northern Indian garb. He said, I got X level of service from the people. When I went back a week later to another counter to carry on with the mystery shopper, I was wearing a Western style suit. The service I got wearing a Western style suit dramatically better than when I wore traditional Indian garb. So of course, when we presented the results to the client, we're like, do you realize that there's some inherent bias here based on what the customer is wearing? And people working in financial institutions, Veselin maybe can back me up here. What I learned with financial institutions is the guy who walks into the bank in sweatpants and a t-shirt that's a billionaire. It's not the one wearing the suits, you know? So that was one example. And there's something else about mystery shopper, and this is again a true story. One of the scenarios was to call in to a mobile company. I think this was in Malaysia. And every time we pressed 1 on the IVR, then 3, then 6 to get the answer, the IVR hung up on us. It literally just disconnected. So we're in the boardroom again and presenting the results. And then when we got to that scenario, the CEO is there and we said, well, sir, unfortunately, whenever we try and get information about the prepaid program, the IVR hangs up on us. And he said, no, that's not possible. So he looked around at the table at all the big chiefs. And they also said, that's not possible. They've done this wrong. Now they had one of those fancy speakerphones on the table, you know, the ones that look like spaceships. So some smart person said, let's try this. So they pulled the phone, they dialed their own phone number. Now, in my shoes, my toes are going like this. I am absolutely hyperventilating inside, but you can't see it on the outside. The CEO dials presses 1, presses 6, presses 9. Guess what happened? It hung up. The whole room got quiet. The whole room got quiet because people think things work the way they should and they don't. Just one more on that, and then I'll let you turn it over to someone else. This was a mystery shopper from Microsoft in Asia Pac. So we were supposed to be sending emails in Chinese to China. So we would send the email, and there was supposed to be like a 24-hour turnaround. But no reply, no reply. 3 days went by, 4 days went reply. So we actually contacted the client and said, something's very strange because we've sent about 50 Chinese language emails to you and we don't have a single reply. So what they did is they checked. They found out that there was a switch in their email server that had been set incorrectly, and all the Chinese emails were going to the United States, where nobody could read the Chinese language, so nobody was actually doing anything about them. So it's just so interesting to me to kind of look at mystery shopper. I sometimes call it the original form of journey mapping, if you like, the Jurassic Park form of journey mapping, because that's where you kind of get a sense of what customers really go through. So my two examples today are don't overlook the power of great quality assurance, and don't overlook the power of well done mystery shopper. Obviously, there's a lot of poorly done mystery shopper. So thank you very much, Ozkan, for letting me relive some of my most favorite memories here. So.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Actually, after Andrea being moderator, you actually helped me a lot. Like when I heard that, you also remembered the times that email was not existent. I said someone from my age is on the call, so we can speak the same language. That's fantastic. And for the QA people part, I would definitely back yourself. At Pisano, what we do is basically we use our own platforms to manage the experience of our own customers. So like if I would say, like, guys, we need to develop this function, we need to develop this product tomorrow, won't happen. So what we do is all the customer feedback coming through any channel, through account managers, through support team, through sales account managers, are collected in the platform. And every single day at 1:30, we get together at any office of Pisano. Wherever you are in the world, you need to join that meeting. We discuss all that customer feedback all together, and we design the product roadmap. So that's how we stay up to date. This is how we actually develop the best product for the market and for our customers. So I'd love that example, and I'll definitely read or listen the register of this call and use that example word by word, if you allow me so. And then Veselin, so while we're talking about the voice of customer part, how would you listen? Like, how would you listen the voice of the customer?
Yes, thank you, Ozkan. I can definitely relate to what both Andrea and Daniel said. Obviously, when you're in a position and carry responsibility for a whole group of institutions, you have to make sure that your voice of customer program reaches as far as possible and is at the same time as deep as possible. So there are different ways to achieve this width and this depth at the same time. So we obviously do the relationship measurements using agencies like Kantar, etc. We obviously have the feedback management platforms such as Pisano in place. The problem is that in most cases it's not enough to provide actually intelligence on the topic. What is it exactly? Just to put things in perspective, on the topic of transactional measurements, in each of our countries we probably conduct more than 100 transactional feedback surveys or carry out over 100 transactional feedback researches, if you would. No, simply because we have 3 major business lines. There, just in the retail business, there's like 20 plus products, and we probably have 10 channels in which we can interact with the customers, and that's without even thinking in terms of end-to-end customer journeys, just speaking about products and channels. At the same time, so we do all these things, but every now and then we reach a bottleneck when we try to actually figure out how to improve things, and that's when the softer methods of research come into place in listening to customers, and that's when the mystery shopping can come in handy. Literally, we had just a week ago. We saw that customers are very dissatisfied in some of our network banks with how we are handling the credit moratorium. You know, nowadays in Europe, because of COVID, a lot of governments introduced credit moratorium, so you don't need to repay your loans. And then we saw in some of our banks a decent amount of dissatisfaction. We were wondering what's the point, and that why exactly, what are we doing wrong if we're following one-to-one the national bank mandated way of approaching this topic. And then mystery shopping helped us uncover that, I don't know, our competitors next door have digitized the whole process, so their customers don't even need to go to the bank in the first place to kick off this project, while in our case, customers had to go multiple times to the branch to achieve the same goal. So all research methods have their place in an international corporation. The valuable thing, I think the most important thing, is actually how you convert the data into insights, and then how do you put these insights into the hands of people who can actually change things in a systematic approach. And that's where most of my efforts have been focused on. So collecting all the data, the right type of data, merging all possible research methods, from the relationship research to the feedback management platforms to the software ways of researching, and then actually pushing people to do something based on the data, which is where the holy grail lies, in my belief.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Veselin. Definitely, when we listen to understand. We understand, like we listen to make a change. So that's fantastic.
And one last point I wanted to mention. Even if we're collecting feedback on 100 plus, let's call them touch point or interaction points, still we can get more feedback from unsolicited sources, such as app reviews, social media, in terms of absolute volumes. And that's something that Andrea mentioned in the very beginning. So unsolicited feedback, text data, text analytics also has its role to play, because it's an untapped treasure chest.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, Veselin. While talking about this program, you're also new to your position. as we discussed, you are also in the process of implementing that large-scale program. So this is just like out of a curiosity too. So how did RBI network banks in those 13 countries welcome you? So do you believe that they are aware of what you're trying to achieve? So how was the reaction?
It's actually a good question. By the time I joined the bank, there were already well-established customer experience departments in each of our banks in the 13 countries that you mentioned. So they were all kind of doing their own thing. And in the beginning, it was like, what does this guy want to do? Why is he there? Why is he asking all these questions? But after several ice-breaking sessions, I think they become much more receptive because they understood that they could actually benefit from a centralized role existing. And that brings me to actually what we are doing, how we are collaborating with all the other all the CX departments in our network banks, as we call them. It's about standardizing certain basic things, like how do we listen to the customer, what kind of feedback we are collecting. And there, the colleagues were even open for some centralized guidance because they wanted to align themselves closer to what the biggest and let's say the most established banks within our group were doing. The second thing was, what can we learn from each other? So without having a centralized function, obviously knowledge transfer is much more difficult. And I think they welcome the existence again of a centralized role simply because I became like a transmission box, getting the best practices from the most mature of our banks and transferring them to the less mature, the ones that didn't have as much experience or were just trying to discover certain approaches. And after we figure out my role and my relationships to all the network banks, I think it's been a pretty seamless experience, if I can use the cliche, and it's pretty smooth sailing ever since. And the most important, one last thing, why there is no significant friction within me and my colleagues in the banks, it's because I'm always there to escalate something via the headquarters. So if there's challenges, if there's resource constraints, they know that they can always reach out to someone who will find the right channel to make sure, look, customer experience is priority. You can't cut there.
So basically,
so you're an employee advocate in this case.
Yeah. You are the man inside.
But not a speaker for all the CX teams.
That's fantastic, Veselin. That's a great title to have. And Daniel, when talking about this large organizations, onboarding them, having these programs running in many countries, I believe in 20 plus years, I can't imagine like how many miles you made all around the world, training thousands of people. So doing a business in education, I believe making that path definitely requires a passion. So when and how did you realize that passion?
Well, it's such a personal question, and I'm so glad that you asked, I guess. This is our heart-opening time. I think I've always been a teacher at heart, so that helps. But there is a story as to how I became a professional facilitator, so to speak. It was 1999, that long ago. I was in Singapore. I worked for a consulting firm. And what I did was I traveled around and helped different clients set up their contact centers or optimize their contact centers. So I came home to Singapore one day and went into the office, and my boss came up to me and he saw something in me that I hadn't. And I think at this point in time, I was like 35 or 36 years old already, well along in my career. I enjoyed the consulting work and so forth. And he said, guess what? You're going to be a trainer. We're going to monetize your know-how. And honestly, within a week of him saying that, he had already signed the first deal with the bank. And within 2 weeks, I was standing in front of a bunch of bankers and delivering a training program on customer service. And I mean, it was really transformational for me. And one of you will have to check who said this. But there's a quote out there that says, the two most important days in your life are the day you're born and the day you discover what your purpose is. And honestly, that day, at 1999, standing in front of those 16 bankers who truly had their trust in me was so meaningful. So long story short, I said, I want to do this. And I saw that, this was, 2000, people were just, we didn't call it CX in those days. We called it CRM. It was all CRM. Yeah, okay, yeah, Peppers and Rogers and Ogilvy and all this kind of stuff was all the literature we were reading. And so in 2001, I said, I'm going to set up my own company. But the thing I think I did smart when I look back almost 20 years later now is we set up the education division to do the kind of workshopping that I know my other panelists like, and the research division, because that way we had both sides. We were practitioners in some of the things we were teaching, and it was a great way to get clients to cross over and build that kind of experience. So honestly, that was the origin of moving into this. And I'm an introvert, by the way, Ozkan. Once I'm done with this, I'll go put on my pajamas and hide and drink tea. But when you start asking all these questions and putting all these cool people on the panel, then of course it brings out all this kind of stuff. And there is something I'd like to say to Veselin, if that's okay, based on what he was talking about earlier.
Please.
And Andrea, please jump in too, because I'm taking notes when I listen to you guys because there's so much. Here's something I find when I work with people that are, let's say, new to CX, or they've been doing CX, but maybe they decide to attend a workshop and they want to know what's involved in a CX workshop. I think what a lot of people don't realize is CX is a very interesting collection of disciplines, and those disciplines require expert know-how. It's not like managing a team of contact center agents. It's not like managing a team of managers. It's about specialized know-how. So I'm listening to Veselin and Andrea. You guys have such specialized know-how in data analytics and survey design and survey execution. And then I would dump into the pod experience design, financial know-how. And again, when someone says, Dan, I want to be a CX professional, it's like, be careful here, because you're never going to, I've never met anyone that's an expert in all the disciplines. But I do find that they do what Veselin was talking about. They set up like these centers of excellence. So Veselin, you're like the center of excellence for this stuff.
No, you have to be. You have to be. Otherwise, there will be too many moving parts and no coordination between them.
And and I'm not doing any consulting here, but you know how I tick the box and say you're successful? People are coming to you. People are coming to you. This is the sign of a healthy CX center of excellence. Instead of people running like rats when you come into the room, sorry, that's probably a bad example. They're actually coming to you and saying, Veselin, we need your help. Veselin, we need your guidance. Veselin, can you connect? So I think you just gave such a great example of the level of specialized expertise that's needed, but also the encouragement and inspiring other people throughout the organization. So I really like that example there.
I fully agree with what you said. I think that one of the major transitions we have to do in our organization is to make sure that it's not the CX department that's chasing, let's say, the product teams or the channel teams, that it's the other way around. And then, as you said, I can retire,
That's great. No, really, I really enjoyed your story very much, because it's so great to always hear the kinds of things you read about or talk about actually happening in real life with real people. So.
Thank you very much, Daniel and Veselin. When I listened the answer from Daniel, there were two words, passion. And when Daniel was mentioning about Veselin and Andrea, he was also talking about data science and analytics. So Andrea, when talking about passion, since the beginning of your career, when I checked your LinkedIn account, you were always in the space of data. Like, first word, go to the profile of Andrea on LinkedIn, first word, it's right, it's written data. And today, like, we see a lot of research companies specifically focusing on customer and employee experience. Consult is also making such investments into the CX space. Why do you think that change is happening? Or like, where do you think that this research company is heading towards with the data that they process?
I'm really of the opinion that the whole concept of experience is actually just a natural progression of everything we have been doing so far in marketing and market research. You know, it includes the CRM and the cross-disciplinary approach that Daniel mentioned, but with a greater focus and more facets that can be unveiled from the customers as individuals. So we're still, again, advocating, you know, to put the individual back in the center of the business. A lot of the investments we are seeing are in the area of technology. And I will mention just two important directions here. The first relates to the amount of unstructured data we have. And the latest figures are showing that about 80% of all data right now, or soon to be in 2025, is unstructured. So an important investment, as Veselin was mentioning, is in the area of analytics. And for voice of the customer and the voice of the employee, text analytics becomes extremely relevant to have and to use. Actually, Romanian has proved a pretty tricky language to crack for automated and machine learning text analytics. So it's still an unmet demand for whoever has, you know, an innovative approach out there. The second area of investment is actually the partnership with the CX management platforms that I mentioned. And this allows you to really streamline the process, starting with the data collection and continuing with the inner and outer closing the loop. And I use continuing on purpose, because if you do it right, when you do it right, CX is actually never ending. Yeah, you can't end the CX initiative. You just improve and continue improving, and it's a cycle. So really the change for research companies as well as all other companies was to recognize that the largest return of investment lies in customer experience. Again, not something necessarily new, but something that brings together and shows you how to integrate everything. And obviously technology is a big part of that, because it allows us, it frees us actually to be more creative, more innovative. And this is where the growth lies. So you first have to manage it, you know, to stay afloat and to be relevant. And then you free yourself for the growth part. That's the way I would see it.
That's fantastic. So when we talked about Romanian language and it's being very difficult for text analytics, and positioning CX as an always improving cycle is like setting the right targets for businesses. And I also like the word, like the biggest ROI lies in CX. You know, in most of the conversations, a lot of people from various departments are new to the CX. They'll say like, what will be the ROI of this investment? So like, why do we get this? Why do we start this program? So again, I'll listen this session definitely again and really take my notes properly word by word. And when talking about Romania, and I'm sure you have access to, as we discussed, it is discussed in unstructured data. You should be having a lot of data about each of these markets and countries. And Romania being one of the bigger countries in Balkans and CEE region, how do you think Romania performs in the CX benchmarks, or like where do you see the room for improvement, while saying that it's an improvement cycle, continuous cycle? So where do you see the room for improvement?
I will let you in on a little secret, and it will no longer be a secret since everyone's watching, but I'm not a huge fan of benchmarks. Yeah, I know data and research and everything, not a huge fan of benchmarks here. So without upsetting, you know, everyone, what happens is that they can be greatly overused without giving a second thought to context, to culture, to calibrations necessary across countries and cultures again. So I usually recommend, and I'm definitely not the only one recommending this, but we usually go for self-comparisons. When you start comparing yourself to yourself and you start consistently and continuously monitoring your performance, it becomes very obvious where you need to improve on it. So I won't really compare Romania to other countries in the region, But if I am to think about the past 5 years or so, we did notice, let's say, 2 or even 3 steps increase in the level of maturity of CX. There is definitely more understanding of the relevance of it, of the return of investment. It brings the full fleet, of elements that make up both customer experience and employee experience. There is definitely, and this I love seeing, more buy-in and internal ambassadors and teams forming around CX initiatives, not only in Raiffeisen, but in other corporations as well. And there is measurement. Well, there has always been measurement, at least under the form of NPS. What I would like to see, and where there's definitely room for improvement in the next 3 to 5 years, are actually more complex and continuous ways of measurement. So more transactional programs in place, experience indexes being used instead of single metrics to cover all the facets of the experience. And unfortunately, this is, my big frustration. Everyone is using just the NPS for everything, really literally for everything. And I'm also a strong believer that we should be in an employee era, let's say, allow for more dissemination of data and insight across all levels of the company, having insights available and of interest to all employees, and definitely ensure more autonomy for front, back offices, call center staff, to ensure that long-term engagement with CX.
That's fantastic. So before we really move to Daniel yourself, I just want to make reminder or update for our audience. So if you have any questions, because in around 20 minutes we will be going for a Q&A session, you can drop your questions at the link at the bottom of the screen, which is bit.ly/CXDay2020. Just mind the capital letters, so it is case sensitive. So please share your questions with us so that we can use them in the Q&A part. Thank you, Andrea, again. Daniel, I believe, how do you say, I'm not sure if people in the audience or yourself watching a lot of soccer or, let's say, American football. So, Andrea gave you a big pass. You need to score. When it comes to the improvement in the CX, people engagement and quality of that engagement plays an important role. As Andrea said, you need to compare yourself to yourself. Again, I love that word too, Andrea. Thank you very much. And when we deep dive into the people engagements, businesses making big investment into this training and development of their staff in order to win the CX race. So, however, there are a lot of companies that are having some financial difficulties at the moment, but especially those companies need to stick to their customers. They need to improve the experience that they are providing to their customers. So what would you recommend to do them to implement now, not even tomorrow, before anything else?
Sure, I think it's a great question, and I have to thank Andrea for passing over. Andrea, before I answer, let me first say I'm totally on board with you on not liking the term benchmark. The way I usually hear it is, what is the industry standard? And the moment I hear that question, a little part of me wilts. I won't say it dies, but it wilts and it needs to be refertilized. Because, as you said, it doesn't involve any real level of thinking. It's like, just tell me the standard and we follow the standard, versus looking at the culture and the context. And again, not to go off track here, but this look locally, because when you're doing things like survey programs across regions and countries, or survey like you are, Veselin, or or mystery shopper programs across regions and countries, you do find differences. So for example, if we were doing a survey program that covered, let's say, Singapore and Indonesia, and I have to be cautious here, but Indonesians tend to be easier scorers. Singaporeans tend not to be very easy scorers. So trying to compare and contrast two different countries with completely different cultures without actually saying, what can we do in Singapore to improve against ourselves, and what can we do in Indonesia to improve? So I think your point is really a valid one. Yeah, and I think too many big bosses sometimes get very hung up on but the score in Egypt is this. Why is the score in Panama that? And then it just becomes, everyone's tearing their hair out and going gray. So now, Ozkan, I had to take that detour because Andrea got me all wound up there on this industry standard best, benchmark stuff. The first thing I'm going to say about, I'm going to just call it staff development. The first thing I'm going to say about staff development is it's not true that every company is cutting it. And here's a real example. In March, I did go to Berlin to the Contact Center World Show, which is one of the biggest in all of Europe. And it was my first time there. And was I taking a bit of a risk? Probably. Looking back, I probably shouldn't have gone, but I went. And it was really a great show, even though it was only about 40 or 30% full. I met a delegation from the Ukraine, and the lady from the Ukraine said, well, with the pandemic coming, everyone is cutting staff development. Now, that's no reflection on the Ukraine. She was just representing that. Literally 45 minutes later, I met a friend who had come in from the UK. He said, Dan, a number of our clients are actually upping their staff development investment during these times. So the first thing I want to put out there is we can't just make broad-based assumptions that because times are tough, everyone's cutting. I do think there's a big difference between cutting staff and cutting staff development. I think we have to put that into two different buckets. We had a lot of clients in the travel and hospitality industry. Obviously, they have reduced. I mean, people we were training last year no longer work at that employer, because that's just the reality. But can we talk about the people that weren't cut, the people that are still at that organization? These people, they need more than ever this kind of staff development stuff going on, because they're going through stress, they're going through heartache, they're watching their colleagues lose their jobs, they're watching their industries shrink. So yes, I know there's a lot of staff cuts going on, and I don't really want to comment on that because I think different organizations make their decisions on that. But what I'm seeing is for the people that haven't been cut, there's some more focus on developing them. And let me say this, to me, the heart and soul, especially of your customer service team, is always going to be your team leader or your team manager. So what I would do today, before I went to sleep, is I would ask myself, of the 20 team leaders I have in my company, of the 15 team leaders I have in my company, how would I describe their people skills? How would I describe the quality of the way they interact with their staff? How would I describe their ability to motivate the people around them? Because these people are the heart and soul of your business. I think Gallup did some research that said 70% of employee engagement is impacted directly by the line manager. And I think if you just literally stop for 30 seconds and look at your bosses that you've had in the past, there are certain bosses that just brought the best out of you, and certain bosses that your hair was falling out when you went to work every day. 70% of your sense of giving more of yourself to customers, more of yourself to employees, and more of yourself to the organization is driven by your team leader, your team manager. So because I know that number is big, here's what I always say. I call it the multiplier effect. That one person is impacting 5 other people, 8 other people, 18 other people. Make sure they've got the tools and the freedom and put the wind in their sails to say, go for it, because I know you have the ability to bring the best out in about 18 other people. And here's another practical thing. I hope this one's practical that would help. Look at the job of these people and ask yourself, how much management and administrative work have I dumped on them? Because honestly, when you go in and you start looking at the job descriptions of these people, some of them are just churning out report after report without any understanding of what they're churning out, why they're churning it out, who's it for, nobody's reading it. You can't get a team leader or a team manager to start interacting with their 5, 8, or 18 people if you've dumped 52 reports on top of them. So I think in this whole era of relooking at how we work, supposedly becoming more people-oriented, one of the ways you can prove to the people that work for you that you are people-oriented is take away some of this unnecessary management and admin work. Give it to Veselin, for example. He can do it, yeah. And give them more time to actually interact with the people who report to them. And one last thing, and it sounds like a joke, but actually you should cry instead of laugh, is sometimes when I meet, especially frontliners or people who are working in larger departments, I'll say, when was the last time your boss talked to you? And they said, I'm actually not sure who my boss is. We've been through 3 restructurings. Do you know who my boss is? You have to literally send them on WhatsApp a picture of their boss so that they know who their boss is, because they'll say, I never see him, I never see her. They're always in meetings, they're always doing this, they're always doing that. So I think building this culture of really empowering, especially your middle management, to spend time with their people is going to pay back over and over and over. So that's my little bit of jumping up and down about employee engagement and staff development. I hope that helps, Ozkan.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I believe it was like a book. Like it wasn't just, I didn't mean that it was long answer. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. It was like a book that people really need to read and go through. And Vaseline, like when talking about recommendation and tips for customer experience, I trust you also have many things to share. Overall, CX market is growing 20-25% every year. You know, we also follow those numbers. And there are many people that start in a CX related position every single day in different parts of the world because they have different maturity levels. So for those people listening, your experience so far should be very valuable because you also are starting something from almost scratch. So how was your 100 days plan? Because I know the Raiffeisen Group very well. I'm sure you have that 100 days plan. So what was the most difficult thing to achieve? Where did you fail? How does that list look like?
So what are the lessons that I gained from my 100 days? I think that and I also mentioned some things that were already mentioned by either Daniel or Andrea. As a CX practitioner, I think your first 100 days need to be devoted to educating top management. And this education can have different manifestations. First is on the topic of why we're doing this. And this is where the data analytics come in. Find a way to show that customer experience brings tangible results, that satisfied customers bring 20, 30, 50, whatever number more income, profit, they're 20% less likely to churn, so that you close this topic once and for all, that customer experience is a cost center. It's an investment center, full stop. The second thing is educate on KPIs. Andrea mentioned NPS and her aversion to it, etc. Make it clear that at the end of the day, it's just a metric, and the metric is just a distilled version of reality. It shows you something, but actually the depth is underneath the surface. So the attention should be, okay, here's a metric, whatever. We're obviously not doing that great. How can we improve? So the focus should be how to drive the metrics rather than not which is the metric, because every metric, NPS, CSS, some experience index, it can be abused in pretty much the same way by top management, by over focusing on it. So that was also a major learning I had. And a third major learning was don't underestimate the complexity of large organizations. There will be bottlenecks, there will be obstacles, there will be IT security, compliance, controlling, I call them the money holders, so the budget owners, etc., etc. So make sure you get top management buy-in from the very beginning. And that will go a long way in alleviating your pains as a CX practitioner, actually trying to change something or to introduce something new. I think all three of them are cliches. I'm fully aware of that, but I'm a firm believer that cliches are cliches for a reason, because most of the cases they're true. They're true. Aside from that, if you asked me about someone who's just starting as a CX practitioner, I think, learn R or Python or some other data processing platform. Simply because if I look at the type of profiles we're currently now hiring in the area of customer experience, it's like data management experience, statisticians that have these tools. Simply, CX became a quantitative discipline at some point over the past 10 years, since there's no getting around it.
I'm sorry, I was mute.
Yeah.
I just realized it. So thank you very much for it, Veselin. And if I were to be one of the new CX practitioners tomorrow, I'll definitely take them as a note and I'll make use of them. Super helpful. Thank you very much. So I'm starting some of the questions, merging some of the questions from our audience to ours. Andrea, we do have one question for you. So when actually people found a data person, I believe they wanted to get more detailed or like get into more details of the CX programs. And the question is, what is the most important aspect of a CX program? Closed loop, inner loop, outer loop, continuous measurement, converting insights into action. So I believe we responded that in a way, especially yourself when you were talking about it's not about listening, understanding, and taking the action. I would be happy to pass that question to yourself.
Yeah, I'll have to go with the turning of insights into actions. Because to a certain extent, yeah, you can look at the data, you can collect the data, you can even do the next day call for those customers who are unsatisfied currently. But to be able to sustain, both the behavior on behalf of the employees, to be able to do the necessarily improvements, even correct some of the processes and fluxes that you have behind, that really takes, as I mentioned before, the culture of the company and a really good team of ambassadors to drive that change. So I think a Voice of the Customer program is meant to enable change and enable strategy. And the Americans have a great way of saying, culture, it's strategy for breakfast. So unless you have that culture behind, you're not going to get the action done. So that's where I would focus on, and that's where I've tried to focus, in the recent years on getting the insights into action and the culture transformation it takes.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And I was also doing the opening speech today for a full day event. I've also found a similar saying, satisfied customer is the best business strategy of all. So I completely agree. So like experience of the customer or like satisfaction of that customer is the best strategy that a business can develop. We do have another question for you, Veselin and Daniel. People loved you, like people saw you as the employee advocate today. It is a customer experience event, but people are like messaging on the questions saying that yeah, we do have an employee advocate here. So this question is coming to first Veselin. And
no, shoot. I'm all ears.
So people are saying we talked about a lot of customer experience and customer experience programs, but how does that tie? How does that affect the experience of the employee too?
Yeah. My feeling is the following. Very often, employee experience is an uncomfortable topic for top management. Simply because there are the topics of remuneration. There are the topics of hierarchy. You cannot sustainably solve employee experience unless you do go through a proper company restructuring and reorganization. If your employees are currently not satisfied, if they're satisfied, fine. If you have an issue, usually solving this issue on a systematic level requires a lot of time and effort, probably, and money from top management to resolve it. And that's why a lot of in many organizations, this is like the topic you don't talk about, like the elephant in the room. I truly do believe that you cannot solve customer experience without solving employee experience, especially in industries where double-digit % of your interactions are still human-based. No matter how much you digitize. Eventually, people will need customer support. So here, if you actually want to solve employee experience and CX at the same time, what you need to do is change the way the organization operates. You either go agile, you do those self-organizing teams. There are a lot of best practices, case studies out there that can give guidance how it should be organized. But then once you've changed the way your organization functions, then you need to educate also the employees on why customer experience is so important. Something that Daniel spoke about, something that Andrea spoke about. So based on my observation, I'm not so pessimistic. I'm not too optimistic on companies in general, across industries and geographies, really trying to solve employee experience, simply because it's arguably even more complicated to solve than customer experience. If you get down employee experience, I think changing customer experience or improving CX will be much better, much easier. Apologies.
No problem at all. So, Daniel, do you have a few words to add there?
I'm here, Ozkan.
Yeah, do you have a few words to add there?
Yeah, oh, forgive me. Yes, I do. And I really appreciate what Veselin said. I think the first thing is employee engagement has always been important. Can we just put CX aside for the second? Because employee engagement, as we all know, has to do with people giving more discretionary effort. They care about where they work. They care about what they do. That's how you sum it up. I like my job. I like my company. That's how I sum it up. That's always been good for business. So I think when people pursue employee engagement, and I agree with Veselin, it's a squishy topic in part because an employee's relationship with an organization is obviously completely different than a customer's relationship with an organization. And I think, unfortunately, too many people have dumped it into the same pot and tried to compare employees and customers without at root saying, but employees really don't have a choice. All they can do is leave. But customers always have a choice. They can just go down and buy another insurance policy from someone else. So I think that's the first fallacy I sometimes see. Just because you can say customer journey and then switch it to employee journey doesn't make it the same thing. It doesn't make it. It's an interesting construct, but it doesn't make it the same thing. Now, the second thing is this. I think for those organizations that have moved into CX, and I heard Andrea say reaching certain levels of maturity, CX tends to inspire employee engagement. Because when you work in a place that's doing good things for people, that's bound to feel good. So CX, in a way, now don't get me wrong, I better say this carefully before all the nasty social media stuff comes. Employee engagement has always been important. But when you look at CX and EX, maybe CX should come first to some degree or in tangent, because that's what gets people motivated to say, did you see the way they changed serving customers? Did you see the way they changed our KPIs? Just think of a call center agent. Instead of being told you have to do 80 calls a day, now you're told solve the customer's problem. I mean, you actually feel it by the metrics you're assigned, the way your boss talks to you, the fact your boss does talk to you. So I think for companies that don't just talk the talk, and we all know those, but walk the walk, change the metrics, align the metrics, put in all the great VOC stuff you've been hearing about on this session, employees feel that. They're like, you should have worked here 6 months ago. It was totally different. It's so much better now. And that's when they go and tell their friends, you know, you should come work in this call center. Don't work at that one, because they really have it right here. So I do think in some ways CX is the leading initiative, and employee engagement somehow is in the sleigh riding behind. I don't know how else to put it. Now, it's an interesting way to think about it, but a lot of people say EX has to come first, and I'm like, but EX has always been important. Why is it important just now because of CX? It was always important. So let's just remember that that's kind of like Charlton Heston coming down in the 10 Commandments with the stone tablets. Employee experience has always been important, you know. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on EX and CX. So.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Daniel. So I'm going to be actually continuing with another question from audience, which I love the question because that is in my personal interest topics too, like areas too. So if you would see the images on the background, those are actually a hand design of an architect. So it was an old friend, and when I had this wall empty, I wanted to put some of her designs to the wall. I love architecture. And the question asks, like, CX Day is 6th of October, and the Architecture Day, and Andrea, this question is coming for you, is 5th of October. Do you think it is just a coincidence, or is there more to dig about this coincidence? Many concepts that are integral part of CX have their roots in architecture. Because it's a discipline to build up spaces that people use, it may be interesting and mind-opening to visit and learn from architecture as well. What do speakers think about this relationship? And, you know, Andrea, I'm passing that question to your talk. So what about architecture and customer experience?
Wow, it's a very eye-opening question. I didn't know that Architecture Day is on the same day. Wow. I also haven't thought about this before, but I can definitely see, you know, it's a lucky coincidence, actually. I think in both cases, it's about really, as you know, as the person who asked it mentioned, it's about understanding. So in architecture, you understand how people use spaces before you design them. And with us, you know, marketers, market researchers, CX practitioners, it's about understanding how people use brands, and then you design the experience. So in both cases, I guess we're talking about the needs that the space, the brand, the product, the service should serve, and designing around that. And probably they both relate, you know, to the new trend of human experiences and designing with human values in mind. I can also think of a second approach, and the way they would be linked when considering perspectives. In architecture, I guess you work with existing perspective, and you work with your design should, you know, present the best perspective of a place, and that perspective should inspire the inhabitants probably. In customer experience, you always work with perspectives. And it's something that a lot of us usually forget. You know, we take, especially, you know, high level people who maybe are a bit disconnected from their customers. It's really not what the customer doesn't remember the real experience, the factual facts of what happened. He remembers the perspective and the memory that it left. So both architecture and CX are actually meant to inspire a positive perspective, and they do that through emotion. So a good architectural design and a good customer experience design should generate a positive and memorable emotion. So yeah, definitely a good connection, and I'm definitely going to investigate it further. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Veselin, can we push yourself a little bit? Like, can we put you a little bit stressed? As a banker, what do you think about the relationship between architecture and CX?
No, I loved Andrea's answers about the relationship being in perspectives and also living memorable experience. No, my first order association was that both are multidisciplinary disciplines, I guess, or you need a multidisciplinary team in order to execute it, in the same way that in order to make a marvelous building, you first need the architects, but then you need the engineers, you need the interior designers, you need the materials scientists who will tell you about what materials you should use. In the same way that in order to deliver customer experience, you obviously need the product teams to interact and work together with the channel teams who essentially determine how certain product will be delivered to our customers, in order to be able to start thinking in terms of journeys. Because otherwise, in both disciplines, CX and architecture, you can't work in silos. Otherwise, the final result will be akin to what I would draw now. You know, a simple pyramid that it's neither appealing nor functional, nor would someone be willing to pay anything for it. So that was my first degree association. The second was more morbid, if you will, in the sense that in both cases, if you do one thing wrong, then the whole thing might fall apart. Like, bad experiences are very, very memorable and take a long time to Let's use the word compensate for. So in the same way that you put the brick in the wrong place, the whole thing can collapse. So in many cases, you just need to get it right the first time. Otherwise, you wouldn't get a second choice. So those are my associations when I heard about this coincidence.
Thank you very much, Vasilin. Like, as you said, they are both multidisciplinary, and we need to work with different profiles of people. So I'm also gonna tell a very personal story. So a few years back, I had architect girlfriend, and she wasn't Turkish. She was an expat living in Istanbul, and she was doing a project designing a huge center. And she was a very well done, like she's a very well-known architect, and she designed that. And when one day she was going to audit the outcome of what she designed, my phone is ringing, and usually during the day no one calls me because they know that I don't answer. So like I usually don't take the phone calls during the day. I'm quite focused on what I do. And then like I checked it once and second time and third time. I said there should be something. And I opened up the phone and I was talking to her. She was shouting. She said, like, you need to talk to these people. They are crazy. I don't know what did they think. I said, just calm down. What's happening? She said, like, I'm auditing the design that I've made, and it's a huge project. And then like, this is nothing like what I've designed. And then I said, just pass those people to myself, because she didn't speak Turkish. She couldn't really make the talk with those people. And I talked the guy, like in Italian, we say muratore, like it is the guy that makes the walls, like the real guys from the construction. And I talked to the guy. The guy said, like, there is a woman here. I don't understand what she says. We did everything that we understood, but she's not happy. What's the problem? And I said, look, the problem is nothing works. Like, she designed something else and you put something completely different. And then, I made the like the position of translator. I translated everything that she said, and she didn't approve the project, which is not good. Like, if you know the culture in Istanbul and Turkey, you know how people are cost sensitive. And if you don't approve that project, most probably you're in trouble. And I said, I told everything that you told me. Please go home and don't talk to those people. And then then the company that like she was a partner of, they relocated her to another project. that is what you get, like at the end of the day.
No. I think there is another metaphor hidden here, that the role of the CX expert or the CX person is actually to serve as an interpreter between the customers and then the different departments within the organization.
Absolutely.
That's a good one.
And Daniel, actually, I'm going to tell another personal story here. When we started this session, we were talking with Daniel, because Daniel was the first one. And I said, Daniel, what about asking a personal question to yourself? And I said, like, what type of music do you listen? And he said, I listen opera and house music. And I said, that's a great coincidence. I love them too. So what about asking a question about that? And he's like, yeah, what would that question be? And again, another coincidence, I asked him, like, Daniel, if you were to be a designer, how would you design your dream opera? So taking that from the architecture perspective, how would you design your dream opera?
Well, I'm going to tap on the great emotion stuff I heard from both Andrea and Veselin. So first word, persona. We're in a VOC session and we don't have time to talk about everything, but I am an opera persona, which means I like opera. I pay to see it, whereas I know people who hate opera and would actually pay not to see it. So we have to be clear here. I'm the right persona for opera. I also cry at every opera. But because I love opera and know opera, I save my tears for the high emotion moments. I know when the high emotion moments are coming. In Aida, they get buried in the tomb at the end and they hug each other and die. In La Boheme, Mimi dies of consumption. And Madame Butterfly is in Nagasaki looking at the harbor thinking Pinkerton is coming to rescue her, when in fact he's about to tell her he's married to someone else. Those are the moments I save my tears for. So when I look at opera, I look at it as the ultimate designed and curated experience. the people that put together the music, the sets, the costumes, the lights, they are taking you on a journey, and they know exactly which moment you're going to have to pull out your handkerchief and cry your eyeballs out. By the way, I have no shame about it, obviously, but I'm not the only one that cries in opera, and that's okay. Because what I remember at the end of the opera, if you were to say to me, Dan, after leaving the opera and we're having a drink somewhere, do you remember the story of Aida? I'd be like, no, I don't. But remember that moment when they're in the tomb, you know? Or Dan, do you remember the entire libretto of Madame Butterfly? No. But do you remember that moment where she kills herself? I mean, as I heard them say, and I think you led us so beautifully into this, Ozkan, maybe you have a new career as a moderator now, but it's about that emotional high that you get that's been designed for you by other people. And it's kind of like you're on the roller coaster and you get to take a really fun ride. So any opera where I get to cry a lot and can't remember the entire libretto at the end is already a really good opera as far as I'm concerned. I don't go to the ones that make you laugh, because what's the point? So yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. I expect a lot of social media blowback on that. Never mind. It's all right.
No, I will do it, Daniel. We've actually coming to the close of the session. I can't thank you enough. Like, we passed like 2 minutes ago, 7.5 hours full day event for the celebrations of CX Day. And I personally want to thank Ozkan. He was the one that is asking the question about the architecture and CX that had a nice flavor. I was thinking how to make that transition to opera. I was stressed. How I'm going to ask that question after all this data stuff? Like, you know, I was a little bit stressed, and I was waiting for that moment. So that was good. So thank you very much again, Ozkan. And we actually received more than 10 messages saying, look, I'm reading just one. It is not directly related to CX or EX, but just wanted to say I really like the energy of the panelists. Do more of these events. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you very much, Daniel, for being with us today. I believe not only myself, not only Pisano people, but all the audience, all the CX community is so grateful, are so grateful for you, that for everything that you shared with us today. Usually, again, I'm first-time moderator, and when I did my work, I talked to one of my friends. He was working in a big media company, and he was like, you know, when I said, like, I will be a moderator, what should I do? Like, you know, what are the tricks to host the session? And he said, like, at the end of the event, please try to do, you know, key learnings and highlights and notes. But I believe if I would do something as such now, that would be too, you know, short for what we've discussed and what we've shared today. So what I promise to the audience, I'm going to write a blog post about this session. So I'm going to put down everything that we've shared today. I'm going to take them, I'm going to write a blog post and share at our blog with the CX community. That is what Pisano Academy for. And again, thank you very much for your contributions, being here, and your time, valuable time that you spend with us today. If you have a few words before closing, I would be happy to give the word again to yourself before closing.
From as far as I'm concerned, you did an amazing job, Ozkan, and I think you have a bright future in moderating events. But if it gets to that. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you to introducing me to the other two wonderful panelists. It's always good to hear different perspectives, and I really hope we manage to, let me use the quote unquote, deliver value to all the people who manage to listen in. If there are additional questions, we are all available on LinkedIn. We're fairly easy to find. So
thank you very much, Vesel.
I second what Veselin said. I feel like I've made new friends, because the first time we all met each other was yesterday for our test to make sure everything worked. And then just to listen to you was so inspiring. So I feel like I've got some new friends. And I agree, Ozkan, you did such a nice job, because someone asked me once, what's the job of a moderator? And I said, to make the panelists look good. So I think if that's a moderator, You did, yeah. So well done to you, and Gokhan too for really taking good care of us as well. So really, I've been taking notes nonstop. I look forward to your blog article, but I learned a lot. And as Veswan said, you know, if anyone wants to reach out and ask questions, I have no doubt all of us are available for that. So thank you again.
Daniel, let's write the blog post together.
No problem. I like writing. No problem.
Let's do it together. I'll share my notes with yourselves, and then let's build that up together.
Did you see the way he delegated there? That was very smooth the way you did that. I can show you're a CEO now. Yeah.
Yeah, you know that's my
large
24 job.
I said yes, but I also felt it. All right. You can carry on.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Yeah, from my side, congratulations on the 7.5 hours and running, going live. It was great to be part of the session. I'm more of a ballet fan, so I think we managed to tiptoe our way around every good topic of discussion around CX. And as far as, you know, the opera metaphor is concerned, I think we had some great voices here today. And I'm pretty sure it will reverberate in the audience we have. So thank you for the invitation and the event. It was great, a great celebration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. Talk to you guys soon.